Okay, welcome to the training for computer forensics. So today we will be doing the first module of computer forensics, in which we will be discussing about the computer forensics. What are the different types of computer forensics? What are the benefits of computer forensics? What are different cyber crimes, and what are the types of computer crimes? What is cybercrime investigations? What are the roles of digital evidences? What are the roles of forensics investigators? And some different types of theories on investigation. So first of all, the forensic science. Basically, when we are talking about the forensics, it has different branches. Okay, the one forensics, which usually we know is as the human body forensics. Then there is something called digital forensics. Okay, so when we're talking about just the term forensics, that means trying to gather, it's basically science of gathering the evidences. Okay, we try to gather the evidences from object. Let's say a crime has happened somewhere and we want to know what happened at this crime scene. So from there we will be trying to gather some of the evidences which will help us to know about the crime which has happened there. If let's say there is a murder, there might be some weapons. So by taking that weapons into the custody and doing the investigation, we might come to know that how this murder has happened. Then there is something called digital forensics. Now there are different branches of digital forensics, such as computer forensics, such as network forensics, and now, which is very much into the industry, the new term that is known as the mobile forensics. You know, it's very important to focus on the mobile devices, as people nowadays are moving from laptops to the mobile industry, as the industry is moving towards the mobility. So everything is coming on your hand tips. The mobiles are very smart nowadays. Everything is there on the mobiles, the tablets. So the crimes has even started using the mobile devices. So mobile forensics is also a very major important part when we talk about different types of forensics. So in digital forensics, when we try to gather the evidences from the digital devices, the computational devices, okay, when we are talking about computer forensics and digital forensics, that means that when we are performing the forensics analysis on a computer device, okay, such as your laptop or your desktop, okay, then there is something called network forensics. Now in network forensics, the forensic analysis is done on the live network. So if there is no log server, okay, it becomes very difficult for an investigator to perform the forensics analysis, because the problem between the computer forensics and the network forensics is the data is very much volatile in the case of network forensics. Okay, whereas in the case of computer forensics, the evidences basically is stored on your hard disk itself, whether it's volatile or non-volatile data. But in the case of network forensics, the evidence is traveling, it's very volatile, it's traveling in the live network. If you didn't capture the evidence at the correct time, then it becomes very difficult to capture the victim if you don't have any log server. So log servers plays a very important role as for the forensics investigators. Okay, and then I already told you about the mobile forensics. The mobile forensics is the forensics analysis which is performed on the mobile devices, such as your smartphones, your tablets, okay, or your phablets. let's move on. Next is aspects of organizational security. That means what are the major points of an organizational security? First is the IT security. IT security covers your application security, your computers security, your data security, your information, and the network security. Okay, so when in an organization and you're talking about IT security, we are focusing on these type of securities. Then there is something called physical security, such as facility security, human security, border security, the biometric security. Okay, so not having physical security, it's like you have a bank and you don't have security. Okay, you don't have physical security, it's all open, so anyone can come in, anyone can go out, whatever that person wants to do he can do. Okay, so physical security is the most important and is the first most when we're talking about the security. Then you have the financial security. You have to secure your organization from the frauds, phishing attacks, a very common attack on the web applications, through web application on the internet. You need to secure your organization from botnets or zombies. Okay, you need to secure your organization from the credit card frauds. So when you're talking about financial security, we are talking about these kind of problems. Then there is something called legal security. Okay, when we are talking about legal security, that means the rules and regulations on different countries and different parts of the world. Okay, so legal security means the national security, the public security, defamation, okay, copyright information problems, and sexual harassments. Okay, so what are the objectives of computer forensics? The objective of computer forensics is to recover, analyze, and preserve computer and related materials in such a way that they can be presented as evidence in a court of law. So as a forensics investigator, your objective when we are talking about computer forensics is to secure the evidence, okay, recover the data from those evidence, analyze the data, okay, and prove that this is a proper evidence against the person, okay, and which can be presented in the court of law. So why we need computer forensics? So there are 4 major points for which we need the computer forensics, which says that to ensure the overall integrity and the continued existence of an organization computer system and network infrastructure. Basically here we're talking about the integrity of the computer systems and devices in the organization network. You want to preserve the integrity of the devices. Next is second point is so that we can prove attackers' action in the court. Okay, computer forensics is useful to prove the attacker's action in the court. Third is to effectively track down the perpetrators. That means the criminals. Okay, very hard word. Computer forensics helps you in tracking down the criminals from the different parts of the world to protect the organization money and the valuable time. Okay, next is the benefits of benefits of forensics readiness. So first of all, what is the forensics readiness? Forensics readiness means as an organization, as a forensics organization, you should be ready for any kind of forensics incident. Okay, so if any incident have occurred, any crime has occurred, and the organization has approached you to perform the forensics analysis on that crime, so investigators should be prepared and ready to perform the analysis and investigation on that particular crime. You should have the proper devices with you. You should have the proper set of rules. Okay, you should have the proper set of policies that how we are going to proceed for that particular incident, for the particular crime. Okay, and who will be the first person to go at the crime scene. So these are all about the forensics readiness. So what are the benefits? Evidence can be gathered to act in the company's defense is subject to a lawsuit. Okay, in the event of major incident, a fast and effective investigations can be conducted and corresponding actions can be followed with the minimum disruptions to the business. Okay, so if any major incident happen, if you have a set of rules and procedures pre-decided before the crime, it will be easy for you to perform the analysis according to the steps. Okay, forensics readiness can extend the target of information security to the wider threats. Okay, fixed and structured approach for storage of evidence can be considerably reduced to expense and the time of internal investigation. It can improve and simplify law enforcement interface. Okay, in case of major incident, proper and in-depth investigation can be conducted. So what are goals of forensics readiness? To collect the acceptable, very important word, acceptable evidence without interfering with the business process. To gather evidence targeting the potential crime and disrupt that may adversely impact an organization. Okay. To allow an investigation to proceed at a cost in proportion to the incident. Okay, to ensure that the evidence makes a positive impact on the outcome of any legal actions. Next is cybercrime. So what is cybercrime? So cybercrime is defined as illegal act involving a computer, its system, or its application. Okay, nowadays a lot of cybercrime criminal activities has been on high rise. Okay, there are a lot of groups come up. There is something called hacktivism, that is hacking for a cause. So there are a lot of groups such as Anonymous, LulzSec, Syrian Electronic Army that are hacking, they're showing the protest over the internet. They're hacking for a cause. Okay, so cybercrime is an international or non-intentional or not accidental. Okay. So basically there are two types of modes of attack. One is internal and other is external. There was a survey which says 59% of attacks happens from internal. Okay, insiders attack. Breach because of the trust. Okay, because the company trusts their employees and it's easy to target the employees rather than the network. Okay. In external attacks, the attackers hired by an insiders or by an external entity to destroy the competitor's reputation. There is something called competitive intelligence. Basically that means gather the information about the competition company or the competitive company. Similarly, if there are two companies, both are into the IT security, or let's say the two companies A and B, and both are into IT security. Now A is already in this field for last 5 years. B is a new, let's say a year and a half or two, and somehow the B comes to know that there are big vulnerabilities in A's network and web application. So what B did is he had some hackers and he tried to attack on their web application and the network and show it in the world. So that what will happen? What will the impact? The impact will be the A's value will be downgraded. Okay, the companies, the partners will not trust on that company. Okay, that may lead to the business loss. It may lead to the financial loss. May even the company may get bankrupt or on the verge of closing. So these are the effects of hacking on an organization. There are some examples of cybercrime: frauds of the computer records, okay, spammings, deliberate circumvention of computer system securities, unauthorized access, intellectual or property theft. These are examples of cybercrime. So cybercriminals are increasingly being associated with organized crimes syndicate to take advantage of the sophisticated techniques. They work in a hierarchical setup, such as like this. They have a criminal boss here, and they have the underboss who provides the Trojans and different command centers to the campaign managers. Now they affects the network, okay, and they stole the data. Next is cybercrime investigation. So cybercrime investigation is the investigation of any crime involving the painstaking collection of clues and forensics evidences, particularly for white collar crime, where documentary evidence plays a crucial role. Okay, so there are basically two types of laws: criminal law and civil law. Criminal law, where we are trying to prove a person guilty, okay, and civil law, where two parties are fighting to prove each other as a guilty. So cybercrime and cybercrimes come under civil laws. So there are some basic the key major steps in forensics investigation. So one is to identify the computer crime, where the crime has happened. Second is to collect the preliminary evidences. Okay. Third is obtain court warrant for seizure if required. There are two types of warrant: seize warrant and search warrant. Seize warrant is to seize anything from a if you want to seize a computer device from a crime scene or from anyone's home, then you require a seize warrant. Search warrant is simply to go onto the crime scene or any location to search for the evidences there, okay, and perform the first responder procedures. So first responder is the person who will be the first to respond to the crime scene. Now there are some set of procedures to be followed for those people, for the first responders, which we'll be discussing in the later modules. Okay. Then seize the evidence at the crime scene. Whatever evidence you find from the crime scene, you seize those evidences. Transport the evidences to the forensics laboratory. Now this is very important. Transportation is very important. So you are not simply going to pick up the evidence from the crime scene. You need to wear the proper gloves. Let's say there is a crime scene where there's a murder happened. Okay, when the police arrived or the legal authorities arrived at the crime scene, they found some computers and digital equipments lying at the crime scene along with the body. So since they are not authorized to access those evidences, what they did is they called for the computer forensics teams. Now when the computer forensics teams reaches there, it's their job is to first take the photography of the to perform the photography of the crime scene, the videography, and to collect the evidences. Now let's say there is a pen drive lying there. The investigator will not simply pick from the naked hands. He has to wear the gloves, he has to take the picture, and he has to pick the evidence and put it in the sealed packet and mark it there from where it is being captured. Okay, then create, and then they need to transfer the evidences to the crime scene securely, okay, under the proper supervision of the security guards. Then create the 2-bit stream copies of the evidences. Now there are different types of copies: bit stream, byte stream. Right? So bit stream is basically, it creates the bit by bit image of the hard disk. Byte stream will create byte by bit. So bit by bit streams are preferred over the byte by byte because it's more reliable and it's basically covers the complete hard disk structure. Now it says create 2-bit stream copies of the evidences. So why 2, not only 1? It's because if while working on the one copy, if something happened and that system got crashed or the image got deleted, you have another copy to work on. Never ever work on the original evidences. That's the major rules of forensics evidences. Then generate the MD5 checksum. This is just to prove the integrity of the images. Right. Maintain the chain of custody. So chain of custody is the document in which you write each step by steps about the evidence from where it has been taken till the evidence and the analysis has been completed. Store the original evidence in the secure location. Never work on the original evidences. Analyze the image copy for the evidences. Okay, analyze the image and find the evidences. Prepare a forensics report. Okay. Generate a forensics report. Submit the report to the client, and if required, attend the court and testify as the expert witness. Okay. If the court asks you, ask the investigator to be to the court for the hearing, then you have to go there and prove your analysis. So what are the roles of forensics investigator? To protect the victim's computer from any damage and viruses, determine the extent of the damage from the attack, gather evidence in the forensically sound manner, okay, analyzes the evidence data found and protect it from damage, prepare the analysis report, present acceptable evidence in the court. Now first is we need to understand the corporate investigation. So involve private companies who address companies' policy violations and litigation disputes. When we are talking about corporate investigation of forensics, try to involve those companies who work on companies' policies and litigation disputes. Okay. because sometimes it's the industrial espionage and the corporate espionage which leads to the attack. So there's a theory of enterprise theory of investigation, so which says that rather than viewing criminal acts as isolated crimes, the ETI attempts to show that individuals commit crimes in the furtherance of the criminal enterprise itself. Okay, which means that individuals commit crimes act solely to benefit their company criminal enterprises. Okay, so which means that the criminals basically do not perform the attacks for their sole benefit, they perform for the organizational benefit for the company which they are working for. Then whatever analysis you perform, whatever results comes out, you need to report it. You need to create a report and submit the report to the concerned person. Good investigation report contains methods of investigation, adequate support data, okay, and the data collection techniques, calculations used in error analysis, results and comments, graphs and statistics, reference and appendices, acknowledgement, litigation, etc. So reporting a cybercrime. Why you should report a cybercrime? Company might be reluctant to share information regarding the impact of their business and sensitive of the data involved. Only by sharing information with law enforcement and appropriate industries, groups and cyber criminals will be identified and prosecuted. Companies sometimes they don't want to share their information with the concerned legal organization. They might fear that their internal information will be leaked into the market. Okay, but at the same time, they are themselves is giving benefits to the criminals. So a company should come forward and tell the legal authorities about the crimes happen in the organization. Okay, so then only the legal authorities will be able to identify the criminals and prosecute. In this manner, you are helping some other companies also from getting being attacked. So there are some organization where you can report the cybercrime. There is a Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms (ATF). It's basically for US. FBI, United States Secret Service, United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, United States Postal Inspection Service. Okay, so this is basically for United States. Okay, so that's it for the first module. We'll be continuing the remaining in the second module and the further in the next ones. Okay, so in this module we will see how to report a cybercrime, okay, to FBI. So you can go to the website of FBI, fbi.gov, and there's an option called Contact Us. So in Contact Us, you can go to Report Threats and Crime. So there are federal actions to secure cyberspace in warranted for purpose including forensics and attack attribution protection of networks and system critical to national security. Okay, like indication on warnings and protection against organized attack capable of inflicting or debilitating damage to the economy. Okay, so you can go to you have the Internet Crime Center, IC3. Okay. So there's option if you can think you are in danger, you can contact your local and state police immediately. Okay. So there you have option called file a complaint. Okay. So by exploiting vulnerabilities in our cyber system, and organized attack may endanger the security of our national critical infrastructure. Okay, the vulnerabilities that most threaten cyberspace occur in the information asset of critical infrastructure enterprise themselves. Okay. So you have a file a complaint option here. So there you go, you can browse down. You have an advisory that you are about to file a complaint to IC3 Complaint Center. The confidentiality of the information you provide may be affected by state law. As such, we cannot guarantee that your complaint will remain confidential. So the complaint information of you submit to the site is encrypted. Okay, via SSL encryption. So, and you can for further information, you can look into the privacy policy. Okay, so click on I accept. So there you will be redirected to the complaint referral form. Select the relevant option in the incident categories, like so these are the relevant fields that you need to select. Okay, like your first name, your middle name, your last name. Okay, so let's enter some field like Andrew, Matthew, or some any name or business name or any. Age 2029, gender male, address is necessary, like I put it as suite 201. Okay. Put it city as New York. Okay, do you live in the city's limits? Yes. County, no. State and select as New York. Country goes to United States. Okay, and rate alienator.com. Name of the police sheriff of your local sheriff office. Okay, then you have, is the complaint you are filing is related to the internet or online services, email, chat? Okay, it's yes. Okay, do you have pertinent documents in the papers? Is a no. Okay, so law enforcement or regulatory agencies may desire copies of pertinent documents regarding your complaint. These may include cancelled check copies of money orders, printed emails, envelope, etc. So information about the individual or business that victimized you. So you can put it as either blank or you can put it as unknown. Okay. And other identifiers about individual. So if you know, you can put the information like website, IP address, chat room, okay, news groups, or any other. So monetary loss, if any financial loss has been happened. If none, you can put it at 0. So please indicate the mean of payment. If any fraud happened, financial fraud happened, you can put the amount and the way it can be cashed, or it can be cashed check, can be debit cards, credit card, money transfer. Okay, so accordingly you can select your option, or if any other, you can select that. So do you use the third-party online payments such as PayPal, Bitway, or escrow? We said no. Okay, so description of the incident. So if you would like to to tell more about the incident, like a description of items that were not delivered or were counterfeited, any transmission number from eBay, Western Union, PayPal, and any other pertinent information that helps to explain how you were victimized. Also, you were received anything by US mail, FedEx, or UPS. Specifically describe the envelope, day, the date, time, city, and etc. So I put it as NA. That's mandatory basically. Okay, so please indicate any medium used by the individual business for the incident. Okay, what kind of medium it's used. So we'll put it as email. So please indicate the initial means of contact by the individual, okay, by the business. So select, you have multiple options like bulletin board, chat rooms, email. So I will put it as email. Was the initial means of contact unsolicited or uninvited? So you select, if I say yes. So what was your relationship with the individual business you are complaining about or prior the incident? So I will say no prior relationship. You conducted any research on the individual business prior to the incident? I said yes. How much time this spends to determine you are victimized? Let's say 1 month. Okay. So next comes the contact information. Are there any witness of the crime? So if there, you can give the details about them. So have you reported crime to any law enforcement agencies? If yes, you can put select the option. So I select that individual or business that victimized you. Okay. So then you can provide any other specific name you want to provide. Go to next. Okay, so there is a zip code missing. Okay, that's a phone number. Put it wrong. Put like 5657689 6734. Okay, whatever their number is. Go to next. Okay, so then it comes that please review your complaint. If it's, you review it, if it's correct, and then if you have a digital signature with you, you can attach your digital signature, and you can put the captcha in here, okay, like COZCZ, and you can submit the complete report. Okay, you can submit the information. Since I am not submitting a genuine information, I am not just for practical purposes, just for educational purposes. So I'm not going to submit it. Okay, once you submit it, you will get an acknowledgement regarding your complaint. Okay. So that's how you report a crime to FBI. When you send money to people you do not know personally, sometime, or give personal or financial information to unknown callers, so you increase your chances of becoming the victim of telemarketing fraud. So this was just an example of if you became a victim of any telemarketing fraud or any kind of fraud, so where you can report. That's it. Thank you. Next is the collection of the electronic evidences. So the electronic evidences, such as, first, when you are collecting the electronic evidences, first you need to list all the systems which are involved in the incident, their order of volatility. Try to gather those evidence which are more volatile, okay, and then the system clock drift, the timings. Okay, collect the evidence from the people who are part of the incident. Okay, capture the electronic serial numbers of the drive and other user accessible data. Write protected and virus check. Do the virus check and the write protected of the drives. Check the integrity of the media as well. So electronic evidence consists of the data file, Okay? The office, desktop computer, workstation, notebook, home computer, palm top, network file servers, backup tapes, disaster recovery backup tapes. Okay, other media such as tape archived, floppy disk, portable media, and etc. So there are some guidelines for acquiring the evidences. Sample banners are used to record the system activities when used by unauthorized users. Okay. If in warning banners, organizations give clearly unequal notice to the intruders by signing onto the system. So banners means when you are trying to access someone's account and you are invalid, so you get a pop-up saying that you are an invalid user. So you must check for those logs also. Okay. The equipment is seized when connected to the case. At the time of seizing process, the computer should be powered down. Okay, so if you find a computer at a crime scene which is in a powered on state, in that case you need to remove the power source, the plug from the power source directly. Okay, you should not shut it down. Okay, and if you find a computer at the crime scene with the black screen on the monitor, but you see the computer is live, so what you have to do is you have to move the mouse. Okay, don't press any keys, because by pressing any keys you might close some file or you might change some logs as well. Okay, so ensure that the examiner's storage device is forensically clean. Now here forensically clean means, let's say let's imagine that I am a forensics investigator, let's take it as, and I have examined a case in which I have used a drive as to take the backup of the evidences, or to take the evidences from the captured hard disk from the crime scene. Okay, and after solving that case I have to use that drive again, the drive which is my personal drive or the organizational drive where I am keeping the evidences. So I have to clean that drive forensically clean. That means I have to clear all the data from there. Okay, I have to convert the zeros into ones, so that if I will use it again and in another case at the time of recovery, the data of older case doesn't come up. Okay, write protection should be initiated if available to preserve and protect the original evidences. Next is the secure the evidence. Secure the evidence without damaging the evidence integrity. So you have to secure the evidence in the correct place. Okay, you have to maintain the chain of custody, identify the digital and non-digital artifacts, maintain a log book at the entrance of the lab to log the timings and name of the person visited. Okay. Place an intrusion alarm system in the entrance of the forensics lab. Contact the law enforcement agencies to know how to preserve the evidences. Now there is something called evidence management, how you will manage the evidences. So there are 4 major points in evidence management. That is the protection, the documentation, evidence transfer, and the procedures. So evidence management helps you in protecting the true temperament of the evidence. Okay, it helps you in protecting the evidence without tampering it. Okay, documentation, this is the archive of properly handling and documentation of the evidence. From the time of capturing the evidence till the solving, everything needs to be documented. So in this part you write everything about that evidence. Evidence transfer. So at the time of transfer, both sender and receiver need to give the information about date and time of the transfer and the chain of custody record. So you need to maintain the chain of custody record of the documents which you have captured from the crime scene and sending to the laboratory. Procedures. Procedures are used to protect the evidence and document while collecting and shipping, such as the log of the project, the tag uniquely identify the evidence. Whenever you capture evidence from a crime scene, you put a unique tag on each of the evidence so that it can be identified uniquely. Okay, and a chain of custody records. So chain of custody, what is chain of custody? So chain of custody is, as I have discussed earlier also, is a legal document that demonstrates the progression of the evidence as it travels from original evidence location to the forensics laboratory. So whenever you capture evidence from the crime scene and you send it to the forensic lab, so till then whatever happens to whom it has been handed over, everything is written in that document. Okay. So a chain of custody form should identify as a sample collector, sample description, type and number, the sampling date and location, any custodian of the sample. This is a kind of this is a sample chain of custody form, okay, in which you have the case number, the reference, the model, serials, everything needs to be written. Here there is something called date, name and client, okay, signatures and the reason. Next is acquire the data. Now once you have acquired the evidence, you need to acquire the data from there. Original evidences should never be used for analysis. Never work on the original evidences. Always make a copy of those evidences. So duplicate the data. That is called imaging. So duplicate the data to preserve the original data. You have to work on the image file of the data. Okay, as we have discussed in the earlier module also. So the data should be duplicated bit by bit stream copies. Okay. So the data can be duplicated either by hardware or software. It depends. If as a forensic investigator you have hardware devices with you, so you can take the image at the crime scene itself, or otherwise you can bring it to the laboratory and using some kind of software or that particular hardware as well, you can take the image. Okay, the duplicate data is sent to the forensics lab for further analysis. Verify image integrity. So image integrity, for maintaining the image integrity, you can calculate the MD5 hash. So some hashes value shows the image as same as the evidence. Okay. So tools used for calculating the hash value: hashcalc, MD5 calculator, hashmap files, MD5 sum. Okay. There are some other tools available. So this is a sample. So we will be doing this tool in the practical modules when we will be taking the image and doing the duplication. Recover lost or deleted data. So you have to recover the deleted files. So first take the image and use some softwares available to recover the data, like Recover My File, Digital Rescue Premium, ESUS. There is something called Stellar Phoenix Windows Recovery. That's a good one. There is a free open source tool that is called Test Disk that can be used. Okay, so in this module we will see how to calculate hash value, okay, of any evidence, okay, basically to create a checksum so that we can maintain the integrity. So to be an expert computer forensics expert investigator, you must have sound knowledge of the tools, okay, used to compute hashes and check the checksums. Okay, so we will use a tool called hashcalc, basically hash calculator, which we call. So hashcalc allows you to compute messages, message digest MD5, okay, and checksums, hmax for files, even text and strings. Okay, so it offers you a choice of 13 of the most popular hash and checksum algorithms for calculation. So I'm going to install the hashcalc. So I'm going to launch. I don't want to read the readme file. So this is the hash calculator. Okay. So now I'm going to calculate a hash for a file. Okay, you can calculate for a file, you can calculate for a text string, or you can calculate for a hexa string also. So I'm going to calculate for a file. Okay. So here are the hashes that can be used. So I'm going to locate the file for which I want to calculate the hash. So it's in my desktop. I have some images, okay, as an evidences. So I'm going to take one of the images. So here the hash calculator. So I'm going to select as BlackBerry. Okay. Now what hash I want to calculate? Okay. MD5 or MD4 SHA1. Okay. RIPE MD160 CRC is. So select any of the hashes you want to calculate and simply click on the calculator. So it will calculate all the hashes for you. Like this is for MD5, so MD4, SHA1. Okay. So to calculate HMAC for a data, like that's called CADE hash message authentication code for a data, you can simply check the HMAC checkbox. Okay, and in the key format in the key format box, simply type a keyword that you want to calculate for. Okay, simply texting. So I'm going to select here as test. So I'm going to calculate a HMAC for test and select the hash function you want to calculate and click calculate. So this is the hash for this test as my key string. Okay. So both windows contains so if you want to perform a calculation for a text string, you can simply select the text string. Simply go here and select the text string. Like I want to type hello John, how are you? Okay, and I'm deselecting HMAC and click on calculate. So hash values will be displayed for the selected algorithm in this window. So this is how you can calculate hashes, checksums to maintain the integrity of the evidences, okay, using the hash calculator. Okay, so in this practical we will see how to calculate hash and checksum of a file and process. Okay, so checksum and hashes are very important in case of evidences as to create to maintain the integrity of the evidences. So I have a file here, test raw image.dd. It's a dd file. So I will use this as evidence. So we'll calculate the hash value of this evidence. So for calculating that evidence, we will for calculating the hash, we will use a tool called hash my files. Okay, so I'm going to run hash my files. Okay, so this is hash my file. First here is add files. So first I'm going to use a simple file, that is readme file. It's a text file. So first let's see what's inside this file. So it's the details of hashma files, version and different version info. So similarly you can calculate hash of any of the file for which you want to calculate. So I'm going to add. So here it calculates the MD5, okay, and SHA1 and CRC32 hashes. It also tells you the full path file, date and time, creation, size, okay, extension and attribute. Similarly, you can add a process file also. Let's take iTunes. So all the process files of iTunes is added, along with their hashes is also calculated. So again, copy the selected items, and again I can copy their MD5 hashes. Similarly, I can add a folder. I can add some different files. Okay. So I will clear all. So now I'm going to add a folder. So now I'm going to the desktop. Okay, on desktop we have hashmark files folder. Okay, so it's calculated all the files of that folder. Just taken the files of that folder and calculated the hash of those files. Okay, so these are the way you can calculate the hashes using hashmark files. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, so next we will be doing the searching and seizing of computers. So this module we will be discussing about the searching and seizing of the computers and different types of warrants that are there for the searching and seizing of computers in a crime scene. Different laws we will be discussing here. The Privacy Protection Act. Most of the laws which we will be discussing here are from the United States. Okay, and because this course is more designed towards from the United States. What are the different types of evidences, how to gather those evidences, that we'll be discussing in this module. Okay. So first is the US Patriot Act. The 4th Amendment of the US Patriot Act limits the ability of government agents to search for evidences without a warrant. So if any government organization wants to search someone's house without a warrant, it's under the 4th Amendment of US Patriot Act. Then under section A of 4th Amendment, there is a reasonable exception of privacy in case of involving computers. So whenever any organization is going for any searching or seizing of computers, they have to keep in mind the privacy of that person. Okay, so under the section A of Patriot Act, it says that you have to maintain the privacy of the person. You have to take the concerned. Similarly, for storage devices, you need to maintain the privacy for the storage devices. Here it was for the computers. For the third party possession, if anyone is possessing any third party material, you need to maintain the privacy for that. Private searches. The 4th Amendment does not apply to search conducted by the private parties or who are not acting as agents of the government. Okay, so let's say I am an private organization and some crime has happened in my organization. So if I am taking a third party, a private party to conduct an investigation, and they found a person from some remote area as an attacker, so they don't have the proper rights to go there and conduct the searches. They have to contact the legal authorities, the government authorities, and then only they can conduct the searches. Use of technology to obtain the information. That's the 5th of US Patriot Act under section A. The government used the innovative technology to obtain the information about the target to implicate the 4th Amendment. So government can use some different kinds of technology like wiretapping or some other kind of devices to obtain the information about the attacker. So in section B, there are some exceptions to the warrant required in case of involving computer. Like exigent circumstances, inventory searches, international issues, border searches, search incident to a lawful arrest, and a consent. Exigent circumstances, when you have extreme circumstances, so there is no need for a warrant, you can directly go for the searches. If you are looking for some kind of inventory, or there are any international issues, or you want to do a border search for the border security, okay. Search incident to a lawful arrest, so consent. So first consent says that when does a search exceed the scope of the consent. Okay. Second is when the proper party to consent to do a search. Do a roommate, friends and parents who have authority to consent to a search of the another person's computer file. So you need to take the consent of the persons available at the house to do the search. Okay. So without the consent, it's if you don't have the warrant, then we have a consent from the authorized person. So scope of consent. The scope of consent to search is generally defined by its express object and is limited by the breadth of the consent given. So there is a case going on between the United States versus the PENA. Okay, it's the quotation given by the judges. The scope of consent to search is generally defined by its expressed object and is limited to the breadth of the consent given. That means whatever the concern the person is given to do the search, only that items can be searched. Third party consent, like if the owner, let's say the owner of the device is not at the home, so the senior person of the home can be consulted for the search, like your spouse, your system administrator, your parents, okay, or the general rules can be followed. Implied consent. So individuals often enter into agreement with the government in which they have waived some of their Fourth Amendment rights. Okay, so according to the doctrine of the implied consent, consent to the search may be inferred from an individual content. Okay. Exigent circumstances often raised in computer cases because of electronic data as peripheral. Okay. So the data can be volatile. So exigent circumstances are the extreme circumstances, and you need urgent access of the information. Plain view. Evidence of a crime may be seized without a warrant under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. Okay. The plain view of doctrine does not authorize agents to open and view the contents of a computer file that they are not otherwise authorized to open and review. Okay, so for these cases you need a warrant. Okay. So the plain view, that means simply going somewhere and looking for some information. Without a warrant, you cannot do the plain view. Search incident to a lawful arrest. So lawful arrest is pursuant to a lawful arrest, agents may conduct a full search to arrest person and more limited to a search of his surrounding without a warrant. So while a search of physical items found on the arrestee's person may also be reasonable, more invasive search on different circumstances may violate the Fourth Amendment. So you cannot violate the Fourth Amendment. You have to do the search according to the Fourth Amendment law. Inventory search. Inventory search are reasons and therefore fall under the exception to the warrant requirement when the two conditions are met. First is the search must serve a legitimate non-investigatory purpose that otherwise the intrusion of the individual's Fourth Amendment right. Second is the search must be followed standardized procedure. Without the standardized procedure, you cannot do the inventory search. So there are some standard procedures to be followed. Like you have to first serve the notice, then accordingly you have to do the searches. Now these rules can vary from country to country, from different location to different locations. Okay. So border search, according to the Supreme Courts of the United States, routine searches at the border or its functional equivalent does not require a warrant, probable cause or even reasonable suspicion that the search may uncover contraband or evidences. Okay. So at the border, it's according to the Supreme Court of the United States that a routine check can be performed without any concern of the warrant. You need a warrant. If you find someone doing an illegal activity at the border, you can put it under the suspicion and do the checking. So international issues. So first issue is the Council of Europe Cybercrime Convention, completed in 2001, obligates all signatories to have the ability to effect cross-border preservation requests. Okay. So these are the requests of there's some issues, international issues. For the first issue is from the European, then the two are from the United States. Special case, workplace search. So in many cases, however, workplace search will implicate federal privacy status in addition to the Fourth Amendment. Okay. A warrantless workplace search depends on offer suitable factual distinction. So next is private sector workplace searches. So warrantless workplace searches occur often in computer cases and raises unusual complicated legal issues. So rules for conducting warrantless searches and seizures in private sector workplaces generally mirror the rules of conducting warrantless searches in the homes and personal residence. So both for workplaces and for homes and residence, it's the same. Searching and seizing computers with a warrant. So despite the common legal frameworks, computer searches differ from other searches because computer technologies frequently force agents to execute computer searches in non-traditional way. So such a computer file tend to be more complicated. So sometimes you need warrant for the computer searches. Now this are laws which is based off US, as some people live in some different countries. So European countries have some different laws. United States have some different laws. Asian countries have some different laws. So it varies from different country to country. Successful search with a warrant. Searching and seizing computers with a warrant is as much an art as a science. In general, however, agents and prosecutors have found that they can maximize the likelihood of a successful search and seize in 4 steps. So assemble a team. So before you want to search, do a successful search with a warrant, you need to assemble a team consisting of case agent, prosecutors, and the technical expert as far in advance of a search as possible. So learn as much as possible about a computer system that will be searched before devising a search strategy or drafting the warrant. Draft a warrant, taking special care to describe the object of the search and property to be seized accurately and particularly, and explain the possible search strategy. Formulate a strategy for conducting the search, including a backup plan based on the known information about the target computers. Okay, formulate a strategy to conduct a proper search. Prepare a team properly, draft a warrant, take a warrant, and go on the crime scene to do a successful search. So basic strategies for executing computer search. Plan a search. Computer search may be executed in variety of ways. For most part, there are 4 possibilities. Search the computer and print out a hard copy of particular files at that time. Search the computer and make an electronic copy of the particular files at that time. Create a duplicate electronic copy of the entire storage device on site, and then later recreate a working copy of the storage device off site for review. Seize the equipment, remove it from the premises, and review its contents off site. Under section A1.a, when hardware itself contraband, evidence, or instrumentally or fruit of crime. And the hardware itself may be seized according to the rule 41. Okay, agents may usually conduct the searches by seizing the computer and searching it off site. The agents may explain clearly in supporting affidavit that the plan of the search and the computer of the evidence or the contraband after the computer has been seized and removed from the site. Next is when hardware is merely a storage device for evidence of crime scene. So when you are just when you are looking for evidence in a crime scene as a computer hardware. Okay, so the strategy for conducting a computer search is significantly different in the computer hardware. Is merely a storage device for the evidence crime. So in such cases, rule number 41B authorize agents to obtain a warrant to seize the electronic evidences. Okay, do not directly authorize the agent to seize the hardware and happen to contain the evidences. The Privacy Protection Act. The agent who reason to believe that the search may result in a seizure of materials related to the First Amendment activities, such as publishing or posting materials on a World Wide Web, they must consider the effect of Privacy Protection Act. That is rule number 42, US Council under section 2000 AA. Okay. So this is a brief history about that rule. So terms of Privacy Protection Act. The subject contains exception. The PPA makes it unlawful for a government officer to search for or seize materials when A, the material are work product material under section 2000 AA 7B1. Materials include mental impression, conclusion, or theories. Materials are possessed for the purpose of communicating the material to the public by a person, so some form or public communication. Although the language of PPA is broad, the statute contains several exceptions. Application of the PPA to computer search and seizures. PPA issues frequently arise in computer cases for 2 reasons. If the attacker is able to eavesdrop on computer logins, then the approach can spare random guesswork. And second reason is that the language of the statutes does not explicitly rule out liability following the incidental searches for PPA protected materials, and such seizures may result when agents search for and seize computer storage, contraband, or evidences for the crime that is commonly with PPA protected materials. So these are some applications of PPA. Then there is civil liability under the Electronic Communication Privacy Act. So when a search may result in incidental seizure of network accounts belonging to innocent third parties, agents should take every step to protect the integrity of the third party accounts to avoid the potential ECPA liability. Considering the need of multiple warrants in network searches. So a territorial limit on searches of computer data poses problem for law enforcement. So sometimes you have your servers in different location of the country or in different country itself. So the agents might face the problem because the different countries have different laws. So according to the law, you have to do the searches and seize. So no knock warrants. As a general matter, agent must announce their presence and authority prior to executing a search warrant. Okay, knock and announce, and you have to knock the door and announce yourself as an agent you are here to search. So the agent should request that the magistrate judge issue a no knock warrant. In that case, you don't need to have to knock the door, simply break the door and go inside the sneak and peek warrant. So warrant that excuse agents from having to notify the person who premises are searched at the time of search. So you don't need to excuse agents to have notified the person. You don't need to notify the person of which you are searching the premises. Privileged document. Agent must exercise special care when planning a computer search that may result in a seizure or legal privilege documents such as medical report or attorney-client communications. So sometimes some people have some private and privileged documents in their computer, so you have to maintain their privacy and to prevent no breach on the privilege occurs. Drafting a warrant and affidavit. Law enforcement officers must draft two documents to obtain search warrant. The first document is affidavit, and the second document is proposed warrant itself. Only 3 steps are involved in drafting the warrant and affidavit. Warrant must accurately and particularly describe the property to be seized. Second, the affidavit must establish probable cause. Third is the affidavit should include an explanation of the search strategy. Next is defending computer search warrant against the challenges based on the description of the things to be searched. So search warrant may be subject to the challenge when the description of the things to be searched does not comply fully with the practice suggested on the previous slides. So challenges to the scope of warrant arise particularly when the warrant authorizes the seizure of hardware, but the affidavit only establishes probable cause to seize information. When agents seize computer data and computer hardware, but the warrant does not expressly authorize their seizure. General defenses to challenges of the computer search warrant based on the descriptions of the things to be seized. Establish probable cause in the affidavit. So the probable cause requirement does not require agents to be prevalent in their knowledge of their precise form of the evidence. Okay, so when you are taking the affidavit, it is not necessary that you precisely you don't have the proper knowledge of the affidavit, of the evidence, so you can create the affidavit on that basis also. So post seizure issues. So there are some issues that has been created after the seizing. So in many cases, computer equipment that has been seized will be sent to the laboratory for forensic examination. Several legal issues may arise during the post-seizure period that implicate the government's right to retain and search the computer in their custody. So, searching computers in law enforcement custody. Okay, the permissible time period for examining seized computer. You have to search the computer within the time frame. Rule 41E, motion for return of the property. If you are seizing some property, you have to return the property to the owner under the rule number 41E. So searching computers that are already in the law enforcement custody, that comes under section C1. The permissible time period for examining the search. Neither rule number 41 nor the 4th Amendment creates any specific time limits on the government forensic examination to the seized computer. However, some magistrate judges have begun imposing such limitations. And there is the Electronic Communication Privacy Act, ECPA, creates statutory privacy rights for customers and subscribers of computer and network providers. Whenever agents or prosecutors seek stored email, account records, or subscriber information from the network services provider, they must comply with the ECPA. So electronic surveillance in communication network. So two federal states govern real-time electronic surveillance in federal criminal investigation. First and the most important is wiretapping. Okay, that is 18 U.S. Council under section 2510, 2522. First passed as a Title 3 of the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968. Second state is the pen, register, and tap and trace devices chapter of Title 18 under section Council of 3121 3127 that govern pin registers and tap the trace devices. Content versus addressing information. In general, pen type status regulates the collection of addressing and non-content information for wire and electronic communication. Title 3 regulates the collection of actual content of wire and electronic communications. Okay, so next is the pen trap status, 18 under section 3121 3127. So when they authorized a government attorney to apply to court for authorizing and installing of a pen register and or tap and trace devices so long the information likely to be obtained is relevant on the original criminal investigation. Okay. So to obtain a pen trap order, applicants must identify themselves, identify the law enforcement agencies conducting the investigation, and then certify their brief that the information likely to be obtained is relevant to an ongoing criminal investigation being conducted by the agency. Next is the wiretap status, that's Title 3 under 18 under section 2510 2522. Title 3 has provided the statutory framework that governs real-time electronic surveillance for the contents of communication. So when agents want to wiretap a suspect phone, they first must consider the implications of Title 3. Question that agents and prosecutors must ask to ensure compliance with the Title 3 and straightforward, at least in form. Next is the evidence. Although the primary concern is obtaining the computer records in criminal investigation, that ultimate goal is to obtain the evidence that is admissible in the court of law. Okay. So computer records that contain text often can be divided into three categories: computer generated records, records that are merely computer stored, computer records that are both computer generated and computer stored. Issue raised due to computer records. Government must establish the authenticity of all computer records by providing evidence sufficient to the support of finding that matter in question is what is prominent claim. Authentication. Before the party move for admission of a computer record or any other evidence, the prominent must show that this is authentic. Okay, so the government must offer evidence sufficient to support a finding that the in question is what is prominent claim. Hearsay. When a computer record contains the assertion of a person, whether or not processed by a computer, and is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, the record can contain hearsay. So hearsay rule is inapplicability of the hearsay rule to computer generated records. The hearsay rule exists to prevent unreliable out of court statements by human declarant from improper influence the computer of trials. Applicability of hearsay rules to the computer stored records. The computer stored records that contains human statement must satisfy an exception to the hearsay rule if they are offered for the truth of the manner asserted. Next is other issues. The authentication required and the hearsay rule usually provide the most significant hurdles that prosecutors will encounter when seeking the admission of computer records. However, some agents and prosecutors have occasionally considered two additional issues, that are the application of the best evidence rule of computer records, whether computer printouts are summarized that comply with the Federal Revised Evidence of 1006. So these are the laws and issues which are faced while doing the computer seizing and doing the forensics analysis. So these rules are states of the US. It stays according to the United States. So it may vary from country to country, and different countries have different rules. So thank you for looking for this. Okay, so next is digital evidences. So in this module we will be discussing about the digital evidences, what are the different types of digital evidences, how to acquire them. First is the definition of digital evidences. So digital evidences is defined as any information of probatic value that is either stored or transmitted in the digital form. So digital information can be gathered while examining digital storage media, monitoring the network traffic, or making the duplicate copies of the digital data found in forensics investigation. So the different digital evidences is found in such as graphic files, audio video recordings, internet browser history, server logs, word files, emails, log files, etc. So what are the challenging aspects of digital evidences? That the data is in a chaotic form. That means it's very volatile. Okay. Now, during the investigation, it can be altered maliciously or unintentionally, okay, without leaving any traces. So, the major problem with the digital evidences is the data is in a chaotic form. The data is in a volatile form. The role of digital evidences. So, the role is very important because it creates a credible link between the attacker and the victim. Okay. And the crime scene also. So according to the Locard's exchange principle, anyone or anything entering a crime scene takes something of the scene with them and leaves something of themselves with when they leave. Okay, so that's a Locard's exchange principle. That means whenever any person goes to the crime scene, he takes something from the crime scene and he leaves something at the crime scene. Now, what are the characteristics of digital evidences? That the digital evidence must have some characteristics to be disclosed in the court of law. One is admissible, authentic, complete, reliable, and believable. Fragility of digital evidences. Digital evidence is fragile in nature. Okay, that means volatile. During the investigation of the crime scene, if the computer is turned off, the data which is not saved can be lost permanently. Okay. Anti-digital forensics. So basically it's an approach to manipulate, erase and obfuscate the digital data it makes forensics examination difficult, okay, time consuming. Basically it is used by the attackers so that it becomes difficult for the forensic people to trace them. So types of digital data: volatile data which can be easily be modified, okay, system logged on users, open files. Then you have the non-volatile data. Non-volatile data is used for the secondary storage and is long-term persistence, that is a slack space, hidden space. You have transient data. The data contains information such as open network connection, user logout program that resides in the memory or the cache data. And fragile data. Fragile data is the information that is temporarily saved on the hard disk and can be changed. This is temporarily accessible data. So temporarily accessible data are stored in the hard disk and can be accessible for a certain time. Okay, it contains like encrypted file system informations. And you have active data. Active data is presently used to. Okay. Next is archival data. The data is managed for the long-term storage on the main records. And the backup data. Backup data refers to the copy of the system data. Okay. Next is the rules of evidence. Now there are some rules for evidences. So the evidence which is presented in the court must comply with the established rule of evidences. Prior to the investigation process, it is important that investigators understood the rules of evidences. So rules of evidences govern whether. There are 5 major points of whether, when, how, and for what purpose proof of case may be placed before the trier fact of consideration. It's how, when, where. Okay, these are the major points that are considered in the case of evidences. Best evidence rules. So best evidence rules is established to prevent an alteration of digital evidences, either intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, so it states that the court only allows the original evidence of a document, photograph, or recording at the trial rather than a copy, but the duplicate will be allowed as an evidence under the following condition: original evidence destroyed due to fire, flood; original evidence destroyed in the normal course of business; original evidence is in possession of third party. So there are some federal rules of evidences. That's writing and recording. Everything should be written and recorded, consists of the letters, words, numbers, or equivalent. Photographs. Everything should be photographs, X-ray films, videotapes, and motions. Original. An original is written, or a recording is the written or recording itself, or any counterpart intended to have the same effect by the person executing or issuing it. Duplicate. A duplicate is a counterpart produced by the same impression as the original or from the same matrix or by means of photography. So then there is rule number 102, requirement of the original. To prove the content of a written, recording, or photograph, the original written, recording, or photograph is required except as otherwise provided in these rules by the Act of Congress. Then there is rule number 103, admissible of the duplicates. Duplicate is admissible to the same extent as the original unless and until a genuine question is raised as the authenticity of the original, or in the circumstances it would be unfair to admit the duplicate in lieu of the original. Then there is rule number 104, admissibility of other evidences of content. The original is not required, or other evidence of the contents or of a written, recording, or photograph is admissible. These are the 4 points that comes under rule number 104. International Organization on Computer Forensics, that is called IOCE. So its purpose is to provide a forum to global law enforcement agencies for exchanging information regarding cybercrime investigation and other issues associated with computer forensics. Then there is SWGDE, Scientific Work Group on Digital Evidences. It's against of they have two principles with them. In order to ensure that digital evidence is collected, preserved, and examined or transferred in a manner safeguarding the accuracy and reliability of the evidence, law enforcement and forensics organizations must establish and maintain an effective quality system. Standard operating procedures (SOPs) are documented quality control guidelines that must be supported by proper case records and broadly accepted procedures, equipment, and materials. Then there are some standards by Swatch for exchange of digital evidences. That's standards and criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and there are others. And electronic devices. So types and collecting potential evidences. Now there are different types of electronic devices and they contain some different types of evidences. So some devices might contain user created files like address book, database files, audio video files, documents, text files, image, graphics, and etc. Some are user protected file, the compressed file, misnamed file, encrypted or password protected file, steganographic file, or hidden files. And you have computer created files, the backup files, log files, configuration files, histories, temporary files. These are the where you can collect some potential evidences. Then you have hard drives, okay, which stores your data magnetically and collects all the information. Then you have thumb drive, the flash drive or pen drives called as the USB connections. Then you have the memory cards where it's a removable electronic cards used for digital cameras, computers, PDAs, and etc. You have smart cards. Sometimes your smart card contains a lot of information like passwords, encrypted key or passwords. You have the digital certificate, your dongle. It is a copy protection device which provides with software that is plugged into your computer port. Biometric scanners contains your physical characteristics. You have answering machine, digital cameras, CCTV, handheld devices like PDAs, tablets, modems. LAN card contains information of your MAC addresses connected with the devices. Okay, routers, hubs and switches, servers, network cables and connectors. Okay, we have pagers, printers, removable devices, media, scanners, telephones, copiers, credit card skimmers, digital watches, fax machines, GPS devices, contains all your waypoints, your routes, your travel logs, etc. Then next is the digital evidence examination process. So first is evidence assessment. So digital evidence should be thoroughly assessed with respect to the scope of the case to determine the course of action. Okay, prioritize the evidence, determine how to document the evidence, evaluate storage locations, determine the condition of the evidences, access the need to provide the continuous electric power, prepare for evidence acquisition. Now once you have done the assessment, next is to acquire the evidence, that is evidence acquisition. So prepare for searches. Computer role is an offensive, so you need to search the computers. Seizing the evidences. If the computer is used to store the evidences, then storage media should be seized in addition with other devices. While running program to collect analysis information, the book found in the scene should be collected to understand. Okay, suspect should be prevented from touching the system. When seized, the computer should be powered down. Imaging, as we have discussed earlier, imaging is the process of creating a image copy of the evidences. It will be bit by bit stream copies. Write protection. Protection should be initiated if available to preserve the original evidence so that it cannot be, anyone cannot do any changes in the evidences. Okay. Create a known value of the subject evidence prior to acquiring the evidence. Example like performing a CRC or MD5 hash. Evidence acquisition is basically acquiring evidence. If it's a fragile, you need to acquire it first. If it's a non-fragile, then you can, according to your rules and procedures, you can acquire the evidence. So evidence acquisition from the crime location. Disassemble the case of the computer to be examined. Permit physical access to the storage devices. Ensure that equipment is protected and static electricity magnetic fields. Identify the storage devices that need to be acquired. These devices can be internal, external, or both. Disconnect storage devices with using the power connector or the cable back of the drive from the motherboard to prevent the destruction, damage, and alternation of data. Collecting evidences. Evidence can be collected from live computer by searching process register, virtual or physical memory, volatile and important sources of evidence, live systems. So there are some tools that can be used for data collection like NCase and FTK. We have discussed this earlier also. So how to collect the evidences from the RAM? So first, when the application is open, the RAM stores a file present in the application. Memory is lost when the files are closed, are used by the operating system and other files. Do not power down the computer, which may destroy the critical information. Evidence can be present in RAM even after wiping it from the hard disk. So take the image. How to collect the evidence from the RAM? First, take the image of the RAM, which can be done by using softwares like NCase and FTK. Okay. So collecting evidences from a standalone network computer. So if a network computer is there and you have to take the image, do not use computer for evidence search. Photograph all the devices connected to the computer. Do not turn off on the system if it is on the off state. If the computer is on, take a photograph of the screen. If the computer is on and the screen is blank, move the mouse slowly and take the photograph of the screen. Unplug all the cords and devices connected to the computer and label them for the later identification. If the computer is connected to the router and modem, unplug the power. Chain of custody. So it's a roadmap that tells you how the evidence has been collected, analyzed, and preserved to the present and present in the front of the court. So this is a chain of evidence form. Then is evidence preservation. So there is a checklist to preserve the digital evidence. Document the actions and changes that you observe in the monitor, computer, and printer. Verify if the monitor is in on, off, or sleep mode. Remove the power cable depending on the power state of the computer, that is, it's on or off. Do not turn on the computer if it's in the off state. Take photo of the monitor screen if the computer is in the on state. Check the connections of the telephone, modem, cable, and DSL, etc. Remove the plug from the power of the modem. Keep the tape on the drive slots. Label each connector and cables. Photograph the connections of the computers. Do not turn on the device if it's in the off state. Okay. PDAs, cell phones, and digital cameras store information in the internal memories. Leave the device on if it's on the on state, only in case of PDAs or cell phones. Photograph the screen display on devices. Okay. Label and collect cables and transport them along with the devices. Make sure that the devices is charged. Hold the additional storage media such as memory sticks and compact flash. Transfer fragile data to a non-volatile medium. Okay. Do not use the victim's hard disk to store fragile data. Avoid using too much virtual memory. Use floppy disk. Do not use USB or fire drive to store the data. We have CDs, preserving renewable media in CDs, memory cards, reel-to-reel tapes. Okay. Cassettes, cartridges, hard disk drives that can be used for preserving your renewable media. Handling is very important. Wear a protection lattice gloves. Okay, you should have a proper gloves because sometimes those digital evidences might have some fingerprints on them. Okay. So store the electronic evidence in the secure area and climate control environment. Use wireless stronghold back to block wireless signals. Okay, let's say you are on a crime scene and you have captured a mobile device from there and it's in the on state. Now, if it's in the signal, okay, if it is connected with any network, so there might be some chances that the attacker may, clear out the mobile devices. So it's better to take that mobile and put it in a stronghold bag. So what will happen is it will block all the wireless signals that are coming to it. Okay. Then is avoid folding and scratching storage devices such as the diskettes, your CD-ROMs, and tape drives. Okay. Pack the magnetic media in anti-static packing. Okay. Protect the electronic devices from magnetic fields, dust, and vibrations. Now, next is your evidence examination and analysis. Do not work on the original evidence. Okay. Evidence examination. General forensics principle apply when examining the digital evidence. Okay. Different types of cases and media may require different methods of explanation. Evidence examination, preparation and extraction, physical extraction and logical extraction. So physical extraction phase identify and recovers data across the entire drive without the file system. Logical extraction is the logically extracting phase identifies the recovery files and database on the installed operating system itself. So physical extraction, during this stage extraction of the data from the drives occur at the physical level regardless of the file system or present on the drive. Logically, it's based on the system it is done on the data from the drive based on the file system present on the drive itself. Now whatever evidence you have acquired, you need to document them. Document the evidence on the ongoing process, create the chain of custody. Okay. Report should be written simultaneously with the examination, and presentation of the report should be consistent with the departmental policies. Evidence examiner report, the common consideration list that helps the evidence throughout documentation process. Take notes when discussing with the case investigator. Preserve a copy of the search authority and chain of custody document. Write detailed notes about each action taken. Include date and time, complete description, and result in search action taken in the documentation. Document any irregularities encountered during examination. Include the operating system name, software, and installed patches. Final reports and finding. Disclose the specific files related to the request. Other files include deleted files that support the finding, string, search, keywords. Okay. Describe the data analysis. Sorry. Techniques used for hiding or masking the encryption, steganography. If you find some steganographic files, what kind of technique it has been used for steganography, you need to write in the report itself. So this is a worksheet, computer evidence worksheet. Your case number, your exhibit number, control number, lab number, manufacturer, serial number, what kind of examiner marking you have done, number of hard disk you have, which size, if it CMOS information, if there was a password or not, what was the current time, if there was a password, what was the password. So everything needs to be written in the computer evidence worksheet. So this is a hard drive evidence worksheet. Okay, who was the manufacturer, what was the size, what was the SCI, ETA or SCSI. Okay, hard drive evidence worksheet, removable media worksheet. Okay. So electronic crime and digital evidence considered in the crime category: online auction fraud and child exploitation or abuse. Account data based on online auction sites, accounting, online bookkeeping softwares, address books. These all comes under online auction frauds, and chat logs, data times, games, graphic editing can be using the child exploitation. Now, computer intrusions used for by IP, IRCs, text file, emails, address books. Death investigation: when you are doing a death investigation, you have to look for address books, diaries, email notes, financial images, internet activities, etc. When you are looking for any gambling, so look for customer database, customer information, electronic money, sports betting. Looking for economical fraud, check for currency, money, and other images. Credit card schemers. Email threats, looking for email threats, look for internet activities, legal documents. Looking for an extortion case, look for date and timestamp, emails, history logs, and etc. When you're looking for identity theft, go for hardware software tools like credit card generators, credit card reader writers, identification templates, birth certificates, etc. Negotiable instruments, and internet activity related to ID theft. Narcotics and prostitutions. When you're looking for a narcotics or prostitution case, look for address book, calendars, biographics, emails, false identifications, medical records, internet activity, etc. Software piracy and telecommunications. So that's it in this module. So that was all about the digital evidences, which is in the form of fragile or non-fragile. The best rule of evidence is to govern whether, when, how, and for what purpose proof of a case may be placed before a tare. Digital evidence should be thoroughly assessed with respect to the scope of the case to determine the course of action. Digital evidence is fragile and can be altered, damaged, or destroyed. Thank you. Okay, so our next module is first responder procedures. Okay. In this module, we will be discussing about the first responder procedures. What are the different procedures for the first responder person? How to develop a toolkit for the first responder? What are the different people who are involved as a first responder? So how to conduct first responder interviews, preliminary interviews, how to pack the things, how to report the crime scene, and what are the common mistakes performed by the first responder. First topic in this is the electronic evidence. So electronic evidence is information and data to investigate value that is stored or transmitted on by an electronic device. Okay, so whatever the information it is being transmitted through the electronic device are as considered as the electronic evidence. It is hidden, similar to fingerprint evidence or DNA evidence. It can be broken, okay, altered, damaged, or destroyed. Okay, so it expects within the preset of time. So first responder is the person who arrives first at the crime scene and accesses the victim's computer system after the incident. He or she may be network administrator. Okay, he or she may be a network administrator, law enforcement officer, or a investigation officer. He or she is responsible for protecting, integrating, and preserving the evidence obtained from the crime scene. So what are the roles of first responder? So to identify the crime scene, protecting the crime scene, preserving the temporary fragile evidence, okay, collect the complete information about the incident, Document all the findings which you have find as a first responder at the crime scene. Packaging and transporting the electronic evidence. Okay, that's are the roles of first responder. Okay, so identifying crime scene is when, as a first responder, you reach the crime scene. It's your job to identify the complete area of the crime scene, and you need to mark it as do not pass area. Okay, so that any unauthorized person do not get in there. So electronic devices, types and collecting potential evidences. Computer systems, your hard drives, thumb drives, memory cards, smart card, dongles, biometric scanners, answering machines, digital cameras, pagers and PDAs. These are the all electronic devices that can be collected as a potential evidence. Printer, removable medias, telephones, modems, scanners, copiers, credit card schemers, digital watches, fax machines. These are all other types of electronic potential evidences. So next is the first responder toolkit. So it's a set of tools that helps the first responder to collect genuine and presentable evidences from the crime scene. It helps the responder to understand the limitations and capabilities of electronic evidences at the time of collection. So how you can create a first responder toolkit. So to create a first responder toolkit, first you need to create a trusted forensic computer test bag. Choose a related operating system. Completely sanitize the forensic computer. Install the operating system and required softwares. Update and patch the forensic computer. Install a file integrity monitor to test the integrity of the file systems. Okay. Document the details of the forensic computer, which version, what are the names and different types of softwares installed on the system, even the hardwares also. Document the summary of collected tools. Okay, so it helps the responder to understand how a tool works. Okay, what are the different types of tools installed in this computer, which tool is used for which kind of purpose. So everything needs to be summarized and documented. Test the tool. Test the collected tools on the forensic computer and examine the performance and output. So evidence collecting tools and equipments. So department should have the general crime scene processing tools such as cameras, notepad, sketchpad, evidence forms, crime scene tapes and markers. So document tools are their cable tags, okay, indelible felt tip markers, stick-on labels, and there are some disassembly and removable tools like flat blade, screwdrivers, pilers, wire cutters, okay, nut drivers, nose pillars, screw bit drivers, small tweezers. So these are the tools required as in disassembly tools. Then for packaging, you have anti-static bags, anti-static bubble wraps, cable ties, evidence bags, evidence tapes. And some other tools are gloves, now hand truck, okay, magnifying glass, printer, scissor disc, unused floppy disk, small flashlights. Now why gloves? As I told you, like in a crime scene there might be some murder also, so there might be a hard disk line there, and if you are going to touch without the gloves, might be your fingerprints come on that, or if any victims or any attacker's fingerprints is there, so it may got deleted. Then you need notebooks, software tools such as NKs, FTKs, hex workshops, X-rays, pro discoveries, hardware tools, Parabin, digital intelligence, Tableau. Okay, these are the companies which provides hardware tools. So first responder rule: under no circumstances should anyone, with the exception of qualified computer forensics personnel, make any attempt to restore or recover information from a computer system or device that holds electronic information. Okay, so basically that means that if you're a first responder person and you are not a qualified forensics personnel, okay, so you should not make any attempt to restore or recover any information from the computer system until unless you are being authorized to do that thing. Okay, so any attempt to retrieve data by unqualified or unauthorized person may lead to compromise the integrity of the files and delete the volatile data. So that's the basic first responder rule. So as an incident response, there are some different situations. Okay, the first responder to an incident may involve 3 different groups of peoples, and each will have different skills and need to carry different tasks based on the incident. So in some incident you might require a system administrator, in some you need a local managers or other non-forensic staffs, and in some cases you require the forensic laboratory staff itself. So when you require a system administrator, so the action taken by the system administrator after discovery of potential computer violation will play a vital role in investigation. Once you have discovered that any incident has been discovered by the system administrator, they must report according to the current organizational incident reporting procedures. And first response by a non-laboratory staff. So secure the scene and ensure that it maintain a secure state of forensic team advices. Make notes about the scene that will eventually handed over to the forensics team. Incident scene, the whole area surrounding a suspect computer and not a computer itself. So securing and evaluating the crime scene, search warrant for searching, and basically these are the 6 stages of first response by laboratory forensic staff. Okay, so in first is securing and evaluating the crime scene. So in that case you required a warrant, search warrant or seizure warrant. Plan the search and seizure, conduct the initial search, and keep in the mind the health and safety issues. Conduct the preliminary interviews, ask question about the crime happen. Okay, check for consent issues, witness signatures, initial interviews. Document electronic crime scene, photographing, do the complete photography of the crime scene, and try to make a sketch of the crime scene. Okay, so next is collecting and preserving the electronic evidence. So in this you have to collect the evidences, exhibit the numbering, dealing off with power off and computer seizure time, seizing the portable computers. Then is the packaging, fill the panel on the front of the evidence bag, avoid the folding, scratching, label the containers properly, transport electronic evidences, handling and transporting to the forensics lab, ensure the chain of custody is strictly followed. Securing and evaluating the electronic crime scene. There is a checklist for this. Follow the policies of legal authorities. Verify the type of incident. Make sure that the scene is safe for you and other responders. Isolate other persons who are present in the scene. Locate and help the victim. Verify the data related to offenders. Transmit additional flash messages to other responding units. Request additional help for the crime scene if needed. And establish a security parameter around the crime scene. Protect and preserve the evidence that is risk of being lost. Protect perishable data such as pagers, physical or electronically. Make sure that the devices that contains perishable data are secure, documented, and are photographed. Recognize the telephone lines that are connected to the devices. Document, disconnect, and label the telephone lines. Observe the situation, the crime scene. Protect physical evidences. So these are some basic checklists for securing and evaluating the crime scene. So this is how you can put banners on the crime scene evidences. So question to ask when client calls for forensics investigator. Description of the, if any client is calling you as forensics investigator, so first ask for the description of the incident, incident manager running the incident, case name, title of the incident, location, what jurisdiction it comes for. It's very important because every jurisdiction have different laws and procedures, so according to that jurisdictions you have to follow the rules. Details of what is to be seized, other work to be performed at the scene, whether the search and seizure is to be overt or covert. Okay, overt is when you're doing legally, and covert is in a hidden basis. Okay, so consent, there are times that the user is present and that the consent of the user of the hardware is required, and also is consent is given. So sometimes you need to ask the user itself to access the hardware present at the crime scene. Okay, so you can search for the evidences. In cases such of this, appropriate forms for the jurisdiction should be used and carried in the grab bag. This is a sample consent search form. You need to get it signed from the consent itself. Witness signature. Okay, so depending on the legislation of the jurisdiction, a signature of two or may not be required to certify the collection of the evidences. Typically, where one signature is required, the forensics analyst performs a seizure. Okay, so but somewhere you require two signatures, so there the guidance should be sorted to determine whose second signature should be taken in the consideration. However, signs of witness needs clear understanding of their role and may be required to prove witness statement or attend the court. Sometimes those people may be asked to come to the court as a witness. Conducting preliminary interviews. So interviews separately and identified all persons available at the scene and record their location. So owners and users of the electronic devices found at the crime scene, usernames and internet service providers, password, purpose of using system, automatic application in use, unique security schemes. Okay, this is a witness statement checklist, which may differ from different organization and different jurisdictions. So documenting electronic crime scene. So documenting the electronic crime scene is very important. So it creates an unchangeable historical record of the crime scene. Document the physical scene, such as the position of the mouse and the location of the components. Document related electronic components that are difficult to find. Okay. Record the conditions of the computers. Take the proper photographs of the computer scene. Photograph the scene. Photographing a scene should be first step taken by the forensics team on arrival. Photographing of the crime scene should be done in a manner not to alter or damage the scene. The ideal situation is to take first several photographs that will establish the location of the scene, followed by the entire photograph, followed 360 degree of the photograph. So 360 degrees photographs are simply overlapping photographs depicting the entire crime scene. The key to remember in crime scene photograph is to go from overall scene down to the smallest piece of evidence. So photographs should also be taken of the immediate work area to include the computer disk. Photographs should also be taken at the rear of the computer to accurately display. So if this cannot be done, then all cables must be labeled and the PCs connected back to the forensics laboratory should be photographed. Sketching a scene. Crime scene sketch should be prepared with the details of overall scene. This should include the location of the item within the office area, Okay, again the rule of thumb of crime scene sketching is to go from the overall scene to the smallest piece of the evidence. So this may require several sketches to accurately depict the scene. Okay, so this is a video shooting of the crime scene. Collecting and preserving the electronic evidence. So when an incident is reported where a computer is assumed to be the part of the incident, this is often the case that this is the first and only item seized. That is the wrong. So the scene should be searched in the circular motion with the concept of the computer being at the center of circle. So evidence should be identified, recorded, seized, bagged and tagged on the site with no attempts to determine the contents or the status. Item of evidence as located should be photographed, identified within the notes and then collected. Collecting and preserving electronic evidences. Document any activity on the electronic devices found at the crime scene. Confirm the power state of the electronic devices. Okay. Observe the power state of the monitor to check whether it's on, off or sleep mode. Now, next is the order of volatility. Which evidence is the most volatile? So registered caches are the most volatile in case of volatility. Then comes your routing table, temporary file system, disk storage medias, remote login and monitoring data, physical configuration, network topology, and then the archival media. Dealing with powered on computers. Now in sometimes as an investigator, when you reach a crime scene, you find computer in a powered on state. Okay, so the first step to take when approaching an activity powered on and running computer is stop and think. Okay, collect the RAM information of the running computer, which is occasionally vital in the case. For example, data is found on the hard disk that may be encrypted, but the same data might be found on an unencrypted state in RAM. So or running process is to be identified and examined before the power is removed. So dealing with power on computers, if the computer is switched on and the screen is viewable, record the programs running on the screen, photograph the screen. Now if the computer is on and the monitor shows some picture on the screensaver, move the mouse slowly without depressing any mouse button. Take a photograph of the screen and record the information. Now there might be the computer is in the power on and the display is blank. Move the mouse slowly and pressing the mouse button. Dealing with power of computers. So if the computer is switched off, leave it off, not power on. If the monitor is switched off and display is blank, turn the monitor on, move the mouse slowly. Okay, observe the changes and the blank screen, photograph the screen. If the monitor is switched off and the display is blank, turn on the monitor and move mouse slowly. Depict the changes and photograph the scene. Dealing with network computers, unplug the network cable from the routers. Now some devices might be connected to the network. If the computer is off, leave it off and if it is on, take the photograph. If the computer is on and the screen is blank, move the mouse slowly again. Label all the connected devices and the cord for later identification. Unplug all the cords and devices connected to the computer. Dealing with open files. So malware attacks on the computer system create some files on the startup folder to run the malware program. Open the recently created document from the startup or the system32 folder for Windows or the RC local file in the Linux. Note down the date and time of files. Examine the open file for sensitive data such as password. Search for unusual MAC times on vital folders and startup files. So operating system shutdown procedure. It is important to shut down the operating system in a proper manner so that it will not damage the integrity of the files. Different operating systems have some different shutdown procedures. Like in Windows 7, XP, Vista, Server 2008 and 3, what you have to do is first take the photograph of the scene. If any program is running, give a brief explanation. Unplug the power cord from the wall socket. Do not shut it down directly. Do not shut it down from the Windows. In case of Mac, record the time from the menu bar, click special and shut down. Unplug the power cord from the wall socket. In case of Unix Linux, right click menu and click console. If root user prompt to set a hash sign mode and enter the password if available and type the sync halt to shut down the system. If the console, if it is set to console hash mode, enter the user ID and press enter. If the user ID is root, then type sync halt to shut down the computer and unplug the power cord from the wall socket. Computers and servers, photograph all the computers and connected equipments. Okay, photograph the connectors behind the computers, record the cables, seal the power socket and type disconnect monitors and keyboards. Preserving electronic evidences, document action and changes that you observe on the monitor. Take a photo of the monitor screen if the computer is on state. Photograph the connections of the computer and corresponding cables. If any electronic devices such as PDAs, cell phones are present, take a photograph, label and device and collect all the cables. Seizing portable computers, photograph the portable and the connected equipments. Record which cables are connected to what port in the portable computers. Photograph the connectors in the back of the portable computers and individually label them. Remove the battery. This is in the case of portable devices. Switch on portable. If the portable device is switched on, portable with their power on should be handled in the same way as the powered on PC. Date and time when the portable device wakes up and record. If it's not possible to remove the battery, press down the power button or on off switch for 30 seconds so it will force the hard power off. Prior to pulling the power on the portable and battery must be removed. Okay, so this is collecting and preserving the evidence electronic area. Packaging and transporting. So evidence bag contains the list, date, time of seizure, seized by whom, exhibit number, seized from which place, details of the contents in the bag. So this is how you can pack the evidence from the crime scene. So exhibiting numbers, evidence should be marked as exhibit number using some formats like AA, DD, MMY, NNN, ZZ. So AA is the initials of the forensics analyst or the law enforcement officer which is seizing. DD, MMY is the date of the seizure time. NNN is a sequential number of the exhibit by AA, okay, starting from 001 and going to NNN. Now that means, like, if the forensics analyst or the law enforcement officer whose initials are AAA, okay, and he captures the first evidence from the crime scene, so he may start with 001 and till go to 0001 or something else number. So ZZ is the sequence number of the part of the same exhibit. So if he acquired evidence whose number is 0001 and is a sub part of that evidence, so it can be categorized as ZZ. Transporting electronic evidence. Keep the electronic evidence away from the magnetic source because the magnetic source may damage your electronic evidences. Store the evidence in a secure area. Avoid storing electronic evidence in the vehicles for long. Make sure that the computers and other electronic components are not packed in containers. Maintain the chain of custody on the evidence that is to be transported. Chain of custody is referred as the written accounts of individual who had sole physical custody of the piece of evidences. This is a sample format of chain of custody document. the chain of custody on property evidence, and is the reporting of the crime scene. So first responder creates the final report after completing the forensic process that contains complete information from the forensic process: date and time of the crime scene, model size, hidden and missing data, name and version of operating system, result of programs such as DOS, ScanDisk, check disk, etc., etc. Note taking checklist: date, time, number, source of call out, incident, date, time, physical. So these are the checklists which needs to be noted down by the first responder when making a report. So the common mistakes done by the first responders: most of the time system or network administrator work as a first responder at the crime scene. So as in system administrator, they don't have the complete knowledge about the forensics, so they cannot handle the security incident in proper way because they don't know the first responder procedures. So common mistakes that is done by them is shutting down or rebooting the victim's computers, assuming that some components of the victim's computer may be reliable or unusable, not having access to the baseline documentation about the victim, not documenting the data collection processes. These are the basic common mistakes done by the common first responders. That's it with this module of first responder procedures. Thank you. Okay, so next module is computer forensics lab. So in this module we will discussing about how to set up a computer forensics lab, what are the requirements. So what is computer forensics lab? That is also called a CFL. It's a designated location for conducting a computer based investigation on the collected evidence. So setting up the forensics lab include planning and budgeting, physical location structure, and design, also work area consideration, physical security, human resource consideration, and forensic lab licensing. So when you're planning, a list of elements should be planned before building a computer forensics lab. So like type of investigation being conducted, workstations, both forensics and non-forensics, UPS, as well as preventive measures against power failures, necessary softwares and hardwares, book rack for library, reference materials, safe locker, LAN and internet connectivity, storage cells for unused equipments, number of investigators, examiners to be involved. So all these points needs to be kept in mind when you are planning for a forensics lab. So budget allocation for forensics lab. Budget for the forensics lab is allocated by calculating the expected number of cases that would be examined. So crime statistics of the previous year and the expected trend play an important role in the budgeting. So according to the previous year's crime rate, you can decide what will be the number of cases that going to expect monthly, yearly. Space occupied, equipment required, personals, training, software and hardware requirements are taken into account while allocating a specific amount for the forensics lab. Nature of forensics lab is also determining factor. Next is the physical location needs for the forensics lab, site for the lab, access to the emergency services, lighting of the lab, physical milieu of the lab, design of parking facility as well. Structural design considerations: it must be a secure place, it must be constructed with a heavy material, it must not have any opening in the walls, ceilings, floors, it must not have windows in the lab's exteriors. So the area of lab should not have a window, because it can, someone from outside can peek into and might do some kind of unwanted activities. And environmental conditions: large dimension of the room, so room should be large, There should be ample space around for the investigators. High exchange rate of air per minute, so the air should be proper in the lab. Good cooling system to overcome excess heat of generated by the workstations. So if there will be a lot of workstations, so a lot of heat will be generated out of them. So you should have a good cooling system so that those heat cannot affect the investigators. Allocations of workstation as per the room dimensions. So number of how many workstations to be installed in the room according to the room structure. Arrangement of computers as per the architecture of the lab. It must be able to handle RAID servers heat output. Okay. An electrical need. The lab must supply good amperage. Okay. It must have emergency power and lighting system. It must have electrical outlets. There must be an uninterrupted power supply, that is UPS, installed on the computers. Communication need. Broadband for the network and voice communication, fax machines, dial-up internet services, a dedicated network. Okay. Work area of a computer forensics lab. An ideal lab consists of 2 forensics workstation and 1 ordinary workstation with the internet connectivity. So forensics workstation vary according to the types of cases and process handled in the lab. The work area should have ample space so that there is space for case discussion among the investigators. Ambience of forensics lab. The investigators spend long hours in the forensics lab, so it is important to keep the lab environment comfortable. The height of ceiling, wall, flooring, and so on contribute an ambience to the forensics lab. Okay, lighting, room temperature, and communication form an important factor while considering the ambience of a computer forensics lab. So investigator must have knowledge of general computer skills, okay, such as hardware, software, operating system applications. An investigator must perform a proper investigation to protect the digital evidence. Investigator must be certified from the authorized organization. And you should have a law enforcement officer, must be lawyer with the knowledge of journal computer skills. The officer must have knowledge of all the cybercrime laws. The officer must know how to write an appropriate warrant for searching and seizing the computer. Okay, lab director. So the director of the lab, must have the range of forensic knowledge. Lab director must anticipate staffing, equipment, and training needs. So it's a job of lab director to ensure the quality assurance requisite that are met. So for licensing, there is an American Society for Crime Laboratory Directors, that is ACLD. It's an international body certifying forensics lab that investigate criminal cases by analyzing evidence. Features of laboratory imaging system: automatic write protection, preview capability, password cracking pod, that might be optional. Okay, unlimited theoretical capacity, choice of LTO, Ultram, and DAT drives, that's again optional. Optional second tape, hard drive connectivity, other media, and convenience. This is structure how you can see forensics lab. Now auditing of forensics lab is important. Okay, so inspect the lab on regular basis to check if the policies and procedures implemented are followed or not. So forensics lab should be under surveillance to protect it from intrusions. Verify the log at the entrance of the lab. Manually check the fire extinguishers to ensure their functions. So computer forensics investigative services, like what are the services you can provide as in computer forensics investigation organization, like online frauds, use of email and instant messaging in chat, credit card frauds, telecommunication frauds, computer hacking, ID theft, software piracy, copyright infringement, child pornography and sexual exploitation. These are the type of cases you can provide services to this kind of cases. And then you have data destruction industry standards. So there are some standards to destruct the data. That's Russian. You have Russian standard GOST. Okay, German VSITR. Then you have American NAVSO. There is MFM, RLL, and the Department of Defense 5220.22. Okay. Now the computer forensics hardware. So as an investigation agency, you must have the computer forensics hardware devices ready with you. So the equipments required for forensics lab depend on the nature of forensics investigation carried out in the lab. So computer forensics towers, printer scanners, additional hard drive cables, storage networks, and multiple DVD and CD ROMs. The next is forensics workstation. So mobile forensics workstation that includes software for imaging, processing, and investigation. Then you have mobile imaging workstation that's ideal for capturing only. Then you have lab-based imaging workstation. So it's an in-house lab data capturing process. And you have lab-based forensics workstation that include the complete range of forensic softwares. So basic workstation requirement in the forensics lab, should we have Intel quad-core processors with high computing speed, 8 GB of RAM for satisfying minimum processing, DVD ROMs, Blu-rays, motherboards, high-end motherboards. Okay, tape drive, USB, removable drives. Okay, for emergency keep spare RAM and hard disk. Minimum 2 hard drives for loading 2 different OS on each. Okay, monitor, keyboards, and mouse according to the comfort of the investigator. Then you have, apart from hardware, you also require the software. So basic software requirements in forensics lab: imaging software. Okay, to make exact copy of the target hard drive data without altering data. Okay, conversion software to convert one type of file into another. Analysis software to compare different files and convert documents. Viewing software to view the different types of image. Okay, monitoring software to gather and examine the data on a real-time basis. Security utility software to get the information from the encrypted files. So maintain operating system and application inventories. Okay, so the following are the application inventories and operating system that are maintained, like Windows XP 2003, Linux, Unix, NKS FTK and other forensic software, imaging tools such as R Drive, P2 Explorers, and DD, programming language applications such as Visual Studio, Suite, graphics tools, specialized views such as file viewers, okay, MS Office Suite, and etc. Okay, so that's it in this module. Thank you. So in this practical we will see how to use data lifter. Okay, so basically we will see how to gather evidence using various tools of data lifter. So data lifter includes various tools that are designed to assist with computer forensics, information auditing, information security, and data recovery. So in this we will see the collect internet history, extract images, generate file signatures, and retrieve the emails. Okay, so I have the data lifter with me here. I have some images. So I'm going to install the first data lifter. Okay, so it has DS2 here. Let's run this. So I'm going to use a demo version. So demo mode is here. Okay. So first is the settings. So in the journal tab you have the settings options. So first start data lifter when the windows start if you want to. Okay. Hide data lifter when minimized. Okay, just not to be able. Then click on the file path tab here. Okay, so source, we need to change the source. So in the source we will select some images I have taken as evidences. Okay, it's on my desktop, so let's browse the source. Okay, so images are here. So here, let's browse it. It's on my desktop, image files. Click OK. And destination, I'm going to change it to desktop, and I'm going to create a folder here. I want to create a new folder. Let's say temp. Okay. So it's in the temp. Okay. Now go to report settings. Check the name of the investigator. Let's say Andrew. Okay. A B C. Sorry. BC. Case name 103 or whatever it is, and the date. Repeat the information on each pages and click OK. Okay. So after clicking OK, in the data lifter window we have a file extractor, that is EFE. Okay, so the click on this file extractor. It will say that File Extractor Pro was detected and will now be launched. I said OK. Okay, so there's end user agreement, so I agree. So I'm going to again use a demo. Let's try me first here. Okay, so that's some instructions. So here, if you see, there's an option called start. Okay, so there you have the start button. Click on the start. Okay, so it's started now, and continue with the initial settings. and here you can select the multiple files directory. Okay, now again I'm going to give the location of my evidence file. That's the images, which is in the desktop and images files. Okay. Okay. So in the next step, you need to browse, locate the destination folder, which is our temporary files, temporary folder which we created on the desktop. Here it is. Save and name as XYZ and save. Okay, and click next. The result window will pop up and showing some result summary. So the data lifter file extractor pro window will appear and shows the result. Click the exit, it will show you all the PNG files that has been extracted. Click OK. Okay, so our completion rate is 100%. Now we're going to view the extracted files. So let's go to the desktop and you have the temporary files. Open it. Okay, so you have some folders created. Now in the data lifter you have something called image linker. Open this image linker. So image linker creates HTML file using the image source tag. So in the source you have the images files and the desktop. Okay, it's already done. Click on finish. Okay. So it's okay. So here you have IL result. The result will be displayed in the browser window. So let's open this. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. So you can see all the images here. So in the data lifter window you have IH tool, that's internet history. Okay, so you have internet history IH. Okay. Click on here. and in the source file path, we need to give the okay, so I have a Chrome history here in my folder with the name Chrome. So I'm going to give this location of this folder as a source file path. So desktop, that is a Chrome. Okay, and here I have the history. Okay. Change it to all files. Okay, let's go to Chrome history, and you have the index. Let's open this file. Okay, okay, and then click on to the finish. So you have the final result, which states that you have, okay, so Internet Cache agent provides you with the means of view internet activity from the computer running Microsoft Internet Explorer or Netscan. So which address you went to view, okay, just connect. Okay, then in data lifter you have something called file signature generator, FSG. Click on here. So here you need to browse. So let's take go to the image files. Okay, here are image files. So let's take any two files. Okay, we have as a BlackBerry. Let's take this one. Okay. So let's take this file as BlackBerry, and in the second file I have two file option here. Let's take building. And if you just maximize this. Okay, so you have a create signature. Let's create. Okay, and click on OK. That will generate the signature for the value. Okay, so that shows you the signature of both the files. In the left window you have email retriever tool on the toolbar, which you can view Microsoft Outlook. Okay. So email retriever. If you have any email Microsoft Outlook emails with you, you can browse that also. It will show you all the emails. Then you have a two option in this that's called PTRW. It's for ping, trace route, and whois. So here you can write any domain, whichever you are looking for. So let's take an example of google.com and first do the ping. Okay, so it shows you the host IP, the ping status. You can even do whois. Okay, let's trace. So that's it on this module. So it's a good tool to investigate forensics information. Okay, so in this practical we will see how to handle and evidence data using a P2 Commander tool. Okay, so P2 Commander is a very comprehensive digital forensics tool to handle more data more efficiently and while keeping a specialized focus on the entire forensics exam process. So basically, as a computer forensics expert, you must have sound knowledge of handling forensics data more efficiently by using different tools such as P2 Commander. Okay, so I have P2 Commander with me here and I have the evidence. So I'm going to install P2 Commander first. So in the meanwhile, I will give you an overview of the handling evidence that is using the P2 Commander tool. So as I told you, it's a very comprehensive digital forensics tool. So P2 Commander utilizes a advanced plugin architecture to create specialized engines that focus on things such as email, network email, chat logs, file sorting, and many more things, all while increasing the amount of data that can be processed and utilizing resources such as multi-threading and task scheduling. So let's install the P2 Commander. Okay, it's a demo version that we will be using. So it's a product of Paraben. So Paraben is a very good organization when it comes to forensics tools. They have a lot of hardware tools as well, and many software tools, other software tools as well. So this is going to take a bit of time while installing the P2 Commander. So meanwhile, I will tell you more about P2 Commander. So P2 Commander examines logical and physical disk as well as the individual files and folders with FAT12, FAT16 and FAT32 and NTFS file system. Okay. So I want to install the dongle manager. Okay, so Paraben is installed, so let's exit. So it asks for a restart. So I'm going to restart the machine and we'll continue with the Okay, so restart is done and P2 commander is installed. I'm going to run the P2 commander. Say yes. Okay, so it's they'll give you a warning. It's a trial version, so it's used for 30 days and execution for 24. Okay, so this is a dashboard for the P2 commander. So you have a create a new case. So welcome to the wizard for creating a new case. So the case properties window will be shown. Click on next, you have the case property window. So name the case as let's take it as test. I'll give you a description that's a sample test. Okay, investigator name, let's say Andrew. Any agency, ABC corporations or any organization. Its phone number. Okay, and if fax details are available, any address like suite number 2255 and New York, email abc@abc.com. Any comments you want to give? Okay, and simply click on finish. Okay, so it will ask you for creating a report folder where your reports and everything will be stored. So the sorted files panes including your node types and 13 different types of nodes in which you're sorted will be saved here. So I'm going to name it as test in the P2 commander folder itself. Okay, or you can make it to the here itself and save it. So we're going to use this file extension as .p2c. Okay, so once case has been created, you can add a new evidence from the add a new evidence window itself. So select the image type. Okay, so we are going to add an image file and the category field of the source type. Okay. So it's a drive image that I showed you earlier, that's test raw image. Okay, and I'm going to locate it. It's in the desktop. Simply I'm going to type here test raw image.td and okay. So the evidence name is test raw image. Click on OK. Okay, so a new window is open. That's the test window folder, and select the drive. Okay, so if you will select it, you will have the image file partition. Go to partition inside. So the file system evidence is linked to any storage device containing files that allow the examiner to view and examine its structure and contents. File system evidence can recover the contents of deleted files and the folders on the computer and compressed file. So you have the partition 0. First let's view the partition 0. It's a fat. And you have the root. So here they have a set of images. Okay, select the root, go to tools, Okay, and there's an option called sorting. So in the sorting, you have the different options like include the undetected formats, yes, okay, and go to next, or you can simply finish. So next you go to tools and type the search, select the search. In the search you select a text you want to search. So I'm going to search like arrow. Okay, that's the word I'm going to search, and start the searching. So in the result, if anything comes out, it will give you the results here. So one hit in one places, select it. Okay, you have one hit on the title. So select the file that will be displayed in the view pane. So let's double click this and you will be able to view. So let's select this arrow. So here in the below view pane you can view the image. So to add the file in the report, so you can simply right click and add to report. So if you want to see the properties of the selected file, click the common log Next is to view the hexa value of the selected file. You can select the hex view. So let's say this file, and there is an option called hex view. If you click on the hex, okay, you have the hexadecimal value of the file. To view the text values of the selected file, you can simply select the text value. Okay, and the different properties of this file can be viewed in the lower left corner of these properties. Okay. When it was created, last access, modification time, okay, everything can be viewed here. Okay, so now let's again go to the search and simply type the arrow. Okay, and after typing the arrow, you can and click on the search. So I'm going to do the searching again for the arrow word. So I got a hit. Let's open this hit. Okay, let's do it once again. Search and arrow. And let's wait for the complete result. So there will be more hits, okay, when it's completed. Still searching. Okay, so these are the just so this is how you can perform evidence, maintain evidence. Okay, and you can analyze the things, and here you have the option to generate the report. So in the report wizard, if you click on generate report, it will ask you for the type of reports to be generated. Okay, so I'm going to set it with default HTML. Click on next. Okay. So if you see here, you can use the temporary file or the folder which we have created. Click on next. Okay. The investigator's name details that are stored. Next, and include everything like with documents, chats, and you have the file properties wizard. Here you can select the common file properties like size, creation, date, name. So next, and include only data checked as include to report, so only include those data which are included in the you have checked, clicked. Okay, and then include the case history and finish. It will generate the report for you. So reporting is generated. You can see the report by opening it from here. So these are the information. Okay, so these are the information binary files. The files you have. This is the evidence file. Okay, and then you have the arrow which you searched. Okay, these are all the information. This is the report which is generated. So that's all in this practical. This is how you can manage an evidence using P2 Commander. Okay, so our next module is understanding hard disk and file system. So in this module we will be discussing about the hard disk and the different file systems that we have in different computers. Okay, so first is disk drive overview. So disk drive, disk is a storage mechanism that reads data from the disk and writes onto a disk. So disk drive is a storage device implementing such a strong mechanism with fixed and removable media. Okay. So there are two types of disk drive: fixed storage devices, and you have external storage drives. Okay. So the types of storage drives can be internal and it can be external. When we are talking about the fixed storage drives and external storage drives, fixed storage drives are those who are fixed in the computer systems. Okay, and external are that are external hard drives, pen drives, flash drives, etc. Okay, so internal storage drives such as hard drives. So these are the fixed one. When you have external storage drives such as compact disc, thumb drive, DVDs, PDAs, and zip drives, mobile phones, memory cards, and digital cameras. Next is hard disk drive. So hard disk drive is a non-volatile random access digital data storage device used in any computer system. So the data is recorded magnetically onto the hard drive. So there are three major components of hard drive, such as cylinders, head, and plater. Okay, so the high speed spinning plater is used as the recording media, and the data is stored on the tracks of the sector. Okay, then you have the solid state drives, which are, you can say, the future drives. Okay, so the SSD is a data storage device that are used solid state memory to store the data and provide access to the stored data in the same manner as hard disk drive. So it uses microchips to hold the non-volatile memory. Okay, so it's very expensive. It's per gigabytes and restricted number of writes over the life of device. Basically, it uses two memories that are called NAND based flash memory. It retains memory even without the power, and the volatile RAM provides faster access to the drives. So there is a physical structure of hard disk. Okay, so hard disk is sealed in a unit containing a number of platters in a stack. Okay, so it is fixed in a horizontal and vertical positions. Electromagnetic read-write heads are positioned over, above, and below each platter. So you have platters, you have the cylinders in between, which rotates the platters with the help of those, and you have the read-write electromagnetic read-write heads above and below the platters, which moves and writes the data. As the platter spins, the drive heads move in towards the center surface and out towards the edge. Okay, so then you have track density. So track density, it is defined as the number of tracks in the hard disk. Okay, so then you have areal density. It is defined as the number of bits per square inch on a platter. Okay, then it's the bit density. It is a bit per unit length on track. The data is recorded in the hard disk using a zoned bit recording. So zone bit recording, it is the technique of grouping tracks into zones based on the distance from the center of disk. So this is the physical structure. You have the actuator. You have the actuator here. Then you have the actuator axis. Okay. Then this is called as the actuator arm. Okay. These are the platers you have. Okay. You have power connectors, jumper pins, different interface of connectors. You have the covering mount holes, base casting, spindle. This is called the spindle. Okay, and this is a sliding head which moves like this. Okay, you have this is your plater. So this small part is called as block. Okay, so called as blocks. Then these circles are called as tracks, and these each are platers. Okay, so it's above and below each other. Okay, so data is right on both sides of the platers. Okay. So size of each block is 512 bytes. Okay. So next is types of hard disk interfaces. You have SCSI, small computer system interface. You have ATA, advanced technology attachment. You have USBs, fiber channels, IDEs. Next is disk plater. Okay, So platers are round flat magnetic metals or ceramic disc in the hard disk that holds the actual data. So numbering is done on the both sides of as side 0 and side 1. Okay. So data is written on both sides of the hard disk plater. So tracks. Tracks are the concentric circular rings on the both side of each plater known as the tracks. Okay. So drive head can access the circular ring in one position at a time. Okay. Tracks are numbered for identification purposes. So track numbering, it starts from 0 to 1023. Okay. So the first is track number is 0 and it goes to 1023. A cylinder is a group of all tracks that start at the same head position on the disk. Sector is the smallest physical storage unit on the disk plater. Okay, so it normally holds 512 bytes of data and a few additional bytes of drive control and error corrections. So sector addressing, cylinders, heads and sectors determine the address of the individual sector on the disk. For example, on formatting a disk, you have 50 tracks are divided into 10 sectors each. Okay. Track and sector numbers are used by the operating system and disk drive to identify the storage information. Next is slack space. Slack space is the free space on the cluster after writing data on that cluster. Okay. DOS and Windows utilize fixed size clusters on the file system. If the size of the storage data is less than the cluster size, the unused area remains reserved for the file, resulting in a slack space. For example, if the partition size is 4 GB, okay, so each cluster will be 32 KB. Even if a file needs only 10K, the entire 32K will be allocated, resulting in a 22K of slack space. Okay, so here is example. This is a sector 1 with the file A. You have sector 2 with file A. Okay, sector 1 and sector 2 are allocated in to file A. Now file A was deleted. Sector 2 marked as unallocated. File B returned to unallocated space. So these remain as the slack space. Lost clusters. When the operating system marks clusters as used but does not allocate them any file, such clusters are known as lost clusters. It can be reassigned with the data, making the disk space free. Bad sectors. Bad sector is a damaged portion of the disk, okay, on which no read and write operation can be performed. Formatting a disk enables the operating system to identify unusable sectors and mark them as bad. Next is master boot record. So master boot record is a file sector, that is sector 0, the first sector of the data storage device such as hard disk. So the information regarding the files on the disk, their location, size and other important data is stored in the MBR, master boot record file. In practice, MBR almost always refer to 512 byte boot sector or the partition of the disk. MBR is used for holding a partition table, which refers to the partition of the hard disk, bootstrapping of an operating system, distinctively recognizing individual hard disk media with a 32-bit disk signature. Next is essential Windows file system file. You have ntoskRNL.exe, which store description about the executive and kernel information. ntkRNLPA exe, it's executable and kernel with support of physical address extensions. You have Windows win32k.sys system file. It's a kernel mode part with the system32 subsystem. You have ntdll.dll file. That's the internal system function and system service dispatch stubs to executive function. You have kernel 32dll, adv api 32dll, user 32dll, gdi 32dll. It's all Windows 32 system DLL files. Next is understanding the file system. So there are different types of file system. One is disk file system, network file system, database file system, flash file system, tape file system, special purpose file system, shared disk file system. Okay. So some other list of disk file system. You have ADFS, that's acronyms Advanced Disk File Filing System, okay, successor to DFS. Then you have BFS, B file system, EFS, encrypted file system. You have EFS IRIX, that's the older blocking file system under IRIX. That's all for Windows. Then you have Linux and Macintosh. So for Linux, it's ext, ext2, ext3, and ext4. And you have FAT32, HFS is for hierarchical file system, that's for Macintosh. HFS Plus, that's for again for updated version of HFS used on newer Macintosh systems. You have HPFS, high performance file system used in OS/2. And you have log structured file system. You have NTFS, OFS, HTFS, MFS. So these are the different file system. So Windows file system, popularly we have FAT and NTFS. So FAT allocation table is a method of organizing the internal data that resides at the beginning of volume. It's a 16-bit file system and was developed for DOS and further supported by all operating systems. Then you have FAT32. It's a 32-bit version of FAT file system using smaller cluster and result in a efficient storage capacity. It supports drive size up to 2 terabytes. Okay. Then you have NTFS, the new technology file system. Okay. NTFS provide enhanced security, file-by-file compression, quotas, and even encryption. It's developed to rapidly carry out standard file operations such as read and write, search, and file system recovery as well. So file allocation table, you have FAT, known as FAT. So it was designed in 1976. Its main file system for many operating systems such as DOS, Windows, and OpenDOS, etc., etc. So FAT stores all the files that and resides at the beginning of the volume. Okay, so you have 3 file systems, that FAT12, FAT16, and FAT32. So FAT12 have 1.5 bytes per cluster within the file allocation table. FAT16 2 and FAT32 4. So this is the FAT file system layout. So let's say there are 2 files, that's gary.txt and hello.jpg. The size of gary.txt is 1034 and hello.jpg is 3973. So gary.txt is located in cluster 6 and hello.jpg in cluster 3. That's for the root directory. So let's take that there are many clusters, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's say 2 is next to 0, and 3 locates to 8, okay, and 4 to 0. So getty.txt is in cluster 6, okay, whose size is 1034, and the size of each cluster is 2048. Now here, when the getty.txt is stored on cluster 6, whose the size of cluster is 2048, so it has taken 1034. The remaining red one is the reserved or the slag space area, okay, whereas the hello.jpg was size was 3973, okay, so it's stored in cluster 8, okay. So the cluster 8 size was 2048 and the file was 3075, which exceeds, okay. So the remaining is stored in the remaining slag space area. Next is Linux file system. So you have ext, ext2 and ext3. That's extendable file system, and second extendable file system, third extendable file system. Okay, so first file system for the Linux operating system to overcome certain limitations of the Minix file system. Okay, it replaced by the second extended file system. So in second extended file system, the standard file system with the improved algorithm used on the Linux operating system for the number of years. In ext3, you have a journal file system used in GNU Linux operating system. It is mounted and used as a ext file system. It is used file system maintenance utility. You have Mac OS X file system. You have HFS hierarchical file system, HFS plus, okay, and you have UFS Unix file system, derived from the Berkeley's fast file system FFS that was originally developed at Bell Laboratories from the first version of Unix FX. You have RAID storage system. RAID, also called as redundant array of inexpensible disk, is a technology that uses multiple smaller disks simultaneously which function in a single layer volume. So RAID, you have different levels of RAID. Level 0, that is disk scripting, okay. So data is split into blocks and written equally across multiple hard disks. It's improved input output performance by spreading the input output load across many channel and disk drive. But if the drive fails, the data recovery is not possible. It does not provide data redundancy. It requires minimum 2 drives for setup. Then you have RAID level 1, that is called disk mirroring. So multiple copies of data are written to multiple drives at the same time. It provides data redundancy by completely duplicating the drive to multiple drives. If one drive fails, data recovery is possible. It requires minimum 2 drives of setup. Okay, so it overcomes the limitation of RAID level 0. Then you have RAID level 3, disk stripping and parity. So data is stripped at a byte level across multiple drives, and one drive is set to store parity information. If any drive fail, the data recovery and error correction is possible through the parity drive. Parity drive stores all the information about the data on multiple drives. You have single parity drive which stores all the information about the different drives. Then you have RAID level 5, block interlevel distribution parity. The data is stripped at a byte level across multiple drives, and parity information is distributed among the member of the drives. Data writing process is slow. It requires minimum 3 drive of setup. Then you have level 10, block strip and mirror. So RAID 10 is combination of RAID 0 and RAID 1, that is strip volume data and disk mirroring. It requires at least 4 drives to implementation. It has same fault tolerance as RAID level 1 and the same overheads as mirroring alone. It allows mirroring of disk in pairs of redundancy and improved performance. Then you have RAID level 50, mirroring and stripping across multiple RAID levels. So RAID 50 is combination of stripping, that's RAID 0, and independent data disk with distributed parity, that's RAID 5, stripping data across multiple drives. It is more fault tolerance compared to RAID level 5, but use twice the parity overhead. These are different RAID levels. Then you have the tool, the sleuth kit. The sleuth kit is a library and collection of command line tools that allow you to investigate volume and file system data. The volume file system tool allow you to examine the layout of the disk and other media. It supports DOS partition, BSD partition, MAC partition, Sun slices, and GPT disk. It analyzes raw, expert witness, that is NK's tool file system, and AFF file system. So that's it in this module, in which we discussed about the different hard disks and their file systems. Thank you. Okay, so in this module, in this practical, we will see how to perform recovering deleted files from hard disk using a WinX. Okay, so WinX inspect and edits all kind of files and recover deleted files or lost data from hard drives and corrupt file system. Okay, so for this we will be using a tool called WinX. Okay, so even you can use this tool to recover files from digital cameras as well. It's a universal hexadecimal editor, particularly helpful in the realm of particularly used in the realm of computer forensics and data recovery, low-level data processing, and IT security. So I'm going to use my raw image. Okay, so I'm going to use my test raw image as an evidence file from where I will perform the recovery of file. So go to WinX. You have a setup. WinX here. So this is the WinX. Now go to file. There is an option called open. Okay. So before you open any kind of file, you must make sure your file is X-Ways forensics cases, a raw image .001.dd or .img, evidence file with the E01, that's NK's case, or any other of this type. So I'm going to go to the desktop, and here is our DD image, and click on open. So it gives you evaluation. I say OK. So here it will display so WinX will process the image file and display all the window with a disk image interpretation pop up. Okay, so you clicked on the OK. Now go to tools and go to disk tools. Okay. So here you have an option called file recovery by type. Okay, Click on this. So it says, please note that refine volume snapshot or file header signature search is more powerful and flexible. So please save your files on a different drive in order to avoid overrun. Okay, so I click OK. So it gives me the option to recover which type of file. So I say JPEG with the control. You can click on PNG. Okay, what else? I will say bitmap also, or .art, and graphics. Let's say graphics meta file. Okay, and Corel binary meta file. And I kept the default size to this and click on OK. So it will display for a new target window. So I will put it on the desktop and create a folder, new folder with the name recovered, and click on OK. So here I want to save the location. Click on OK. So all the files will be saved here. Okay. So once you have selected to start the recovery process, click OK. So it will start the recovering of the files using WinHacks from the image of the evidence files which we have recovered. So it says 800 file headers were found, out of which 795 files were retrieved. So click OK. Go to the folder which we have given. So it's recovered, and here are your all the files. To make sure it's a recovered folder here itself, and these are the images file that I have already recovered. So these are the recovered files which you can see. Okay. So this is how you can recover file using WinHacks, okay, from an image or from a drive as well. So instead of the image, you could have given the drive as well. That's it. Thank you. So in this practical, we will learn about ProcMon, the process monitor. So it's a tool from sysinternals.com. Okay, can be downloaded from sysinternals.com. It's a tool used to monitor the processes running, their process IDs, their operations, their success, and their hive details. Okay. So here it showed you the time of the day, where it was started, what is the process name, what are the operation names, what are the path, and what are the results. Okay. Even you can see the hive list in which they are running, what are the detailed information, what are the access they have. Okay, so as an investigator, you should know how to access the complete process running on a system. Okay, the sysinternals have a lot of good tools which can be used as forensics. So you have filter here, so you can load a filter, or you can enter a filter on the basis of architecture, category, command line. Okay, is more less than. Okay, you can select the process from which you want to access the information. Multiple options. Select any process, right click, and you can select the properties. So it will show you the information about the particular process. What is the process running at which location? What is the stack? Okay, so this is about the process monitor, and how to get information about the process information. So here you can see there is a buffer overflow of program. See the stack. This is the entries of the stack. Thank you. Okay, so next module is data acquisition and duplication. So in this module we will see how to acquire the data, different types of data, how to take the different types of images, what are the different ways of acquiring the data. So data acquisition is a process of imaging or otherwise obtaining information from a digital device and its peripheral equipment and media. So there are two types of data acquisition. One is called static and another one is called live acquisition. So static acquisition, it is defined. So static acquisition, it is defined as acquiring data that remains unaltered when the system is powered off or shut down. This type of data is termed as non-volatile and is usually recovered from hard drives. Then you have live acquisition. It is defined as acquiring data from a running computer that is already powered on when encountered at a crime scene. Okay, that would be lost when the system is powered off. This type of data is termed as volatile and resides in registers, caches and RAM. Next is data acquisition formats. So there are three types of format. One is raw format, okay, another one is proprietary and advanced forensics format. So raw format is to preserve the digital evidence. Vendors and some operating system utilities are allowed to write bitstream data to files. This copy techniques creates a simple sequential flat system files of a data set or suspect drive. Okay, so what are the advantages? Like fast data transfer, can ignore minor data read errors from source drive. Most computer forensics tools can read raw formats, but there are some disadvantages. Require as much storage as the original disk or the data sets. So their tools, mostly freeware versions, might not collect marginal or bad sectors on the source drive. Then you have proprietary tool. Commercial forensics tools have their own formats to collect the digital evidences, such as you have option to compress image files of source drive, save space on the target drive. Okay, ability to split the image into smaller segments. But similarly, there are some disadvantages to this type of images. Inability to share image between different computer forensic analysis tools. So if you take an example of NKs have their own file system, and those file systems cannot be shared with the other forensics tools, such as OS forensics. Then you have advanced file forensics format. Okay, so it's an open source acquisition format with the following design goals: no size restriction for disk to image files, generate compressed or uncompressed image files, provide space for the metadata. Okay, simple design, open source for multiple computing, deals internal consistency check for self authentication. So the file extension is .afm for AFF metadata and AFD for segmented files, image files. Bitstream versus backup. So bitstream involves capturing data on the copied media. Okay, it includes hidden and residual data. Bitstream programs rely upon CRC computation in the validation process, whereas backup, most operating systems pay attention only to the live file system structure, slag, residual, deleted or not indexed. Why create a duplicate image? The computer media is a crime scene and should be protected to ensure that evidence is not contaminated. Duplicate image allows the following, such as preserve the original evidence, present inadvertent alteration to original during the examination, allow recreation of duplicate image of if necessary. Only one chance to do it right. Okay, so in forensics you have only one chance to do it correctly. If you miss the evidence, you will lose the evidence. Issues with data duplication. So there are some issues related to data duplication. There are chances of tampering and with the duplicate data. Data fragments can be overwritten, and data stored in Windows swap file can be altered or destroyed. If the original data is contaminated, then important evidence is lost, which causes problems in the investigation process. Data duplication may contaminate the original data, which then would not be accepted as evidence. So, data acquisition methods: bitstream disk to image file. It is the most common method used by the forensics investigators. With this method, one or many copies of the suspect drive can be generated. The copies are bit for bit replication of the original drive. Then you have bitstream to disk. Okay, because of software or hardware errors on incompatibilities, it is sometimes not possible to create bitstream disk to image files. To solve this problem, create a disk to disk bitstream copy of the suspect drive using tools such as Encase, SafeBack, and Norton Ghost. Next, some data acquisition mistakes. So, an investigator may commit some common mistakes while collecting data from the system that result in loss of critical evidences. So, mistakes like choosing wrong resolution for data acquisition, use of wrong cables and cabling technique, insufficient time for system development, making the wrong connection, poor knowledge of the instruments. So, these are the major mistakes that investigators might do. Rules of thumb. Okay, so always produce 2 copies of the original media. One copy is the working copy to be used for analysis. One copy is the library or control copy that are stored for disclosure purpose or in the event that working copy gets corrupted. If performing a drive to drive imaging, use clean media to copy to shrink wrap new. So once duplication of original media is done, verify the integrity of copies to the original. Static data acquisition. Okay, so static data is data that remains unchanged after shutting down the computer and is found on hard drives and removable storage medias. So static data that can be recovered from hard drives include temporary files, system registers, event logs, boot sector, web browser cache, cookies, and hidden files. Next is live data acquisition. So computer uses RAM, that is random access memory, to write the current processes. It is using as a form of virtual clipboard. The data is volatile because it goes away and is irretrievable when the system is shut down or rebooted. Volatile data resides in registers, caches, and RAM, that is most significant source of data acquisition. So after a system is rebooted or shut down, it will be too late that you will lose the evidence. So why volatile data is important? Because volatile data contains useful information to the investigators, such as running processes, password in clear text, instant messages, executed console commands, IP addresses, trojans, unencrypted data. Okay, who is logged into the system, open ports, registries, systems, and attached devices. So common mistakes that are performed in collecting the volatile data. So assume that some parts of the suspicious machine may be reliable and unusable. So use native commands on the suspicious computer that may trigger time bomb, malwares, and trojans. Okay, so sometimes investigators run their own commands, because of which some time bombs or malwares may get triggered and the whole data can be lost. shutting down or rebooting the suspicious computer. Okay. Not having access to the baseline document about the suspicious computer. Not document the data collection process. These are the common mistakes that are performed that happens while collecting the volatile data. So next is the volatile data collection methodology. So this process tells you how to collect the volatile data. First is incident response preparation. Prepare the incident response. Incident profile creation. Okay, create the incident profile. Policy verification. Volatile data collection strategy. Okay, what will be your strategy to collect the volatile data, and then set up the volatile data collection, and last is volatile data collection process. So disk imaging tool requirements. So based on the disk imaging tools requirements are divided into two categories. Some are mandatory and some are optional. So all the disk imaging tools must accomplish the task described as mandatory requirement. Tools may or may not provide the feature discussed under optional requirements. So disk imaging tools that are mandatory. So the tool should not change the original content. The tool should log input-output errors in an accessible and readable form, including the type and collection of errors. Tool should alert the user if the source larger than the destination. Tool must have the ability to help up the scientific and peer review. Next is validating data acquisitions. So digital evidence validation involves using a hashing algorithm utility to create a binary or hexadecimal number that represents the uniqueness of the data, such as the disk drive or the file. So unique number is referred to as digital fingerprint. Hash value are unique. If two files have the same hash value, they are 100% identical, even in the files are named differently. Okay. So utility algorithms that produce hash values include CRC32, MD5, SHA-1, SHA-512. Okay, so CRC32, it is the 32-bit cyclic redundancy check code used as an error detection method during the transmission. Then acquiring RAID disk. So there is no simple method to get an image of RAID server's disk. Therefore, you need to address the following concern: how much data storage is needed to obtain complete data for a forensics image, because the RAID, it depends what kind of RAID level you are using, level 0, 1, 3 or level 10 or level 50. Okay. So what type of RAID is used? Do you have the right acquisition tool for copying the data accurately? Can the tool read forensically copied RAID image? Can the tool read split data saves on each RAID disk? Remote data acquisition. Okay, so data can be copied from a suspect computer by connecting remotely to it via a network connection. So remote acquisition tools vary in configurations and capabilities. Okay. So remote acquisition should be done as live acquisition, not as static acquisition. So what are the drawbacks? LAN data transfer speed and routing tables conflict due to cause problems. On WAN, problem in gaining the permission needed to access more secure subnets. So heavy traffic on the network could cause delay and errors during the acquisition. So the tools such as Pro Discovery, Whetstone Livewire, F-Response can be used for remote data acquisition. So some best practices for acquiring the data: permit only authorized person to access. Do not turn on if it is off the system. Maintain the list of individuals in the search. Place all magnetic media in the anti-static packages. Note when the system was last accessed. Properly label the containers used to hold the evidence. Establish a chronological of access to the media, protect the evidence from extremes in the temperature. So next is some data acquisition software tools. There is a DD command, it's a Linux command. You can use it for taking the image. So can be used as DD if this is equals to source and off equals to target. And you have DCFL DD. Okay. Extraction the MBR. To see the contents of MBR, that master boot record, you can use DD command. DD equals to if the source and of the output, that can be mbr.bin, and define the size, that is 512, as the mbr is a 512 byte predefined. Okay, and count equal to 1. Encase Forensics, it's a very powerful investigation platform that collects digital data and perform analysis reports on finding and preserves them in the code validated forensically sound format. And there are some hardware tools like USLATT, it's a live acquisition and trash tool. I have Solo 4, that's image master super kit, it's a hardware kit. You have image master Roadmaster 3, you have Tableau TB1 forensic duplicator, and okay, so these are the hardware tools. So that's it in this module. Thank you. Okay, so in this practical we will see how to take the image of the RAM memory. Okay, so for that we will use a tool called Helix. So I'm running Helix on this system. I have XP as my operating system, or you can say as a evidence, or the machine from which I have to take the image of the RAM. Okay, and then we will use a tool called Volatility to analyze that image. Okay, let's begin. So here you have option of acquire a live image of a Windows system using DD. Okay, now you have to check select the source. The source will automatically all the source will come here. You have virtual memory of 8 GB and 256 physical memory. So we need a physical memory. Okay. And what will be the destination? Let's make it to desktop. And image name, let's make it as XP underscore VM. Okay, it's a virtual machine. Let's acquire. Okay. Okay, so it has started creating the DD image of the machine. Now this is a live acquisition. Yes, it's almost complete. Now it's going to finish the imaging and it will calculate the MD5 hash for it. Okay. So here is our image. Now we're going to use this image to analyze or to gather the evidences from the image using a volatility framework. Okay, so next we will see how to take an image of evidence. So for an evidence, I have taken a pen drive. Okay, it's a 4 GB pen drive. Okay, it's here. So I'm going to use this pen drive as an evidence, and I'm going to use Kali for taking the image. There's a command called DC3DD or a DD. I'm going to use that to take an image of this pen drive. Okay, I'm just imagining that this pen drive is the evidence from the crime scene. So for that, I'm going to open the terminal, and the command is DC3DD. Okay, so if the hard drive, to check what's my drive is, I can use fdisk-l. Okay, so here it's showing my drives. So this is my drive, 3.8 gig. I'm going to copy the drive location and DC3DD if equals to, okay, off equals to slash root, okay, slash desktop slash pen underscore image. Okay, and let's start. So there is an image, pen underscore image. It started copying, making the image. So it is going to take few seconds, few minutes basically. Okay, so I'm going to wait for some few minutes. Meanwhile, it gets copied. The image is taken. Okay, so the image is completed. Okay, so as the output, here is the image. Now this command can be used in any of the Linux operating system like Kali, Backtrack, or you have deft. Deft is a forensics operating system. Okay, similar, Kali is a penetration testing security operating system, whereas the deft and sift are the forensics operating system. Okay, so next tool which I am going to use for creating a image of a drive, that is Stellar Windows Data Recovery, Stellar Phoenix Windows Recovery. So it's also used for recovering the data, okay, that we will be using later on. So first is to create a image. Okay, so we have all the drives. So our drive is this drive G. Okay, so start imaging. So where you want to store in the documents is using img file, img extension. Okay. So it's processing. Total size is 3814. Now the difference between this image and the image that we have taken with DC3DD, now it has taken the image of 3814 MB only, not the complete 4 GB. Okay, so whereas if you will see the image of DC3DD, the image would be for 4 GB complete. So this would going to take some bit of time. So it's about to be completed. Okay, so the image has been created and stored in my drive. Let's go and see the. Okay. So this is the drive. This is the image basically of the drive which we have created. I copied on my desktop. Okay, these are the way to create the images for any kind of evidences. Recovery we will see after creating the image. Thank you. Okay, so once we have taken the image of the RAM, now we are going to analyze that image using a volatility tool. So you can download that volatility tool from this link. Okay, so basic usage like -F for selecting the image, -F profile to check for the profile. What are the profile which get from the image info? So image info gives you the complete information about the image. Okay, then PS list for processes. Okay, then you have process information like DLL files, DLL list attached to that process, logs, okay, network information, connection scans, the registries, hive list, okay, even the hash down. Okay, so let's perform analysis. So go to CMD and type cd and desktop. So I have my volatility here, I have the image. Volatility space hyphen F to select the image. Okay, and image info to check the information about the image. So take a bit of time to gather the information. So let's wait for the process to be completed. Okay, so we got the image info. Now we will look for the processes. Hyphen profile equals to our profilers. Okay, and we are looking for process list. Okay, so these are the processes that were running on that machine, the RAM. Next is the con scan. So these are the open connections along with their ports and process IDs. So next we'll see the DLL list attached to the processes. So let's take a process, let's say explorer.exe, that's 556 the process ID. When you look DLL list -p and the process ID is 556. Okay, so these are all the DLL files attached to that process, that is process.explorer. Maybe we can look for the hive list. Okay, so you have the SAM, the security, the software, complete hive list of the system. So then there are many other options are also there that you can look in the cheat sheets and you can try on with this. That's it. So next module is recovering deleted files and deleted partitions. So in this module we'll see how to recover the files, deleted files and deleted partitions. So deleted file deletion is a way of removing a file from a computer file system. The reasons for deleting files are freeing the disk space, removing duplicate or unnecessary data to avoid confusion. Users can delete files in several different ways. Files are removed to the recycle bin by right clicking the file, by selecting a file and pressing delete, okay, by select delete. What happens when the file is deleted in Windows? The deleted file can be recovered if the space is not allocated to any other file. So when a file is deleted, the operating system marks the file name in the MFT, okay, and with a special character and indicates that the file has been deleted. The first letter of the file name is replaced by the hex byte code EFSH. Corresponding cluster in FAT are marked as unused. The index file in MFT is marked with the special code in NTFS. The computer now looks at the cluster occupied by that file as being empty and therefore avails space to store a new file. So recycle bin in Windows. You can retrieve files from the recycle bin that have been deleted. When a file is deleted, it is sent to the recycle bin where it is remains until the recycle bin is empty. The restored all items options of the recycle bin properties allows you to restore the data to its original location. How the recycle works. In Vista and later versions of Windows, the files stored in the recycle bin are named as ry.ext, whereas in older versions, the Windows these are renamed as dxy.ext, where x represents the drive name and y a sequential number string at 1, and .ext is being the original file extension. When a file or folder is deleted, the complete path including the original file name is stored in a special hidden file called info or info2 in the recycle bin folder. The hidden recycle folder may contain deleted from my computer, Windows Explorer and some Windows application. So file recovery tools for Windows: recover my file, Izu's data recovery wizard, Stellar Phoenix Windows data recovery. File recovery tools for Mac file recovery, okay, Mac data recovery. For Linux, it's RStudio for Linux, quick recovery for Linux. Recovering the deleted partition. So disk partition is a space defined on a hard drive to store such as files and documents, and for the system to store all files needed to boot Windows. The disk partition have names, generally a single letter and a colon. Hard drives are partitioned to separate operating system from the data files, run multiple operating systems from the same disk, make partition independent. Other partition will not be broken with one partition destroyed. So deletion of partition. So system users may accidentally delete useful partition. Okay, accidentally delete partition in partition manager disk management. Accidentally deleted partition in progress of Windows installation. So what happens when the partition is deleted? All the data on the deleted partition or logical drive is lost. Okay, so the deletion is a partition on the dynamic disk can delete all the dynamic volume on the disk. So partition recovery tools: Isus partition recovery, Stellar Phoenix. Okay. So these are the tools that can be used, and these are the ways to recover the files. Thank you. So next is data recovery. So that we'll use a tool called Stellar Phoenix Windows data recovery. So we're going to use the image that we have taken of a pen drive, that's 3.72 GB, and we can also perform directly from the bootable pen drive. So but we're going to use the image. So I will perform a quick recovery. So it's going to find let's go back. Let's make it as deleted recovery. So all the deleted files from the image will be recovered. So you can also use test disk, which is a open source tool for doing the data recovery. The only problem with that tool is it doesn't perform the indexing properly. Okay, so your data will be scattered and it's became very difficult to identify the evidences. Okay, so there is one lost folder which is here. Okay, so in this is some Game of Thrones. So these are actually not in the pen drive. This is, you can see here, like uh, according to the file type, AVI, MP4, TXT, and some miscellaneous as well. You can filter, go to add, and you can define your type of file you are searching for. Okay, so in this practical, we will learn about partition recovery using a mini tool power data recovery tool. Okay, so mini tool power data recovery tool recovers deleted data from Windows recycle bin, restore lost data even the partition is formatted or deleted, and restores data from a corrupted hard drive, virus infection, or even when you have the unexpected system shutdown or software failure. Okay, so we're going to use power data recovery tool. So for this practical, we need two partition in our drive. So here we have one partition. Okay, that's C drive. Now we need to create another partition. Go to manage computers, disk management. So C drive, shrink volume. Okay, so it's checking for the available space. I'm taking the default space. Okay, so 15 GB, it has allocated 15 GB of space. So now I'm going to make this as a drive. Okay, so drive is now active. So here's our drive. So now we have two drives with us, C and E. Pictures, I'm going to copy all these pictures to the E drive, just putting up some data. Okay. I'm again going to go to the manage the computer and disk management. I'm going to delete the volume. Okay, so I've deleted the volume. Now I'm going to install the Power Data Recovery tool. Okay, so that's the mini tool Power Data Recovery wizard, setup wizard. So will be installed in C. So are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Yes, it's finished. I'm going to run Power Data Recovery 2. So I'm a home user because we are using a trial version. So it's a limited version. So I'm taking it as a home user. So we're going to perform the lost partition recovery. Okay, which is this one. Select it. Okay. And so it shows you the drive which is deleted already. Okay, shows you in the red deleted partition. Select it and click on recover. So here it is going to show you the deleted files. Okay, so here you can select all the files which you want to recover. Okay, and you have save files. Okay, so we are going to save it to the desktop, make it a new folder, recover. Okay, so the drive data is recovered from the deleted files. So this is how you can perform the recovery of deleted file using Power Data Recovery tool. Okay. That's it. Thank you. Okay, so in this module, the application password cracker. So in this you will see how to crack a password of an application. Just PDF. You know, sometimes you find some PDF from the evidence that are locked with the password. So how to break those passwords? So we'll use a password recovery kit. It's professional. Okay, so I have some files with me. That's 3 files that are protected. I will try to open one of the file. If I open this file, it asks for the password about which I know. Okay. So recover file password. Need to give the file, which is pass into the pass folder. So give this one. Run wizard. Now you can create some kind of dictionary with you. So I will use a default dictionary, that's single word dictionary. It will be English. You can select the length from how much length you want for the password, uppercase, lowercase. So I am taking a default with the lowercase. Okay, whether you want to reverse the word or not. So it says the file has been opened, the password is tab. You can copy. The unprotected file is here. So now when I'm going to open, this will not require any kind of password. So you can similarly you can perform for the remaining one also. Okay. So recover file passwords. So here is the unprotected one. Let's use for the second one. And we'll start with the default settings. Now since the password was very short, so it took a very less time and very basic password. So the duration of cracking password may depend on the complexity of the password. Okay, if the password is very long and complex, it may take very long time to break. It's again unprotected. Target 2 and see no password asked. Okay, so this is the way you can break a password. So there are some other tools are also available. This other. Okay, so in this practical we will learn about cracking password using the password recovery bundle tool. So it recovers password for Windows, Excel, Word, Access, PowerPoint, Outlook, Express, PDF, RAR, WinRAR, okay, even for Google Talk as well. Okay, so basically we want to crack password. Our objective in this tool, in this practical, is to crack the password using our bundle tool for the PPT. So I have a PPT file with me, that's assessment NCP. So I'll try to open it. So it is been locked. So if I have to view, I have to crack it. So first I will install the tool. Okay, so basically what it do is it recovers and sometimes it removes the password to open and password to edit. So this tool functions powerfully with the dynamic attack modes such as brute force. Okay, so here we're going to do this is a dashboard. So we're going to recover the file password, that's our PPT file. Okay, so what type of file password we want to recover? Okay, PowerPoint, Excel, Word, PST, PDF, RAR, zip. So I'm going with the PowerPoint. Okay, now what you want to do, which type of attack? Brute force. Okay, with mask attack. So in mask attack what you do is add some special characters. Some passwords are known. Okay, if we know some password, then only we can do this. Now, so I'm going to add that file here. So it's here. Edit that file. Okay. Once you have added, what you can do is you can simply start. So you have the brute force options as well. What kind of minimum length you want to do? If you want to do a dictionary attack, you need to add the dictionary file first and some other options. Okay, so I'm going to start. So It has a built-in password recovery tool so that you can recover the files like Windows password recovery, SQL, PDF, Word, Excel. Okay, so it do it for most of the thing, for everything basically. So we get the password, that's win. Okay, I'm going to copy it. So here it shows cracked successfully. Now if I open that, ask for a password, simply type win, or I will just paste it. Okay, so it's open. It's nutrition care process assessment. So it's open now. This is how you can crack a file password using the password recovery bundle tool. Okay. That's it. Thank you. Okay, so in this practical, we will learn about the password cracking using tool OPH crack. So I'll be using Kali, the operating system, for performing this attack. I have already compromised one machine and I have the SAM file, the hashes of the password of that machine. Okay, so here is the SAM file content. This is the administrator account with user ID and the LM hash and the NTLM hash. Okay, this is your LM hash and NTLM hash. So we'll be using tool, that's OPH crack, which is in the password attack. Inside offline attack, you have OPH. It's available for command line and the GUI. So we'll be using a GUI. Now, before I start, I will tell you that how the LM hash works. Okay, so basically, in case of LM hash, it uses technique. Let's say my password is password. Okay, so how many characters? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 characters. So in case of LM hash, what it is going to do is it is going to divide it into two parts, the first 7 character and the remaining, and then convert them in a uppercase. Okay, then here it will apply the algorithm, that's data encryption standards, on both of them and create the hash value of both these strings. Now here, before applying the data encryption standards, what it will do is, in case of LM, it can take maximum of 14 characters for the password. So here it's only how many characters? 7 characters, sorry, 8 characters. So here what it will do is he will add his own pre-computed string, okay, and then it will convert the hash for both the strings and make it to concatenate both and creates the complete hash. Okay, so that's how LM hash works. So it will be more clear when we will see the practical. So first we'll load a dump file, which is on our desktop with the name test hash. Okay, I have some table in this tool already installed. This is the LM hash, this is the username. Okay, I'll hide it. And this is the NTLM hash. Okay, now just start the crack. So you see The LM password 2, it's already showing us D. Okay, so we have to wait for the LM PWD 1. Then it will show you the complete password here. Okay, if you see, it shows you the LMPWD1, that's PASSWR, that's the first part that I explained you earlier, and this is the second part. So the complete, it converted as a password in the small. Okay, this is how LM hash works, and this is how you can crack a password using OPH crack. Thank you. Okay, so next module is steganography, okay, and image file forensics. First, we'll learn about what is steganography. So steganography is a technique of hiding a secret message within an ordinary message and extracting it at the destination to maintain confidentiality of data. Okay, so you can hide a secret message behind an ordinary image or ordinary file, okay, which later can be extracted at the destination. So, such as list of compromised servers, okay, source code of a hacking tool, plan for future attacks, communication and coordination channel, hiding the messages. That all things can be done through steganography. So, legal use of steganography. Law enforcement agencies are using steganography to stenographically watermark intermediation materials after authorization and public prosecutor control with predefined marks. Okay, so trace the trade materials, provide network nodes where trade material is monitored, build an international data bank to collect the data on the trading controlled by investigative bodies. So some, if there is use of ethical ways, there is an unethical way of using the steganography, like criminal communications, frauds, hacking, electronic payments, gambling, pornography, harassments, intellectual property offense, viruses. Okay, so these are the things which hackers or use the technique of steganography to do. So some steganographic techniques: substitution technique. So substitute redundant part of the cover object with the secret message. Transform domain technique, embedded secret message in a transform space of the signal, such as frequency. Spectrum technique, adopt idea of from spread spectrum communication to embed secret messages. Statistical techniques, embed messages by altering statistical properties of the cover object and use hypothesis method for extraction. Distortion techniques, store information by signal distortion and in the extraction step measure the deviation from original cover. Cover generation technique, encode information that ensure creation of cover for secret communication. The next is classification of steganographies. So it is classified into two parts: linguistic steganography and technical steganography. So technical steganography use physical or chemical means to hide the existence of a message. Okay, so technical steganography uses tool, device, and other methods to conceal messages. Some methods of technical steganography include like invisible ink, okay, microdots, and computer-based methods such as use redundant information in text, pictures, sounds, and videos, etc. You have linguistic steganography. So linguistic steganography utilizes written natural language to hide the message in a carrier in some non-obvious ways. So it's a two type: visual semograms and text semograms. use innocent looking or everyday physical object to convey a message, such as doodles or the positioning of items on desk or website. Text semagrams hide the message by modifying the appearances of the carrier text, such as subtitle changes in the font size or type, adding extra space or different flourish in letters or handwritten text. Types of signography: image, audio, video, document, folder, white space, web, spam emails, DVD, natural text signographies, hide OS, C++ source code signography. You add something in the C++ code. Okay. You have image steganography. So image steganography, the information is hidden in the image file of different formats, such as PNG, JPEG, BMP, etc. etc. So image steganography tools replace redundant bits of image data with the bits of image data with the message in such a way that the effect cannot be detected by human eyes. Okay, so in this practical, we will see how to analyze image file headers using Hex Workshop. So Hex Workshop is a hex editor. It's from Breakpoint Softwares. So it's a complete set of hexadecimal development tools for Microsoft Windows 2000 and later on. Okay, so to be an expert witness, you must understand how to analyze image file headers and reconstruct the damaged file headers. Okay. So I'll just give you a short intro about Hex Workshop. So Hex Workshop integrates advanced binary editing and data interpretation and visualization. Okay, with the ease and flexibility of modern word processor, integrated synchronization binary comparison allow you to compare binary file and review each differences. Okay. So it's a very good tool for viewing the file headers, image file headers. So first, let's install this. Okay. So as an evidence, I'm going to use my image files. Okay. Complete and install. This will install the latest version of Hex Workshop. Finish it off. So it asked me to restart. Okay, so I'm just going to restart the machine. So the restart is done. Now I'm going to use Hex Workshop editor. Okay, so this is the dashboard. So go to File and click on Open to locate the evidence file. So it's on my desktop, and if I look, it's in the image file. So in the image file, I have a file with the name horse. Okay, I'm not sure what this file is all about. So I'm going to take this file and see the headers. So once you select the file, and the hexadecimal value of the image are shown in the editor window. These are the hexadecimal values. The first row of hexadecimal value, this row, shows you the image header. So most JPEG files have the letter, that is JFIF after the hexadecimal value of the file. So if the file fragment is found with the JFIF, then the image file format is JPEG. The selected file has the letters, which is JFIF, okay, after the hexadecimal value, which means the selected file is JPEG. But if I see the file in my folder, there is no extension for that. Now the actual hexadecimal value of JPEG file is usually this, which I'm going to type and tell you. So the actual hexadecimal value of JPEG files are FF, okay, D8, FF, EO, E0, 00, 10, and JFIF. Okay, but the hexadecimal value of the selected file, okay, is AB, A4, DD, FF, okay, 12, and 11. And then you have the JFIF. So if you select the JFIF, it comes out this. So this is the hexadecimal value of the selected file. Okay, so now to construct the damage file header, change the hexadecimal value from this to the one which I showed you, which is FFD8. So I'm going to change the value. Okay, you say yes, and I'll put it here. FF, okay, D8, sorry, D8. We have FF, okay, E0, 00, and 10. Okay. Okay, so there's a likely change. So I'm first going to bring it back to the original one, and from here I will perform the changes. So it's FF and D8. You have FF and E0, then you have 00, okay, and 10. Okay, and now this is the JFIF. Okay, now navigate to the file, go to file, and click on save. Now, would you like to make a backup of the file? So I'll say yes. So it created a. Now go to the image files, okay, and you have the backup file here with the name horse.bak. Okay, so now you have the two files with you. Now double click the reconstructed horse file, which is this one, and open it with the paint, or so it will show you the JPEG file. Okay, so this is how you can analyze a damaged file's header, and you can reconstruct the header so that it will come to know the exact extension of the file. Okay, so using the hex workshop. Thank you. Next is data compression. So what is data compression? It means encoding the data to take up less storage space and less bandwidth for transmission. Okay, it helps in saving the cost and high data manipulation in many business applications. There are two techniques of data compression. One is called
lossless compression, which maintains the data integrity. Another one is called loosey compression, which do not maintain the data integrity. So how does file compression work? So when you go through, actually what happened was in John F. Kennedy in 1961 inaugural address, he delivered the famous line called "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask for what you can do for the country." So if you go through these words, pick out the words that are repeated and put them into the index. Okay. So then simply write the number instead of the whole writing. So if you see, it comes out to be ask, that's repeated, what your country can do for you. Okay. The sentence now read as one, okay, not two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay. So if you read the sentence now, it's one. That means ask, not. Okay. So not. Okay. Two is what. Three is yours. Okay. So it's up to the 8. Then second part is ask, which is one. Two. Okay. Two is what? 2. Okay. And then comes 8. U is 8. 5 is can. Okay. Then comes 6. Do for your country. So a sentence has been shortened. Okay. You see, this is a very big, but it's here, it's shortened. If you okay. Then next is lossless compression. This technique uses data compression algorithms that allow the exact original data to be created from the compressed data. It maintains the data integrity and is used in many applications such as WinZip file formats. This is loosey compression. So loosey method provides a high degree of compression and small compressed files, but during compression a certain amount of data is lost. It does not maintain the data integrity. It is never used for business data or text files. So next is best practices for forensics image analysis. Method of acquiring evidence should be forensically sound and verifiable. Forensics image should be captured using hardware, software, and that is capable of capturing a bitstream image of the original media. Digital evidence submitted for examination should be maintained in such a way that the integrity of the data is preserved. Okay. Properly prepared media should be used when making forensics copies to ensure no commingling of the data from different cases. Use write blockers to prevent the evidences from being modified. Prevent exposure to evidence that may be contaminated with the dangerous substances or hazardous materials. Document the current condition of the evidence. Next is locating and recovering the image files. First technique is called salvaging, collecting and regenerating the image from pieces of a file dispersed into many areas of the disk, okay, known as salvaging. Basically scramble, you have the scrambled part of the images and you join them. You have carving, it's a process of data recovery. It uses the database of headers and footers for a specific file type and recover files from the raw disk image. Then you have forensics file forensics tools. You have Hex Workshop. Okay, so this workshop application can detect and write messages onto a file. You have GFE Stealth. It's called Forensics Graphics File Extractor. iLook, Stellar Phoenix photo recovery software. You have photo recovery software as a tool itself. Okay, so that's it in this module. That's the theoretical part, and we will start with the practical. Thank you. Okay, so in this practical, we will see how to perform recovering photo evidence from raw file. Okay, so raw file is this raw image using Android photo forensics tool, which is 2011 version Android photo forensics. Okay, so APF, Android photo forensics, is basically designed for professional evidence recovery. It uses smart carving and guided carving technologies for complete recovery of photo evidences. So, basically, if you are a forensic expert, you must understand how to recover photo evidence from the raw file. Okay. So, our objective is to identify image files from the raw file and recover photo from the raw file. So, first, let's install this tool. Okay, so that's the installation process. Accept the license and browse the installation folder. So it requires a Visual C++ runtime. So I've installed this also. Okay, so it has been installed. Cancel this. It's installing. So installation is completed. So let's click on finish to launch the tool. Okay, so first there are some basic settings which we can even leave, make it as default. So it's an unregistered version. Okay. So update later on. Okay, so these are some counters to the unregistered version. So first is case ID, case details. So I will give it case name is 1234, case name as the test, where I want to save, case creation date, that can be according to your current cases. Okay, examiner name, if any. Okay, so you can add a examiner. Let's say examiner name as that's our favorite, Andrew. Company name ABC. Street address, I'll leave it fine. Let's see. And then after giving the details, you have option to click here to choose a disk image, or it can also choose your physical drive as well. So I'm going to use for a disk image. So on my desktop I have a disk image with the name test raw image file. I'm going to double click, select it, and then once it's selected, you have analyze options. Click on that. So you can, according to your requirement, you can check on the default settings, which it embedded earlier. It popped up earlier also. So for integrity hashing, generate MD5 hash for each photos. So I'm going to use it default and click on the analyze button in the right bottom corner. So after clicking analyzing, it will analyze the complete image and will find the images that are there on that evidence file. So steganography tool such as S tool, okay, audio. Then you have audio steganography. Audio steganography refers to hiding secret information in audio files such as mp3.wave. Okay, and there's a tool for that, mp3 stegz. Okay. We have video steganography. Video steganography refers to hiding secret information or any kind of files with any extension into a carrier video file. So in this, the information is hidden in video files of the different formats such as .avi, mpg4, .mwv, and etc. etc. There's a tool for this, MSU Steg Video. You have document steganography. So for that you have a tool called VB Stego. So in which you use any kind of document files to hide your file behind that. So for folder steganography, you have a tool called Invisible Secrets, in which you hide folder information behind any kind of secret message. Steganographic file system. So steganographic file system is a method to store the files in a way that it encrypts and hides the data without the knowledge of other. Okay, so it hides the user data in other seemingly random files. It allows the users to give names and passwords for some files while keeping other files secret. We have stack analysis. So stack analysis is the art of discovering and rendering covert messages using steganography. Okay, so it's an art of discovering and rendering covert message. So it's an art of finding the hidden messages. Okay, so suspect information stream may or may not have encoded the hidden data. So what are the challenges? These are the challenges which you face when you are doing the stack analysis. Efficient and accurate detection of hidden content with the digital images. Encrypt the hidden data before inserted into the file or signal. Some of the suspect signals or files may have irrelevant data or noise encoded into them. So steganography detection tool, Steg Detect, have image file. So image file may be basically first the image. So image is a artifact that reproduce the likeliness of some object. Okay, so image file may be black and white image, grayscale image, color image, or indexed color image. So images can be broadly categorized into vector image and a raster image. These are produced by optical devices such as cameras, mirrors, lenses, telescopes, and microscopes. So common terminologies, pixel. So pixel is a single point in a graphic image. You have bit depth, refers to the number of colors available for each pixel in an image. Resolution refers to the sharpness and clarity of an image. File format, particularly the way to encode information for storage in the computer file. Image file size, expressed as the number of bytes. Have compression, refers to the method of making image files smaller so that the less disk space is used to store them. Now there are two the images were classified into two, vector and raster images. So first, what is vector images? So vector graphic uses geometrical primitives such as point, lines, curves, and polygons, which are all based upon mathematical equation to represent images in the computer. So what are the advantages of vector images? Smaller file size are useful for representing the images of various sharp. Can be identified zoomed without loss of quality. So applications such as moving, scaling and rotating do not affect the quality of image. And we have the raster images. So raster image is a data file or structure representing a generally rectangular grid of pixels, okay, or a point of color on the computer monitor. Color of each pixel is individually defined. The colored raster image has pixels with 8 bits of information for each of red, green and blue components. The quality may be lost if raster graphics are scaled to a higher resolution. So if you'll see in the right pane here, the blues one are the recovered one, green one are the active files, and you have some empty space, free space. Yellow ones are the fragmented. If we click on status, it will analyze on disk map. I'll show you that. So here the light blue is the processed one. It's still analyzing complete images. So the recovery of photos is being done. Okay, so click on the photo galleries, which is this one, and see the different categories of the images. You have embedded in active, sequential carved, embedded in carved, invalid partial carved, and active. So in the show, you have all the formats. So you can select the type of photo you are looking for: JPEG, BMP. I'm going to use JPEG. It shows you all the JPEG images. If you go BMP, the BMP, all formats will show you the complete file. Okay, so Adroit Photo Forensics shows the complete information of a selected photo, such as file details, photo details, metadata, summary, cluster information, fragments information. So click a particular tab view on the relevant information and for the selected image. Okay. So if you select any of the images, let's say this BlackBerry, and you have the recovery count here. If you click recovery count, it will show you the number of recovered images. Okay, that is 1604, invalid 7, so total 1611. Active photos 348, sequential carved, embedded carved, so everything can be. So counts according to the file types as well: JPEG, PNG. Okay, count by category. So if you see this photo, double click on the photo, you will be able to view the photo, and along with the photo you have its summary. Okay, for the cluster, it will give you the cluster sequence numbers, fragments as well, and then you have the go back option in the right bottom to back. This option called save photo as well. So go back. Okay, so here you have a option called select all. Yeah. Okay, and there is option to generate a report. Since it's a trial version, you will not be able to recover the images, but in the registered version you can still recover the images. So click on the report, so you will see how it will generate the report. Because these reports will help you a lot in the recovery part. This report can be used whether you are writing a final report to submit to the concerned persons. So the report is generated. This is the report. It shows the product version, case name, reference number, creation date, last access, analysis option. Okay, user file names, file system, set of limit of each carving cycle, hashes generated, evidence examiner information. Okay, so it tells you the examiner information as well. Even then you got the evidence information. It's disk image type raw DT in case. You can use any type of image as well. Evidence information, that's a recovery statics, so number of photos recovered this much. Okay. Different categories, bit, map, and you have details of each photos. Okay. Active file information, file names of all the photos, even the files. Yes, this is how you can generate the report, and you can perform the recovery of images from evidence file using Edred photo forensics. Okay, so in this practical we will see how to perform image analysis using a stick detect tool. Okay, so our objective is to check whether some given files, okay, these files I have as evidences from my evidence is steganographed or not. Okay, so for which I am going to use a tool called stick detect. Here is the stick detect. So stick detect is an automated tool for detecting steganographic content in images. It is capable of detecting several different steganographic methods to embed hidden information in JPEG images. Okay, so as a forensics investigator, you must understand how to find images having steganographic content. Okay, so it uses different scanning options: JP hide, outguess, invisible. So I'm going to use JP hide and I put sensitivity as 10.0 maximum, and go to file and open. So on the desktop you have the images file. So select the folder and click on OK. So you're going to scan all the files that those are in the folder. Okay, and will tell you whether that is a steganographic image from JP hide or not. Similarly, you can check for JSTAG, JGuess, outguess, and invisible. So let's again perform the operation. So this time let's select all the fours. Okay, maximum 3 you can select. So it's scanning for all the images with 3 options. Okay, so the output is negative. That means none of the image is being steganographed using JSTEC, JPHide, or outguess. So now this time we will use invisible secret only. Hash file, image files, and okay. Now here, if you will see, some of the files such as files v.nr.jpg, fashion v are being steganographed using JPHide. Okay, so that was below, we didn't saw. So these are the images that is being steganographed using JPHide. So if similarly, if you analyze more files and any of the file has been steganographed using any of the tool, it will give you a detection like this. So this was the way how to detect a steganography using steg detect. Okay, so in this practical we will learn about steganography, how to do steganography using quick stego. So I'm going to install quick stego first. Okay, so quick stego has been installed. Here it is. Okay. So in this we can hide some of our text behind an image. So first we are going to open an image and check whether the image is steganographic or not. Okay, so I go to pictures. I have some sample pictures with me, and let's take this desert. Okay, so it says that this image does not have a quick stego secret text message. I'm going to type some text here. Hello world. Hello world. This is stego. Okay, and hide text. Now it says the text message is now hidden in image. Okay, clear the text. Now save the image. So let's save it on desktop with the name desert. Okay, now I'm going to open the image from the desktop. Okay, so I'm on desktop and here is my image. Okay, and here it says hello world, this is get text. Okay, I can save the text into text file as well. This is how you can perform a steganography using a tool called quick stego. Okay, so and you can hide your messages behind any file.
Okay, so next module is log capturing and event correlation. So first of all, computer security logs. Computer security logs contain information about the events occurring within an organization, system, and networks. So as we discussed, we have a network forensics as a type of digital forensics. So in network forensics, logs plays the most important and vital role. As in network forensics, the evidence are traveling in the network, so and the live state. So it's difficult to capture sometimes. If the logs servers are there, it becomes easy for the investigator to perform the analysis. So security logs are categorized as operating system logs, application logs, and security software logs. So operating system logs, OS logs, are most beneficial for identifying or investigating suspicious activities involving a particular host. So event log contains information about operational actions performed by OS components. Audit log contains security event information such as successful and failed authentication attempts. File access, security policy changes and account changes. Application log consists of all the events logged by the programs. Events that are written to the application logs are determined by the developers of the software programs. So what kind of logs to be generated are decided and determined by the developers. Security software logs. So common types of network and host-based security software include anti-malware software, intrusion detection and intrusion prevention system, remote access software, web proxies, vulnerability management softwares, authentication servers, routers, firewall, network content servers. These are the different types of security software, and the logs generated by these softwares are called as security software log. You have router log files. So router stores log files in the router cache. Collect the bitstream image of the router cache for investigating log files. It provides detailed information about the network traffic on the internet. It gives information about the attacks to and from the network. Honeypot logs. So honeypots, what are honeypots? Honeypots are the systems that are used to trap the hackers. These are fake systems running fake services, so that if any attacker tries to scan, he will see all the ports open, all the services running, but actually those are the fake services. So honeypot administrator is only authorized user for the honeypot. The logs that are found in the honeypot are considered suspicious. These honeypot logs helps the forensics team to catch attacker. IIS log. IIS log provide useful information regarding the activity of the application. IIS log all the server visits in the log file that is located in the system root / log file. So on the web server, if you see on the C drive, you have a folder with the name log files where all the logs of IIS are saved. So this is IIS log file format. So IIS log file is a fixed, cannot be customized IIS text-based format. So here's an example of IIS log entry. As first is the IP address, then the date, then the time, and the service, the server, then the incoming IP address, and the port number, and the service information. Okay. So log file accuracy. Log file accuracy is proving that log file data truly represent the activity on the web server. Even the smallest inaccuracy can bring into question the validity of the entire set of data. So steps to ensure log file accuracy is: first, log everything, keep the time, use multiple sensors, avoid missing the logs. So view the DHCP logs. Okay, so you view the logs saved the DHCP servers. That's in the C drive Windows System 32 DHCP folder. ODBC, okay, ODBC logging as well. So legality of using logs. First, the logs must be created reasonably and contemporaneously with the event. Log file must be set immutable on the system so that they cannot be tampered with as easy. Someone with knowledge of the event must record information. In this case, the recording is being done by a program. The record therefore reflects the prior knowledge of the programmer. Logs must be kept as a regular business practice. So random compilation of data are not admissible. Logging system instituted after an incident do not qualify under the business record exception. Keep regular logs to use them as evidence later. So legality of using logs, you have a custodian or other qualified witness must testify to the accuracy and integrity of the custodian need to be the programmer who wrote the logging software. However, he or she must be able to offer testimony on what sort of system is used when the relevant software came from, how and when the records are produced. It is necessary to offer testimony for a reliable and integrity of the hardware and software platform used, including the logging software. Laws and regulation. So Federal Information Security Management Act of 2002, FISMA. Then you have GLBA, HIPAA for Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. You have PCI DSS, Payment Gateway Interface Data Security Standard. You have SOX, Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. So log management include all the processes and techniques used to collect, aggregate and analyze computer generated logs and messages. Log management system consists of the hardware, software, network and media used to generate, transmit, store, analyze and dispose of log data. You have centralized log server. Centralized logging is defined as gathering computer system logs for a group of system in a centralized location. So it is used to efficiently monitor computer system logs with the frequency required to detect security violation and unusual activity. So this is a centralized logging architecture. Let's say you have a internal gateway and Washington, where your monitored systems are proxy servers, router, firewall and IDS. So logs are collected and transferred to local SEM server, security event manager server. Okay, and then you have another branch office that's in New York, and the monitoring systems are antivirus, client firewall, authentication system. So again, the logs are created and sent to local SCM, and then those logs from the local SCM from Washington and your New York is sent to your centralized master SCM where your location is. Okay, steps for implementing centralized log. Secure the location of log server. For security purpose, turn off all the running services. Turn off all internet daemon services such as syslog and secure shell. Disable remote procedure call services. Disable all unnecessary accounts. Specify the time on all devices. Okay. And time synchronization. So NTP. What is NTP? NTP is Network Time Protocol. So it's an internet standard protocol that ensure accurate synchronization to the milliseconds of computer clock time in a network of computers. So NTP synchronized client workstation clocks running as continuous background client program on computer. NTP sends periodic time requests to servers, obtain server time stamp to adjust client's clock. So NTP stratum level. So NTP stratum level define the distance from the reference clock. A reference clock is a stratum 0 device that is assumed to be accurate and has little or no delay associated with it. The reference clock synchronized to the correct time, that is UTC, using long wave radio signal, GPS transmission, CDMA. Okay. Stratum 0 servers cannot be used on the network. Instead, they are directly connected to the computer, which then operates as Stratum 1 servers. So, Stratum 1 prime server is directly linked to a reliable source of UTC time, such as GPS or CDMA transmission. Higher Stratum levels are distance from Stratum 1 server over a network path. Stratum 2 servers gets its time over a network link via NTP from a Stratum 1 server. Stratum 3 server gets its time over network link via NTP from the Stratum 2 server, and so on. So these are the levels: Stratum 0, 1, 2 and 3. Then you have event correlation. So event correlation is a procedure that is assigned with the new meaning for a set of events that occur in a predefined interval of time. During this process, some event may be added and some event may be deleted. Okay, it happens usually inside a log management platform. In general, the event correlation process is implemented with help of simple event correlated softwares. So type of event correlation: same platform correlation and cross-platform correlation. This type of correlation, same platform correlation, is a type of correlation is used when one common operating system is used throughout the network in an organization. Okay, and cross-platform, this type of correlation is used when different OS and network hardware platforms are used throughout the network in an organization. We have some other types of approaches of event correlation: field-based approach, a basic approach, where specific events are compared with single or multiple fields in the normalized data. Then you have automated field correlation. This method check and compares all the fields systematically and intentionally for positive and negative correlation with each other to determine the correlation across one or other multi fields. You have log capturing analysis tools, GFI events manager, okay, and Splunk, ArcSight. These are all SIEMs. That's it in the module. Thank you.
Okay, so in this module, in this practical, we will learn how to analyze a network using Colasoft CAPTCHA network analyzer tool. Okay, with the A version 8 enterprise. It's a demo version basically. So this tool is an easy to use Ethernet network analyzer. Okay, basically it do packet sniffing or protocol analyzer for network monitoring and troubleshooting. So objective of this lab is to basically reinforce concepts of network security policy, policy enforcement and policy audit. So we'll learn how to capture the packets of a network, how to analyze incoming and outgoing packets, how to identifying criminal activity and the criminals. Okay, so for this we'll use a Colasoft CAPTCHA network analyzer. So first let's install this tool. So accept the agreement. Okay, so this tool is to be installed. It's finishing the installation. Meanwhile, I'll give you a brief introduction about the Colasoft network analyzer. So CAPSA is basically portable network analyzer for both LAN and WAN that performs real-time packet capturing. It can do a 24/7 network monitoring and do advanced protocol analyzing. Okay, so it's an in-depth packet decoding and automated expert diagnosis. So basically, it provides a comprehensive and high-level visibility to the entire network and helps the network administrators to network or network engineers to quickly pinpoint and resolve various application problems. Okay. So it would like to install the device. I will say yes. Okay, so it's done. To next and launch the program. Okay, so thank you for trying Course of Capture. The demo version, it will expire in 15 days. Okay, so capture project will run only for 4 hours in each capture. Okay, concurrent project is limited to 1. Only quick mode is available for replaying packet files. Only 2 packet files can be replayed simultaneously. Only the first 20 private IPs will be analyzed. Provides only 5 custom protocols. Provides only 5 custom alarms. 16 MB of allocated to the packet buffer. Okay. So this is the dashboard of the Colasoft Capsa Network Analyzer. So here in the Capture tab, you can check the local area network have different Ethernets. Okay. So I'm going to use the local area networks Wi-Fi. I'm using the wireless, so I'm going to use the Wi-Fi. Okay, and here you have the start button. Click on the start, so it will start the analysis of the wireless. So here you can view the analysis report in a graphical format in the dashboard. Okay, so it's a utilization, total traffic per bytes. Okay, top applications by protocol. So most protocols are HTTP. Okay, so total IP, top IP total traffic by bytes. So it's by 103 and colasoft.com. So here you have the summary. Let's go to summary. So in the diagnosis, you can see the event information. Where you can view the performance of the protocols, the traffic per byte, okay, packet size, address count, MAC address, IP address, protocols. Okay, what are the which layers of protocols has been used, conversation, okay, TCP, alarms, if any alarm is set, DNS analysis. Okay, so so if you go to diagnosis, where you can see the complete performances. Okay, so no item is selected, 0 item for diagnosis, so no diagnostics basically. Let's add. So go to protocol, where you can analyze the protocol. Okay, so Ethernet, you have IP. Okay, so here you go to MAC endpoint, where you can see. Okay, so here you can check on the local host, the MAC address. Okay, the IP address, again the MAC address. I will be hiding this information, that's confidential and cannot show you the MAC addresses. Okay. Then you can go to IP endpoint. Okay, there you can see on the basis of IP address how much bytes of data has been generated from each IP. Okay, it also shows you the which IP addresses are communicating within the network. So in this in IP endpoint tab, you can easily find the nodes with the highest traffic volume and check if there is a multicast storm or broadcast storm in the target network. Okay, so if you go to MAC conversation, so it provides you the MAC addresses of the conversation statistics. Okay, so if you want to see more tabs in the options, you can click on scroll right. Okay, so here the IP conversation tab provides you the IP conversation between pair of nodes and their duration as well. In the TCP conversation tab, it dynamically presents the real-time status of the TCP conversation between pairs of the nodes. So the lower pane, it's basically in this tab offers you related packets, which is a reconstructed data flow and time sequence chart to help you drill down to analyze the conversation. So here you can see the packet statement flowing through. So the UDP conversation tab dynamically presents the real-time status of UDP conversation between two nodes. Okay. So here they have one metrics tab, so where you can view the nodes communicating in the network by connecting them in the lines graphically. The weight of the line indicates the volume of traffic between nodes and arranged in the extensive eclipse. You can easily navigate the shift global statistics and details specific network nodes by going to the network explorer window. So here you have IP Explorer. So it provides you the information about the IPs. So if you go to the packet tab and you click on the IP Explorer, you can view the packet list, field code. Okay, scroll down a bit. Packet length, capture length, timestamp. If you scroll a bit right, you have the log. You can see the global logs generated. Okay, all the logs, and then you have the report tab. So if you click on the report, you can provide a real-time report on the global network for the specific node. So at the end you can click on the stop and can stop the perform. Okay. So this is how you can analyze the network on the basis of IPs and protocols. Okay. Even the logs as well. You can see the logs. You can generate the report. So this is how you can use Colasoft CAPTCHA network analyzer for analyzing the network. Okay, so next module, network forensics and investigating logs. So in this module we will learn about network forensics. What are the network forensics and different types of analysis? Intrusion detection system, firewalls, honeypots, where to look for evidences, okay, and tools to capture the logs and the analyze the traffic. Okay. So first is network attack statistics. So in this there's a statistical graph between the attacks and the number of vulnerabilities on those attacks. Okay, so system access has the most number of vulnerabilities. It's a graph given by Kaspersky Lab. Okay, and then comes the security bypass, then comes exposure to sensitive information, cross-site scripting, DOS, that is denial of service, exposure of system information, manipulation of data. Okay, so next is network forensics. So network forensics is the process of identifying criminal activity and the people behind it. Okay, so network forensics can be defined as the sniffing, recording, acquisition, and analysis of the network traffic, and even event logs in order to investigate a network security incident. So network forensics is a branch of digital forensics. Okay, so network forensics will try to analyze the network and try to find the evidences if any attack has been occurred or if any misuse of the network is going on. So it allows the investigators to inspect network traffic and logs to identify and locate attack system. So network forensics can reveal source of security incident and network attacks, path of the attack, intrusion technique used by attackers. Now network addressing, there are two types of schemes for performing the addressing in the LAN. One is in the network. So one is called LAN addressing, another one is called internet addressing. So LAN addressing is in each node in the LAN has a MAC address that is factory programmed into its NIC. So data packets are addressed to either one of the nodes or all the nodes. Basically we try to perform the MAC filtering here. And then is the next is the internet addressing. So what is internet? Internet is a collection of LANs and or other networks that are connected with routers. So each network has a unique address and each node on the network has a unique address. So an internet address is a combination of network and node addresses. Okay, then there is an overview of network protocols. So it's based on the 7 layers of OSI model, that is application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. So it's been divided into 2 layers, that's media layer and host layer. So media layer has 3 layers of OSI, that's physical, data link, and network, whereas in the host layer you have transport, session, presentation, and application. Okay, so physical, the data unit is bits, then you have data link is frames,
which uses protocols such as PPP, SLIP. Packets, you have network layer, okay, it determines the logical addressing, that's IP addressing. Uses protocols such as ARAP, address resolution protocol, RARP, reverse address resolution protocol, ICMP, IGMP, and IP. Then you have segments, which comes under transport layer. End-to-end connections and reliability, uses protocols such as UDP and TCP. Then you have data unit, okay, data of the host layer, in which you have the three layers of OSI: application, presentation, and session, which uses protocols such as HTTP, SMTP, NNTP, Telnet, FTP, NMP, TFTP. And the overview of physical and data link layer of the OSI model. So physical layer, it helps in transmitting data bits over the physical channel. It has a set of predefined rules that physical devices and interfaces on a network have to follow for the data transmission to take place. Then you have data link layer. It controls error in transmission by adding a trailer to the end of the data frame. So it adds a trailer in the data frame of each packet so that it can control errors. So it can control errors such as packet loss. Okay. Then you have network layer and transport layer. So network layer, it is responsible for sending information from the source to a destination address across various links. Okay. Then comes the transport layer. Transport layer ensures the integrity and order of the message sent by the source to its destination. So this is OSI reference model. Okay. Application layer, presentation layer, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. So in application layer you have messages, in presentation messages, session messages. In transport layer you have segments. Network layer you have packets and datagrams. In data link you have frames, and in physical you have also frames. Then there is TCP/IP protocol. Okay. So here you have 4 layers basically. Okay. So these 3, application, presentation, and session, is converted into a single layer that is called applications. Okay. You have the protocols such as SMTP, FTP, HTTP, DNS, SNMP, and Telnet. Then you have the transport layer. Okay, in which you have these protocols TCP, UDP. Then comes network layer. Okay, so network, instead of network you have IP. Okay, and then you have the IP layer. So and then you have one layer combines of data link and physical. Then there is intrusion detection system. Okay, so IDS, what is IDS? IDS gathers and analyzes information from within a computer or a network to identify the possible violation of security policy, including unauthorized access as well as misuse. Okay, so IDS can also referred as a packet sniffer, which intercept packets traveling along various communication medium and protocol, usually TCP IP. So packets are analyzed after they are captured. Okay. So IDS evaluates suspected intrusion on the once it has taken place and signal is alarm. So first you have this is how you can place IDS. You have internet, you have router, then comes your IDS and firewall combined. Then there is DMZ. Okay, and then again you can place IDS. So the traffic going through DMZ can also be monitored, and then the IDS for the intranet. Okay, where the users are sitting in the intranet. There are types of IDS. You have NIDS, network based intrusion detection, HIDS, host based intrusion, log file monitoring, and file integrity check. So NIDS, their mechanism typically consists of a black box that is placed on the network in the promiscuous mode, listening for packets indicative to an intrusion on the basis of the security policy. Then you have HIDS, host based. These mechanisms usually include auditing for events that occur on a specific host. So these are not common, as due to overhead they incur by having to monitor each system event. So mostly the companies prefer NIDS. And then you have log file monitoring. These mechanisms are typically programmed that parse log files after an event has already occurred, such as failed login attempts. And then you have file integrity check. So these mechanisms check the Trojan horses or files that have otherwise been modified, indicating an intruder has already been there. For example, as Tripwire. Tripwire is a very good tool for doing a file integrity check. Then you have general indications of intrusion. Okay, like file system intrusion, the presence of new or unfamiliar files, changes in file permission, unexplained changes in the file size, rogue files, unfamiliar file names in directories, missing files. And you have network intrusions, repeated probes for of the available services on your machine, connections from unusual locations, repeated login attempts from remote host, arbitrary data in log files, okay, indicating an attempt at creating either a denial of service. Then you have firewall. Firewall is a hardware or software or both combination designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from a private network, okay, either into a private network or from a private network. So it is placed at a junction point or gateway between two networks, which is usually a private network and a public network such as internet. So firewall examines all the messages entering or leaving the intranet and block those that do not meet the specific security criteria. Okay, so firewall may be concerned with the type of traffic or with the source or destination address and ports. So here, okay, so these are the features of firewall, how firewall works. Then you have honeypot. So honeypot is an information system resource that is expressly set to attract and trap people who attempt to penetrate an organization network. So I'll give you a very good example of which you can, so for the understanding of the honeypots. Like to catch the bear, animal in a jungle, what's the best a person can do is put a pot which is full of honey. So bears usually, it attracts towards the honey. So similarly, you have the honeypots. Here we don't have the honey. Instead of that, we have the fake systems or fake pots through which the attacker can be trapped. Okay, so honeypots are the fake systems. Usually, it's used to trap the people who tries to penetrate an organization network. It has no authorized activity and does not have any production value, and is susceptible a probe, attack, or compromise. So you can place a honeypot after your DMZ or firewall or with the web server itself. Honeypot can be used to log access attempts to those ports, including the attacker's keystrokes. This could send early warnings for a more concerted attack. Okay, that's about honeypot. Next is the network vulnerabilities. Okay, so network vulnerabilities, you have two types, basically internal network vulnerabilities and external network vulnerabilities. So those vulnerabilities occur due to the overextension of bandwidth and bottleneck are known as the internal network vulnerability. Then you have external network vulnerabilities. So those vulnerabilities occur due to the threats such as DOS or DDoS attacks and network data interception. Okay. So type of network attacks, you have IP address spoofing, packet sniffing, data modification attack, port scanning, session sniffing, Trojan horse, buffer overflow, denial of service, man in the middle, enumeration, email infections, malware attacks, virus and worms. So IP address spoofing, it refers to a process in which an attacker changes or her IP address so that he or she appears to be someone else. Okay, so instead of attacking directly with your original email ID, original IP address, you spoof your IP address and tries to do the attack. So the logs which will be created on the victim's machine will be for the fake IP address or the spoof IP address. But you will not be able to complete the three-way handshake and run a successful TCP connection by spoofing an IP address. This is man in the middle attack, so also called as MITM. Okay. So it's an attack is used to intrude into an existing connection between system and to intercept messages being exchanged. So attacker uses different techniques and split the TCP connections basically in two types, that is client to attacker connection and attacker to server connection. Okay. So when a normal user is performing communication with the web server, okay, so attacker intercepts that communication and breaks the connection in two parts, one between the victim and the attacker, and then he forward that communication from attacker to the web server. Then you have enumeration. So enumeration is defined as a process of extracting username, machine name, network resources, shares and services from a system. So enumeration technique are conducted in an intranet environment. Okay, so basically it's an information gathering phase in which you try to gather the information about such as username, machine names, NetBIOS names, okay, inside a intranet environment. So type of information that you can enumerate by the intruders: network resources and shares, user and groups, application and banners, auditing settings. Then you have DOS, denial of service attack. So DOS is an attack on a computer or network that prevents legitimate users to its resources. So denial of service is attack in which attacker consumes the bandwidth and the resources became unavailable. Okay. Then you have other types of other version of DOS attack that is called DDoS, distributed denial of service. So in which instead of one attacker attacking one service, you have multiple attackers, basically call them zombies here, and controlled by one person. Session sniffing. So attacker uses sniffing to capture a valid session or token called as session ID. Okay, so attacker then uses the valid token session to gain unauthorized access to the web server. It's just a kind of man in the middle. So when you are communicating with a valid session ID. The attacker sniffs your communication and takes your session ID. So with that session ID, he starts communicating with the web server using your account. Trojan horse, it's a program in which the malicious or harmful code is contained inside apparently harmless programming or data in such a way that it can be get controlled and cause damage, such as ruining the file allocation table on your hard disk. So Trojan horse are the backdoors, also called as backdoors, that are used to attack a system and steal the information. Okay, the most common attack with the Trojan horse is identity theft. Then you have log injection attacks. So first in that you have new line injection attack. So in this, attacker injects a plain text into the log file. The attacker tries to divert the attention of the investigator towards another person. Okay, the log file application relates the users to action performed. So the attacker changes the log file source code by inserting a line break and changing the username, let's say from tester1 to manager1. Okay, so doing the changes in the log file, injecting your code, is called new line injection attack. So there's a countermeasure for that. Remove all the new line characters such as carriage return 0x0d and line feed 0x0a characters. Okay. So the resulting log file would be different. So if you will change the name, there will be an error like failed to delete all the files from the fake name. Then you have separator injection attack. Okay, so in this attack, the attacker injects a single pipe character or multiple pipe characters into the log file. Some system contains a log file that have several data columns. These log files contain single lines of text file and data fields separated by a pipe character. So when the attacker injects a single or multiple pipe characters, the previous values are replaced and shifted from one column to the next. So consider, let's say, an example. So if the value of the value field is replaced by as 9.99, okay, so the value are shifted from one column to the next column. Then you have investigating and analyzing the logs. So there is two terms that is called post-mortem and real-time analysis. So forensic examination of logs are divided into two categories. One is post-mortem. So post-mortem of logs is done for investigation of something that already been happened. Okay, and real-time analysis are done on the ongoing process. So if any case has happened, incident has occurred, then you perform the analysis perform the analysis on the logs. That is called post-mortem. And when you are doing a real-time monitoring, that is called real-time analysis. So where to look for evidences? Usually logs capturing tools to capture log files of various devices and applications. So log files from the devices and application can be used as evidence for network security incident. So devices such as router and switches, business application, IDS, firewall, servers, desktops, databases, VPNs, IPS, antivirus, and etc. Okay, so then you have some tools for log capturing such as manage engine, event log analyzer, okay, GFI events manager. Then you have this very important part that is called handling logs as evidence. So use multiple logs as evidence, record the same information in two different devices, make the evidence stronger. Firewall logs, IDS logs, and TCP dump output can be contain evidence of an internet user connecting to a specific server at a given time. Then you have avoid missing the logs. So when no logs file exists, there is no way of knowing if the server got any hit, okay, or if the log file was actually deleted. So determine whether the server was running and online during the time for which log entries are not available by monitoring the server uptime records. And a log file authenticity, you need to maintain the authenticity of the log file, okay, because then as an investigator can prove authenticity of the log file if they are unaltered from the time they were originally recorded. So if the server is compromised, investigator should move the logs of the compromised server, move the logs to a master server, and then to secondary storage media such as DVDs and disk. Use signatures, encryption, and checksum. So to ensure that the log files are not modified, encrypt the log by using the public key encryption scheme. File signatures makes the log file more secure. Use tools such as MD5 hashcal to generate the hash code. Store the signatures and hashes with the log. Store a secure copy in a separate location. Work with the copies. Do not use original log file for analysis. Always work on the copies. Ensure that the original logs are never touched to maintain the authenticity of log files. If use log files as court evidence, you must present the original files in their original form. And ensure the system integrity. Always stay up to date on service packs and hotfixes to ensure that the file system is valid. Audit all changes to binary files in Windows system directory. If an intruder modifies the system file that record log file, and the log files are not valid as evidence. You have access control. Once a log file is created, it is important to prevent the file from being accessed and to audit any authorized and unauthorized access. If you properly secure and audit a log file using NTFS permission, you will have documented evidence to establish its credibility. So only authorized persons should be allowed. Use NTFS permissions. Log the files. Unauthorized persons should be prevented from access the log files. We have chain of custody. Okay, so as you move logs files from the server and later to an offline device, you should keep track where the file goes. This can be done either by technical or non-technical methods such as MD5 authentication. So chain of custody is a document which maintains the records of the evidence from the time of collection till the analysis. So condensing a log file can be stored by using a syslog, but the output of the syslog contains a large log file. It is difficult for a forensics team to look for important log entry. Log entry need to be filtered as per the requirement. So there are tools that can be used such as log check and swatch. Then you have investigating network traffic. So to know who is generating the troublesome traffic and where the traffic is being transmitted to or received from, we use the investigate. For these reasons we investigate the network traffic to locate suspicious network traffic, to identify network problems, gather evidences via sniffing. Okay, so investigators could configure sniffers for the size of frames to be captured. So sniffer is computer softwares or hardwares that can intercept and log traffic passing over a digital network or a part of network. Sniffers usually put NICs in promiscuous mode, are used to collect digital evidences at the physical layer. Span ports, hardware taps help sniffing in the switch network. So span port is a single port in the on the router where a copy of all the traffic flowing through those port of the routers are transmitted. Capture live data using Wireshark. Wireshark is a traffic capturing tool and sniffing tool. Wireshark uses WinPcap to capture packets, so it can only capture the packets on the network supported by WinPcap. Capture network traffic used from Ethernet, IEEE 802.11, ATM, Bluetooth, USB, token ring, and etc. So then you have the tools for traffic capturing and analysis: network miner, net witness investigator, Colasoft capsa network analyzer, okay, firewall evasion tool, traffic IQ professional, soft perfect network protocol analyzer, Argus, and documenting the evidence gathered on the network. So if the network logs are small, you can take a printout and attest. Document the evidence gathering process by mentioning the name of the person who collected the evidence and from where it was collected. If the evidence resides on a remote computer, detailed information about collection and location should be documented. Okay. So that's it in this module. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so in this practical, we will capture and analyze live data packets using Wireshark tool. So Wireshark is a network packet analyzer. Basically a network packet analyzer will try to capture network packets and display packet data in detail. Okay, so our objective is to demonstrate you how to capture the live packets of a network. Okay, and how to analyze incoming and outgoing packets. So I'm going to use Wireshark for this. So first I will install Wireshark. Okay. Okay, so I will run. Okay, so this is Wireshark. Okay, so I'll give you a brief introduction or give overview of the Wireshark. So Wireshark uses WinPcap to capture the packets. WinPcap, also called Windows Packet Capture. So it can only capture the packets on the network supported by WinPcap. So Wireshark captures live network traffic from Ethernet, IEEE 802.11, Bluetooth, USB, token rings. A set of filters for customized data filter display can be refined using display filters. Okay. So if you go to capture here, you will find the interfaces. Click here, you can see all the interfaces. Interfaces you can also see from the dashboard itself. Okay. try to enlarge it. Okay, so select your interface. I'm selecting my Wi-Fi as the interface, and start the listening. Okay. We'll capture all the packets that are flowing through the okay. So now you can type here the filter what you're looking for. Let's say type HTTP. So if any HTTP packets are there, it will show me the packets. Okay, so let's say I'm looking for any particular IP address. I'm going to clear the filter. Okay, so let's say I'm looking for any particular IP address. That's so I can type here IP dot addr. So if you type the starting words, it will automatically takes the complete filter. And space equals to okay, sorry, equals to one. Sorry, IP dot addr equals to space 192.168.1.1. Okay, so I'm looking for the packets from the IP address. This. Okay, so these are all IP addresses. Sorry, packets generated from the IP. Clear? I'll simply type IP here, okay, and apply. So what will happen is it will show me the package that contains the IP protocol. Okay, these are all packets contain the IP protocol. Similarly, I can type here TCP, okay, ARP, address resolution protocol. Okay. Now, to display the TCP resets, you can type TCP dot flags okay, and dot reset. Okay, here's the filter. Equals to 1. Okay,
Click on apply. So this will show you all the TCP reset packets. Now I'll type http dot request. Okay, so it will show me the all the http get request. Okay, so these are the packets from http get request. Okay, so to see all the retransmission in the trace, you can type here TCP dot analysis. Okay, dot retransmission. Okay, click apply. So these are all retransmission in the trace. Okay. And simply click clear to clear out all the filters. Simply if you want to stop the capturing of the packets, you can either click on stop here. You can go to capture and click on stop. Now let's say I take this filter and view the packet. So if I select this packet, I'll double click and see the net content, the header. What is the TCP header? What is the source port, destination port? Okay, what are the flag sets? SSL, what version of SSL they are using, IP header. Okay, destination, source, frames, everything I can view. Right click and click on follow TCP stream, so I can see the content of that particular packet. So it's basically a Google request going from Android phones. Okay, clear. So I'll stop it and stop the capturing, and I'll go to the file and click on the save button. So by this I can I can save the file. Okay, and save it in desktop, and as capture. Now go to file, click on open. We'll browse it down, and if you see, type here capture, open. Okay, now you can see all the packets that you have saved in your list. Now if you want to see the full double click information I showed you earlier, also you can click on plus sign and see the contents. This is how you can capture or analyze the network traffic using Wireshark. So Wireshark is a very important and very good tool for analyzing the network traffic. It has many other features as well.
You can capture the telephony calls as well, VoIP calls. Okay, let's see if your voice call, if any VoIP call is there, it will show you, and you can capture the packet. You can even listen to the call. So many other features are also there. So in this practical, we will learn about Splunk. Splunk is a SIEM tool which is also used for forensics analysis, for remotely monitoring to the logs of different servers. Speciality of this tool is you can transfer any kind of log to this tool, SIEM. Okay. So for this we need two things. One is the Splunk installer, which is I'm going to install here, and I have one more machine, that's Windows 7, in which I am going to be installing the Splunk forwarder so that I can forward the logs. So another one is the Splunk forwarder, which I have in my Windows 7 machine. With the help of this forwarder, I'm going to forward all the logs from Windows 7 to my main machine, which will be holding the Splunk install. Where the Splunk will be installed. So let's install the Splunk first. Accept. Okay, local system install. Now my virtual machine Windows 7 is connected with the bridge network. Meanwhile, I am also going to install the Splunk forwarder. Now before I install Splunk forwarder, I need to install the Splunk. So I have to wait till the Splunk installation finishes. So installation is almost completed. So Splunk is installed. Installation of Splunk is done. Now let's see the installation of the forwarder. But before that, let's open the Splunk. Launch browser with Splunk. It runs on port number 8000. This is the computer name.
So Splunk is part of network forensics. As I told you, in network forensics, log plays a very important role. So by default, the username is admin and the password is change me. You can also change the password or you can skip. Okay. So first you have to do is go to settings and forwarding and receiving. Forwarding and receiving, you need to configure the receiving because here you will be receiving the logs. So you need to give a port number. Let's say port number is 97. Okay, so it's done. Let's go to home. Now let's go to Windows 7. Now before that, you need to check your IP address where the log will be forwarded. So it's 192.168.0.186. Next. Accept. Next. Okay. Now not the development server. You have to give your the IP in the receiving indexer. So 192.168.0.186. So just to confirm, go to CMD and try to ping the machine. It's pinging. And give the port number. Port number is 197. Next. Next. Local data only. And which type of logs you want to receive? I'm putting as 3. And install. So installation is done. Let's finish. Now let's go to Splunk. Here's Splunk. So currently there is no data, so I'm just going to refresh it. And let's see if there is any data incoming. Go to search and reporting. Still waiting for the data. Okay, so let's see, it's waiting for, okay, now we have the data. So just click on data summary and the host name is VMware. So here you will be able to see all the logs from the VMware machine. That's Windows 7. Now you can configure, you can select on the basis of host. If you have multiple hosts, you can select the logs from the machine which you are looking for. You can select the source type. Okay. Let's say I want to search all the logs which contains logon. So it shows me the logs. It's a security log and it shows that the user was logged on. So just click on the log. It will show you the complete details. Okay, clear. So that was Splunk, is used for network forensics. Okay, so next module is investigating wireless attacks. So in this module, we learn for like wireless networks. What are the components of wireless networks? Different types of wireless networks and their standards. MAC filtering, how to investigate wireless attacks, types of wireless encryption, and tools for wireless forensics. Okay. So first is statistics that is based out of US. Okay, so iPhone has the most Wi-Fi users as compared between 2009 to 2010. So in 2011 there were like 65% users using iPhone, iPods, 40% using Androids, and 49% using computers and laptops. Whereas in 2010 there was only 32% using iPhones, 24% using Androids, and 62%, the majority, were using computers and laptops. But it has changed. So the world is moving towards the mobility. Then you have the wireless network. So Wi-Fi, also called the Wi-Fi. So it is developed on the IEEE 802.11 standards, and it is widely used in wireless communication. It provides wireless access to application and data across a radio network. So Wi-Fi setups are numerous ways to build up a connection between the transmitter and the receiver, such as DSS, FHSS, infrared, and OFDM. So what are advantages of Wi-Fi? Installation is fast and easy and eliminates wiring through walls and ceilings. It is easier to provide connectivity in an area where it is difficult to lay cable. Okay, access to the network can be from anywhere within range of an access point. Public places like airports, libraries, schools, or even coffee shops offers you constant internet connection using WLAN. But there are some disadvantages as well. So security is a big issue and may not meet expectation. As the number of computers on the network increases, the bandwidth suffers, it goes down. So Wi-Fi standard change, which requires the replacement of wireless cards and or access points. Okay. Some electronic equipments can interfere with the Wi-Fi networks. There are some terminologies, wireless terminologies. First is GSM. Okay, it's a universal system used for mobile transportation for wireless network worldwide. Antenna, directional. Then you have omnidirectional. So directional is used to broadcast and obtain radio waves from a single direction, whereas omnidirectional used to broadcast and obtain radio waves from all the sides. Then you have BSSID. It's a MAC address of access point that has a setup as a basic service set. Okay. Then you have SSID, called as the name of the access point, service set identifier. And have WPA, Wi-Fi protected access. It's advanced WLAN client authentication and data encryption protocol. Use TKIP, MIC, and AES encryption. Then you have a hotspot. So places where wireless network is available for public use. Access point used to connect wireless devices to a wireless network. WEP, wired equivalent privacy. So it's a WLAN client authenticating and data encryption protocol. Then you have wireless standards. Next you have wireless standards. So there are 802.11 A, B, G, I, N. Okay, and then you have 802.16, and then comes the Bluetooth. So 802.11 A, bandwidth up to 54 Mbps, and signal is regulated frequency spectrum around 5 GHz. 802.11 B, bandwidth is up to 11 Mbps and uses unregulated radio signal frequency 2.4 GHz. Now 802.11 G, bandwidth up to 54 Mbps, and it uses the 2.4 gigahertz frequency for a greater range. 802.11i, this wireless local area network that provides improved encryption for network and use 802.11a, b and g standards. 802.11n use multiple inputs, multiple output MIMO technology to give Wi-Fi more speed over 100 Mbps and range. 802.616, a group of bandwidth wireless communication standard for metropolitan area, that's MANS. And then comes the Bluetooth, supports a very short range like 10 meter or so, and relatively low bandwidth 1 to 3 Mbps, designed for low power network devices like handhelds. MAC filtering, so it's a security access control methodology where a 48-bit address is assigned to each network card to determine the access to the network. So through the blacklist and whitelist, MAC filtering on the network permits or denies network access to specific device. Okay. So the MAC address format is usually displayed as a string of 12 hexadecimal digits separated by colon, such as FF colon 01 colon 02 colon AB colon 01 colon 02. Okay. So through MAC filtering you can allow and disallow the users from accessing the network. Okay. For that you need to create two lists, that's blacklist and whitelist. So in blacklist you can put the MAC address of those devices who you don't want to access the wireless network, and in whitelist you can put device which through which you want to access or allow the users to access the network. Then you have SSID, service identifier. So it's a token to identify 802.11 Wi-Fi network. By default it is a part of the packet header sent over the wireless local area network. So it acts as a single shared identifier between access points and client. SSID access point broadcasts the radio signal continuously received by the client machine if enabled. So SSID is basically the name of the access point. Now the types of wireless encryption versus WEP. So WEP is called as wired equivalent privacy. Is an IEEE 802.11 wireless protocol that provides security algorithm for data confidentiality during wireless transmission. So WEP uses a 24-bit initialization vector to form a stream cipher RC4 for confidentiality and CRC32 checksum for integrity of wireless transmission. So there are some flaws in WEP, that it has significant vulnerabilities and design flaws. Okay, it's easy to crack a WEP network. You can simply capture the packets and break the key. So it uses 64-bit WEP, uses 40-bit key, 128-bit WEP uses 104-bit key size, and 256-bit WEP uses 232-bit key size. Next is WPA. So Wi-Fi protected access is a data encryption method used for WLAN based on 802.11 standards. So it improves on authentication and encryption features of WEP. Okay. So it uses TKIP, temporary key integrity protocol. It's a 128-bit temporary key. Okay. So it enhances WPA over WEP. So TKIP utilizes RC4 stream cipher encryption with 128-bit keys and 64-bit keys for authentication. Okay. So WPA2 provides enterprise and Wi-Fi users with strong data protection and network access control. So it provides government grade security by implementing NIST, that is National Institute of Standards and Technology, FIPS 142 compliant AES encryption algorithm. So there are two versions of WPA: WPA2 Personal and Enterprise. So WPA2 Personal uses a setup password, that's pre-shared key, to protect from unauthorized network access. Whereas in case of WPA2 Enterprise, it includes EAP, that's Extendable Authentication Protocol, or called as Radius for centralized client authentication, using multiple authentication methods such as token cards, Kerberos, certificates, and scriptures. So there is a comparison between WEP, WPA, WPA2. So encryption, like WEP, uses RC4 algorithm. Initialization vector size is 24-bit. Encryption length is 40 to 104 bit. And integrity check mechanism uses CRC. Whereas in case of WPA, it uses RC4 TK IP encryption, 48-bit initialization vector size, encryption key length 128-bit, and integrity check mechanism is Michael algorithm and CRC32. Whereas they have WPA2 both for enterprise and personal. It uses encryption algorithm as AES CCMP, 48-bit of IV, 128-bit of encryption key, and integrity check mechanism as AES CCMP. WEP should be replaced with more secure WPA, WPA2. So WPA, WPA2 incorporates protection against forgery and replay attacks. And you have wireless Wi-Fi choking. So Wi-Fi choking is, you have four types. That's war walking. So attacker walks around the Wi-Fi enabled laptops to detect wireless network. War flying is a technique. Attacker fly around with the Wi-Fi enabled laptops to detect open wireless networks. War driving, attacker drive around with Wi-Fi enabled laptops to detect open wireless networks. In war choking, the method used to draw symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi network. You have access control attacks. Okay, so Wi-Fi attacks. So wireless control attacks aims to penetrate a network by evading WLAN access control measures such as AP, MAC filtering, and Wi-Fi port access control. So attacks such as MAC spoofing, war driving, ad hoc association, client misassociation, unauthorized association, AP misconfiguration, promiscuous client, and rogue access point are the access control attacks. So war driving is type of access control attack. Rogue access point, MAC spoofing, ad hoc association, and promiscuous client. So war driving is attacker listens to beacons or send probe requests to discover wireless LAN, thereby providing a launch point for further attacks. Rogue access point, creating an open backdoor into a trusted network by installing an unsecured AP. MAC spoofing is hacker spoof the MAC address of the WLAN client equipment to mask as an authorized client. Ad hoc association, connecting directly to an unsecured station or circumvent API security or the attack a station. Have misassociation attack. Attacker setups a rogue access point outside the corporate perimeter and lures the employees of the organization to connect with it. Unauthorized association. Soft access points are client cards with or embedded WLAN radios in some PDAs. and laptops that can be launched inadvertently or through a virus program. Attackers infects victim machine and activate soft application, allowing them to unauthorized access or connection to the enterprise network. You have AP miss configuration. Access points are configured to broadcast SSID to authorized users. To verify authorized users, network administrator incorrectly use SSID as passwords. We have integrity attack. So integrity attacks, attackers send forged controlled management or data frames over the wireless network to misdirect the wireless devices in order to perform another type of attack such as DOS. Okay. So in this, attacker sends forged controlled messages so that he can misdirect the wireless devices to other type of attacks such as DOS. Okay. Then you have confidentiality attack. So the attacks attempts to intercept confidential information sent over wireless association, whether sent in a clear text or encrypted by Wi-Fi protocols. So eavesdropping, traffic analysis, cracking WEP key, evil twin, man in the middle, masquerading, session hijacking, and honeypot access points. These are the attacks for confidentiality. You have the availability attack. Okay. Denial of service attack aim to prevent legitimate users from accessing resources in a wireless network, such as DOS, beacon flood, authenticate flood, TK/IP exploit, deauthenticate flood, okay, routing attack. These are the attacks for availability. Then next is investigating wireless attacks. Okay, so there are some points to remember while you are performing investigating a wireless attack. So while you are conducting a penetration test, the investigator should keep note of the following things, like the active wireless access point physically located when search warrant seen, external wireless access point with the signal coverage that overlaps the search warrant scene, which devices connect or are actively connected to associated access point. So point that should not be overlooked while investigating the wireless network, such as a visual inspection of broadband modems will quickly determine if wireless access point is physically connected. Investigators should be able to determine if a home network utilizes cable, DSL or another method of connecting to internet. If a wireless access point is physically located, the initial goal is to determine its associated devices by directly connecting to it via a network cable. So steps for investigating the Wi-Fi wireless attacks: obtain a search warrant, identify wireless devices at crime scene, document the scene and maintain a chain of custody, detect the wireless connections, determine wireless field strength, map wireless zones and hotspot, connect to wireless network, wireless data acquisition and analysis, and generate the report. So obtain search warrant. A search warrant application should include a proper authorization to perform on-site examination of computer equipment such as wireless access device. So conduct forensic analysis only on the equipment that permitted to be searched. Identify wireless devices at crime scene. Okay, and system connected to a wireless network provide a vital clues for solving a cases. If devices connected to a wireless network are detected, investigators should check number of authorized computers, laptop, PDAs connected to the Wi-Fi. Check for public IP MAC address using scanning tools such as Nmap. Then you have wireless devices at crime scene. So identify different wireless devices connected to crime scene. Check the physical location of the wireless hardware such as routers, access point, repeaters, laptops, PDAs, antennas. Search for additional devices. Search for additional devices by sending de-authenticating packets using a replay tool. This may force active wireless equipment to reconnect to the default wireless access point, which will be redirected to the forensic laptop. Detect rogue access point. Rogue access or unauthorized access point is that is not authorized for operation by a particular firm or network. Tools that can detect rogue or unauthorized access points are NetStumbler, etc. Two basic methods for locating rogue access point: beaconing, request a beacon; network sniffing, looking for packets in the air. Document the scene and maintain the chain of custody. All the devices connected in the wireless network must be documented. Take photograph of the evidence found. Document the state of the device during seizure. Maintain the chain of custody of documents, photograph and evidence. Detect wireless connection. Okay. Drive around a Wi-Fi enabled laptop and a wireless discovery tool installed and map out wireless networks. You will need these to discover Wi-Fi networks. Laptop with Wi-Fi cards, external Wi-Fi antennas, and network discovery program. So tools that can be used: NetStumbler, NSSIDer, NetSuperwire, and etc. Methodologies to detect wireless connection. So wireless network discovery tools uses two different methodologies to detect: monitor and log WLAN device, active scanning and passive scanning. Both the method gather WLAN AP information by capturing and decoding beacon frame, which contains network information that include SSID, BSSID, and network encryption. So active scanning is methodology involve broadcasting a probe request frame and waiting for response from available wireless network. Whereas passive scanning is methodology involving detecting the existing of the access point by sniffing the packets from the airwaves. So there are tools, Wi-Fi discovery tools like NSSIDer, GPS mapping. So GPS mapping is create a map of discovered Wi-Fi network and create a database with statistics collected by Wi-Fi discovery tools such as NetSavior, NetStumbler, and etc. GPS is used to track the location of the discovered Wi-Fi networks and the coordinates uploaded to the sites like Wiggle. So investigator should discover the Wi-Fi network and post the GPS location on Wiggle. So detect WAP using Nessus vulnerability scanner. You can use Nessus vulnerability scanner to detect the wireless access point. Perform the following steps: like first, update the Nessus with plugins by running the update commands. Configure the new scan by selecting the plugin. Enable port scan for ports 1 to 100. Disable the safe checks. Enable dependency at runtime. These are steps you can follow while you are detecting WAP using Nessus vulnerability scanners. Determine wireless Determine wireless field strength. Tool you can use FSM. Okay, so FSM is a software application that extends a convention SSB receiver to allow measurement and calculation of the field strength of radio signals. So what is spectrum analysis? So radio frequency spectrum analyzers examine the Wi-Fi radio transmission, measure the power of radio signals and radio frequency pulse, and transform these measurements into numeric sequence. So spectrum analyzers employ statistical analysis to plot spectral usage, quantify air quality, and isolate transmission sources. So radio frequency analyzers are used by RF technicians to install and maintain wireless networks and identify source of interference. Map wireless zones and hotspot, collect the information after detecting wireless connection, analyze the collected information properly and prepare the map. Prepare the static map for wireless zones and hotspot. Map the network using tools such as MS Visio, Smart Draw, eDraw network diagrams. These are the tools you can use for to map the network. Okay. Access point data acquisition and analysis. So also acquire configuration settings and log of the access point. So look for DHCP logs for issued MAC addresses. Look for network logs for intrusion activities. Firewall logs for intrusion. Use tools such as firewall analyzer, firewall log analyzer to view the firewall logs. So firewall analyzer, it's used to view the firewall logs. Firewall log analyzer. And you have wireless devices, data acquisition and analysis. So do the following, check for the following log files for the wireless devices found: registry analysis, network connection history logs, USB device footprint, and wireless device logs. So wireless device data acquisition analysis: decrypt and encrypt log files if decryption key is available. If the log files are password protected, then crack the password using tools such as THC Hydra and Kane Enable. Report generation. The report generation should include name of investigator, list of wireless device evidences, document of evidence and other supporting items, list of tools used for investigation. So your report should be brief. You should have the conclusion, steps for examination. Okay, so report is very important because it proves that the victim guilty or not. Okay. Then features of good wireless forensics tools. So it should have monitoring of all 14 Wi-Fi channels, 802.11 AVGN. Okay. And capable of monitoring and log synchronized of GPS device in satellite. Use of prism mode headers to gather additional information. Ability to decipher encryption algorithm in order to recover WEP, WPA keys. And some other like recording hash values of the evidences in the audit file log. Okay, good receive sensitivity, sophisticated alert and notification capability, Wi-Fi packet crafting and injecting capability. So these are the good features of wireless forensics tools. Then some wireless forensics tools like NetStumbler. So it's used for detecting wireless LAN using 802.11, 802.11a, b and g. Net Surveyor, okay, VisitTumbler, Kismat. So these are the tools you can use for doing the wireless forensics. That's it. Thank you. Okay, next module is investigating web attacks. So in this module we will learn what are introduction to application, what are the architecture, okay, and different types of web servers and attacks on those web servers, and the investigating, how you can investigate the web attacks. First, there's statistics for web application security. It shows the different types of web vulnerabilities according to their percentage. So 80% attacks are cross-site scripting. Then comes SQL injection, 62%. Parameter tampering, 60%. Cookie poisoning, 37%. 33% database server, 23% web server, and 19% buffer overflow. So these are the major types of attacks that are happening on web applications nowadays, and according to their percentage, that which are the happening most of the attacks. So the maximum type of attack, the attack which is have the highest percentage, basically it's a cross-site scripting. And then comes your SQL injection. SQL injection is one of the most old type of attack, and it is happening a lot nowadays even. Web servers, the market share. So 26% is shared by Microsoft IIS, okay, and 60%, around 60% is shared by Apache. That's a Linux one. Then comes Google Web Server, GWS, it's 7.43, and then comes Light TTPD, okay, that's 0.82, and NGINX, that's 5.44. So most of the users are open source users holding Apache as their servers, and then comes here Microsoft. First is introduction to web application. So web application provide an interface between end user and web server through a set of web pages that are generated at the web server and or contain script code to be executed dynamically within the client browser. Okay. So web applications are basically those applications which provides an interface for end users to communicate with the web servers. So web applications have a set of web pages. Web pages are the codes or the functionality that are designed for that web application is contained in the web pages. Okay. Though web application enforce certain security policy, they are vulnerable to various attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and session hijacking. Next is web application components. So you have the main three components as the web server, the application content, and the data access. Then you have the login page, session tracking mechanism, okay, and user permissions, role level and system security, logout feature, and the data store where all your data is being kept. Basically, you can see the database. Okay. So how a web application works? So let's say when a user wants to access a website, he enters the URL and he got the login page. Request goes to internet. You have a firewall, it goes to web server for the DNS resolution, and then it goes to web application. Now the web application decide whether it needs to be connected with the database or not. If it needs to, then it goes to DBMS and some queries. If we talk about SQL queries, the select queries will be run, and then the operating system calls. Okay. So what are the indications of a web attack? Customers are denied any access to information or services available on the website. Legitimate web pages being redirected to an unknown website. Usually slow network performance and frequent rebooting of the servers. Anomalies found in the log servers. So these are the basic indication that shows of a web attack. Then you have Apache web server logs. So Apache HTTP server you have is a web server that supports many operating systems such as Unix, GNU, FreeBSD, Linux, Solaris, okay, NetWare, Mac OS, You have Apache log information. So the Apache log provide information about web application activities such as IP address of the client, uh, identity of client machine, user ID of client, time, request line from client, status code, size of the object returned to the client. You have DHCP logs, dynamic host control protocol. So DHCP server allows a server to automatically allocate an IP address to a client system from a defined range of IP address when a system is started. Okay, so when a system is started on the network, if DHCP provides the IP address to the system, okay, from a set of IP range which has been predefined in that DHCP server. So DHCP server log file contains information about ID, date, time, description, IP address, host name, and MAC addresses. Then you have web attacks. So first is unvalidated input. So input validation flaws refers to web application vulnerability where input from the client is not validated before processed by web application and the backend server. So whatever inputs we are taking from the users is not processed by the web application. So that's one of the very dangerous and top flaws in web application. Most of the web application attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting happen because of unvalidated inputs. So attack exploits validation flaws to perform cross-site scripting, buffer overflow, injection attacks, okay, that result in data theft and system malfunctioning. You have directory traversal. So directory traversal allows attacker to access restricted directories including application source code, configuration, and critical system files, and to execute commands outside of the web server root directory. So attackers can manipulate variables that reference files with dot dot slash. So basically when we want to traverse from one directory to another directory through CMD, what we do is we put dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot according to the number of directories we want to go back. So similarly we just put some dot dot slash and tries to go back into some directories such as password directories, so we can access the password file of that web server. And you have injection flaw. Injection flaw are web application vulnerabilities that allow untrusted data to be interpreted and executed as part of command or query. So attackers exploit injection flaws by constructing malicious commands or queries that results in data loss or corruption, lack of accountability, or denial of service. So injection flaws are prevalent in legacy code, often found in SQL injection, LDAP, XPath queries, and etc. etc. So what is LDAP injection? So LDAP injection technique is used to take advantage of non-validated web application input vulnerabilities to pass an LDAP filter used for searching directory services to obtain direct access to database behind a LDAP tree. So LDAP is a lightweight directory access protocol which is used by Active Directory services. So it tries to inject query in the database so that we can access the behind of LDAP tree. I have cross-site scripting accesses. Attack exploit vulnerabilities in dynamically generated web pages, which enables malicious attacker or attackers to inject client-side script into web page viewed by other users. So it's basically of two types: stored and reflected. So when an attacker injects a script and the script is the output of that injection is only viewable to the attacker, then that is called as reflected. And when the output, if the script is stored on the web server and it can be viewed by any person around the world. That's called as stored cross-site scripting. You have cross-site request forgery, CSRF. Attacks exploit web page vulnerabilities that allow forcing an unsuspecting user browser to send malicious requests they did not intend. So the victim users holds an active session when a trusted site or simultaneously visit a malicious site, which injects an HTTP request for the trusted site into the victim user session. Compromising its integrity. So what happened in CSRF is when, let's say, a normal user is accessing a website with the HTTP session, so the attacker will send him a malicious link. So when the user is going to click on that link, the session ID will be will get to the attacker, and attacker can access that session from his system. One of very dangerous and very rare to found. It was found in one of the very biggest email service provider in the world, and it was like few months ago, and it was fixed within 5 minutes of revealing that this website has a CSRF vulnerability. We have application denial of service attack. The attacker exhausts available server resources by sending hundreds of resource intensive requests, such as pulling out large image files or requesting dynamic pages that require expensive searches operation on the backend database server. So why are applications vulnerable? Reasonable use expectations, application environment bottleneck, implementation flaws, poor data validations. So because of which the denial of service happens on the web application. A session fixation attack. So it's an attack. The attacker tricks the user to access a genuine server using an explicit session ID value. So attacker assumes the identity of the victim and exploits his or her credentials at the server. Have insufficient transport layer protection. So it's a vulnerability supports weak algorithm, uses expired or invalid certificates. Okay, so underprivileged SSL setup can also help attacker to launch phishing and MITM. Improper error handling. So gives insight into source code such as logical flaws, default accounts, and etc. So using the information received from the error messages, the attacker identifies the vulnerability. Insecure cryptographic storage. So it refers to when a web application uses poorly written encryption code to securely encrypt and store sensitive data into the database. So when you are not using a good security or cryptographic code to secure the information of the users on the database, your data can be vulnerable and it can be exploited. So DMZ protocol attack, so also called as zero-day attack. So DMZ protocol attack, most web applications include the protocols such as DNS and FTP. These protocols have many inherent vulnerabilities that are exploited to gain access to other critical applications. So zero-day attack, it refers to an exploit that take advantage of newly discovered vulnerability in the program or operating system. before the software developer finds a solution for that vulnerability. Log tampering. So logs are kept to track the usage patterns of the application. So log tampering allows the attackers to cover their tracks and alter web transaction records. So attackers try to delete logs, modify logs, change user information, or otherwise destroy evidence of any attack. So how to investigate web attack? First, analyze the web server, FTP and local system logs to confirm a web attack. Check log file information with request to time and timestamps, IP addresses, HTTP status, codes, and request resource. Identify the nature of the attack. Is it a DDoS attack, or it's an attack targeted just at you? Localize the source. Use your firewall and IDS logs to know where the attack is coming from. Block the attack once you know where the attack is coming from, and you can take action to stop it. If you have identified specific machines that has been compromised, pull them from the network until you can disinfect them and return them to service. If an attack or attempted attack is coming from outside, block access to the network from that IP address. Start your investigation from the IP address. So investigating web attacks in Windows based servers. So run event viewer, look for the event log services, suspicious information. Event log service is stop. So you can check the following suspicious event have occurred. That the event log service is stop, Windows file protection is not active on the system, the MS Telnet service started successfully. So when you are investigating web attacks in Windows based server, look for file shares and ensure that each of them is defined business purpose. Okay, look for netview, net session, net use, nbt stat, okay, to check the net BIOS. So when investigating IIS logs, all the server visits in log file. Okay, so the log files are located in Windows 2003 it's located as system drive or C drive, and system 32 log files W3 SVC. In 2008 it's C drive, inetpub log files, logs and log file folder. In Apache, okay, the Apache server has two logs. One is error logs and another is access log. So Apache server saves diagnostic information and error message that it encounters while processing the request. The default path of the file is user local Apache logs error.log in Linux. Whereas access log, it contains request processed by the Apache. So by default, access logs are stored in the common log format. So the default path of the file is users usr/local/apache/log/access.log in Linux. That's for access logs. Now how you can investigate the cross-site scripting? So you have to check for the regular expression that is I have shown in the slide. Okay, and then you can check for that particular attack. So for SQL injection, look for SQL injection attack incident in these location: IDS log file, database server logs, and web server log. Signature looks the SQL injection at signature is in web server log file may look like this. So pen testing CSRF validation field. So first test that the validation field is unique for each user. Then verify that the validation field cannot be determined by other users. If an attacker can create the same validation field for another user, there is no value in the validation field. Validation field must be unique for each site. Verify that the validation field is never sent on the query string. Data could be leaked in places like HTTP refer to attacker. Verify request fails when validating field in missing. Detecting buffer overflow. So you can use a detection that is called Nebula, network-based buffer overflow attack detection. It's a technique detect buffer overflow attack based solely on the traffic observed without requiring any modification to the end host. Nebula uses a generalized signature that can capture all known variants of buffer overflow attacks while reducing the number of false positive to the negligible level. Then intrusion detection. So intrusion detection is the art of detecting inappropriate, incorrect, or anonymous activity. It can be used to determine if a computer network or server has experienced an unauthorized intrusion. So type of intrusion detection: HIDS, NIDS, and IPS. So HIDS is host intrusion based detection, network based intrusion detection system, and intrusion prevention system. So security strategies for web application: driving ideas for detection vulnerabilities, fixing vulnerabilities that arose previously, pen testing the application as it avoids time for research on vulnerabilities and analyzing result, checking for flaws in security through IDS and IPS tool, improving awareness of good security. So these are the security strategies for web application. So checklist for web security: avoid user account having weak or no password, validate logins through SSL, block unused open ports, check for various web attacks, do not use clear text password to manage the server, test if Unicode vulnerability is prevailing, check whether IDS or IPS is deployed, look for possible intrusion areas using vulnerability scanners. So web attack detection tools. So first you have Accuratix web vulnerability tool scanner, NetSparker, you have NStalker, IBM AppScan, it's a proprietary tool of IBM. Then you can use tools for detecting IP addresses, Whoislookup and Whoislookup, Whois.net, Smart Whois. These are the tools you can use for detecting the IP addresses. So in this practical, we will learn how to find web security vulnerabilities using NStalker web application security scanner. Okay. So NStalker web application security scanner, it's a very sophisticated web security assessment solution. Okay. It is used for finding the web application vulnerability. As a forensics investigator, you must be aware, you should have knowledge of web security assessment. Okay. So our objective in this lab is to find the web security vulnerabilities. So the vulnerabilities such as code injection, cross-site scripting, web server vulnerabilities, and any other parameter tampering. First, let's see how to install NStalker web application security scanner. So I have NStalker here with me. Install it. So I'll be running it. So this is the dashboard for Instalker. Okay. So you can also update this tool. So it says that it's a limited version free edition. Okay. Okay. So it is updating all the information like Google hacking database, Instalker, free scanner, version, third-party packages, and different DBs. So download is almost complete. Few things are left. So we'll wait till the updation is completed. We are updating so that we have the latest features and versions. So updation is done. So I am now going to again install it. So installation is done. Finish. Now starting the Instalker X again. Okay. So updation is done. Now we are going to start the testing part. So first go to start and enter the URL which you want to scan. certifiedhacker.com and check the policy on which behalf you want to test. So one you have is the manual testing, which you manually perform the attacks. One is your full excesses assessment, in which it only checks for excesses, that's cross-site scripting. And another one is OWASP policy. So OWASP policy is Open Web Application Security project, in which you test the top 10 vulnerabilities of the web application. Okay, you select OWASP policy and click on next. Click on scan settings. So here you can customize your settings according to your test requirement. Okay. In authentication process, if any authentication required, you can give your credentials there. Okay, I'm going to go back to the scan. Click on optimize. So once you click on optimize, it scans for some tests, it gathers some information which will be seen in the next step. Once the optimization is done, so optimization is in process. Here you can see it's in 6%. Okay, so optimization is done. It tells you the speed at which optimization is done. Click on next, and here are the complete information, the summary. Okay, like what is the host information, the IP, the port, is there an SSL or not, which policy it will be using for the scanning purposes, is there any restricted directory, is there any false positive settings. So everything you can see here. Once you review your information, you can start the session. So it's a free version, so it's gives you that you can only crawl only 500 first 500 pages. Okay. So it has started the scanning of certifiedhacker.com. Also, you need to start the scan from here before it's click here to start the scanning. So now the scanning is started. Here it says, gives you information about the bytes and information received, how many website crawls, how many information crawled, how many total number of requests, everything you can see here. So you have to wait till the scanning is completed. Here you can see the progress. In scan engine, you can see how many attacks it has sent to the given web application. So it depends on the size of the application, how big it is, and according to that basis it will take the. So the during the first process is completed, that's 100%. So these are the how many vulnerabilities it's showing you here. One is informational, 5 is information, 1 is medium, there is no low or there is no high vulnerability available. Okay. Still it's scanning. Now here you can see it's checking for cross-site scripting, information leakage. The progress can be seen in the below pane. Now if you click on this plus sign here, you can see the site tree, the complete information site. Okay, the scanning is being done, it's completed. Okay, as you see here, the completed. Now what you can do is you can go to result wizard. Okay, once the scanning is complete, it shows you the result wizard. So here you can save the scan result and close session to return the main screen and open the report manager, so you can see the report. Okay, so it will show you the number of vulnerabilities done. So this is your report wizard will be opening. Okay. On report manager, select the report. It will show you the report, how many informational, how many medium, low and high. Now go to start and cancel this. So here you can see a saved scan session. Just double click this, it will generate the report. So the dashboard will show information, site sequence, broken pages, cookies, no cookies, scripts, 2 scripts available, vulnerabilities. Here it shows the vulnerability. Select this. So the vulnerability is clickjacking, and this is the URL, severity, medium, high and low. Okay, so once everything is generated, you can go to close session. The session will be closed. Yeah. Now here you have policy editor. Select the policy editor, enter any file name, give it as test, okay, and check for the policy. Click on security, so it will select all the vulnerabilities. Okay. This is just to create your own policy for web testing. Okay. And you can also save it. Here is the save option. Save policy and give any name. Test. Save. Okay, so your policy is saved. If you go to start, okay, go to start here and you will see you have one more policy that's in the test with the name test, which has been created by us. Okay. So that was it about N-Stalker scanner, which is used for finding the vulnerability. Thank you.
And what are the vectors of web attack? So an attack vector is a path, okay, or by means by which an attacker can gain access to computer or network resource in order to deliver an attack payload or cause a malicious outcome. Okay. So attack vectors include parameter manipulation, XML poisoning, client validation, server misconfigurations. So these are the ways through which an attacker can perform a web attack. Okay. So no protection method is completely attack proof, okay, as the attack vectors keep changing and evolving with new technological evolution. So you cannot say that all the type of security measures will keep your web application secure, because every day some new kind of attack or vulnerability is coming up, and the attack vectors keeps on changing. Okay. So if the attack vector change, it becomes easy for the attackers to perform. Okay, and the security will not be 100% secure or proof. What are the impact of web server attack? So what happens if a web server is attacked? The website can get defaced, your data might be theft. Data theft is one of the impact on web server. Root access to other applications or web server. Okay, so if an attacker get root access of the server, he may upload any kind of script or a shell on the web server, through which he can access the root of the operating system of the server, and he can perform many other different types of attack.
Secondary attack from the website, data tampering, compromise of the user accounts. Okay, so a lot of user accounts get compromised. Website defacement. Okay, so website defacement occur when an intruder maliciously alter the visual appearance of the web page by inserting or substituting proactive and frequently offensive data. Okay, so when an attacker change the web page, the front home page basically, that called as the index page of the website. Okay, so every website has an index page, so which he has the all logins of the website. So if he change that web page, so whenever any person will open that website, he will see what the attacker wants to show them. You have web logs. So computer security contains information. Basically, computer security logs contains information about the events occurring within an organization system and network. So application and web server logs are useful in detecting web attacks. The source, nature and time of web attack can be determined by analyzing log files of the compromised system. So log file have HTTP status code that are specific to the type of incident. Okay. Web servers that run on IIS and Apache are prone to log file deletion by attackers who have access to the web server, as log files are stored on the web servers themselves. So if an attacker can get access to the web server, that IIS or Apache, the log files can be deleted by the attackers. Until unless the data is being, logs of the data of the log files are transferred to any other server. So application log consists of all three events logged by the program. Okay, so events that are written to the application logs are determined by the developers of the software program. So common log type information: client request and server response, account information, usage information, significant operational actions. Then you have IIS logs. IIS logs, Internet Information Services logs. So IIS is a web server for Windows that hosts anything on the web. IIS log provides useful information regarding the activity of various web applications, connection time, IP addresses, user account informations, okay, browsing page and actions. Then you have IIS web server architecture. Okay, so IIS for Windows server is flexible, secure and easy to manage web server for hosting anything on the web. So you can use HTTP protocol stack. Okay, that's http.sys. Okay, then that's in the kernel mode. Then you have the user mode, where you have the WAS service, that's Windows Activation Service, and www service, the World Wide Web Service. And there is an external application whichever you are hosting on that server. IIS log file format. So the log file format is fixed and cannot be customized. It's a ASCII text based format. The IIS formats includes basic items such as client IP address, user date, name, time, service and instance, server name and IP address, request type, target of operation, and etc. Okay, so next module is tracking emails and investigating email crimes. Okay, so in this module we will learn about email system, the client and servers, email messages, importance of email, okay, and examples of email headers, and steps to investigate email crimes, and tools available for email forensics. So first is email terminologies. IMAP, it's called Internet Message Access Protocol. So it is a method to access bulletin board messages or emails residing on a mail server, making them visible and acting as if they are stored locally. Okay. You have SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It receives outgoing mail from client and validates source and destination addresses. Also sends and receive emails to and from other SMTP services. HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It's used in webmail, and message resides in the webmail server. Then you have CC, carbon copy. So field in the email header that directs a copy of the message to another recipient, mail ID. Okay. You have BCC, blind carbon copy, a field that allows you to send a copy of the message to a second recipient without notifying the preliminary recipient. You have the attachments, file that is sent along with an email message that can be of any type. Okay. Email client, program used to read and send emails. Typical email clients include Outlook Express or Edura. Then you have email server, a server running at an ISP of a large website that is connected to the internet. So then you have the email server running at an internet service provider or a large website that is connected to internet to transport email. Okay, one email server that is typically used is SendMail, mail transport agent. Then we have encoding, method of sending binary, basically non-text files with emails. Common encoding options include Unicode, BigHex, MinHex, and MIME. These are the basic terminologies of email. They have email system. Okay, so email system consists of mail clients that to send or fetch emails, and two different SMTP and POP3 or IMAP server running on a server machine. So email systems are based on a client server architecture. Email is sent from client to a client server, which reroutes the email to its intended destination. Okay. So you have a user with a mail client, and you have SMTP server. So you another user with the mail client and a POP3 server. So a user sends an email, it goes to SMTP server and then go to the POP3 server, and from there to the mail user B. Next is email clients. So email client is a computer application that allows you to send, receive, and organize the emails. Email client perform the following functions like retrieve messages from the mailbox, allow user to create new messages, display the headers of all messages in mailbox, allow the users to add attachment to the messages, allow you to select a message header and read the body of the email message, format the messages. So commonly used email clients such as Microsoft Outlook, Thunderbird, Yahoo Mail, Gmail, Hotmail, and many more. Then you have email server. So email or mail server is a computer within the network that works as a virtual post office. Okay, so email servers exchange email with the SMTP server. Okay, with an email is sent. When an email is sent, the client application first directs it to the email server. This contacts the addressee's email server and carries out a conversation in accordance with the rules defined by the SMTP over the internet. Okay. We have SMTP server. So SMTP server connects with the recipient SMTP server using port number 25. Okay, so SMTP server listens on port number 25 and handles outgoing email. When the client sends an email, it connects with to the SMTP server. The client has conversation with the SMTP server, telling the SMTP server the address of the sender, the recipient, and the body of the message. So SMTP server takes the to addressee and breaks it into two parts: the recipient name and the domain name. Then the SMTP server has a conversation with the domain name server, gets the identified information to the domain of the remote email server, and connects to the SMTP or to the remote email server. POP3 and IMAP servers. So POP3 server, the email server is used only for incoming emails. Okay, so when a message arrives, the POP3 server appends it to the button of the recipient account file, which can be retrieved by the email client at any preferred time. And then you have IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol server. So email client connects to the IMAP server using default port number, that is 143. So email servers allow multiple concurrent clients connection to the same mailbox. I have email message, and email message is composed of three parts: header, body, and signature. So header, email header contains information about the email origin, such as the address from where it came, the routing, time of the message, and the subject line. Some of the header information that is usually important to a technician is kept hidden by the email software. Then you have body. Body contains the actual message, and signature used by sender to provide information to the recipient about the senders. Now, what is the importance of electronic records management? So electronic record management may be defined as the field of management responsible for the efficient and systematic control of the creation, receipt, maintenance, use, and disposition of electronic records, including the process for capturing and maintaining evidence of an information for legal, fiscal, administrative, and other business purposes. So what is the importance of electronic record management? It helps in non-repudiation of electronic communication, so that someone cannot deny being the source of communication. It acts as a deterrent for abusive and indecent materials in email messages. It helps in the investigation and prosecution of email crimes. Then you have email crimes. So ease, speed, and relative anonymity of email makes it potent tool for criminals. So email crime can be divided into two categories. One is crime committed by sending emails, and crime supported by emails. So email spamming, email bombing, phishing comes under crime committed by sending emails, and harassment, cyber blackmailing, identifying fraud, pornography, and etc. comes under crime supported by emails. I have email spamming. So spamming can be defined as sending unsolicited emails. Spammer obtains email addresses by gathering addresses from Usenet posting, DNS listing, or web pages. Mail bombing and mail storm. So mail bombing, sending huge volumes of email to an address is in an attempt to overflow the mailbox or overwhelm the server where email addresses is hosted to cause a denial of service attack. That's called mail bombing. You have mail storm. So it is a sudden spike of reply all message on an email distribution list caused by one misdirected message. Then you have phishing. Phishing, it is a criminal act of sending an illegitimate email falsely claiming to be from a legitimate site in an attempt to acquire the user's personal and account information. So phishing emails redirect the users to fake web pages of trustworthy sites that ask them to submit their personal information. Email spoofing. So email spoofing is the forgery of email header so that the message appears to have originated from someone to somewhere other than the actual source. So when you spoof your email address, basically change your email address and you pretend to be someone else, is called email spoofing. We have email headers. So list of common email headers. Apparently 2 messages with many recipients sometimes have a long list of headers in the form. Apparently 2 like email address. Okay, so that's called apparently 2. And you have BCC. BCC stands for blind carbon copy. It is used to add addressees to the SMTP delivery list but not list in the message data remaining invisible to other recipients. You have CC carbon copy. The header is sort of an extension of 2. It specifies additional recipient. The difference between 2 and CC is essentially connotative. Some email programs also deal with them differently in generating replies. You have comments. So this is a non-standard header field, such as authenticated sender is whatever the email ID is. And you have some other common headers such as content transfer encoding, content type, date, errors. Okay, so errors 2 is basically specify an address for mailers generated errors like no such user, bounce messages. Okay, these are some common headers. Some other headers are priority, organization, sender. Okay. You have subject, X confirming reading to, X mailer, X distribution. Okay. You have received. Okay. Priorities to. So these are the common headers used by emailers. You have X headers. X headers is a genetic term for headers starting with a capital X and a hyphen. So convention is that the X headers are non-standard and provide for information only. Have X standard, X UAE, UD. So these are the common headers. We have steps to perform the investigation of emails. So criminals usually use emails in the following ways, such as to contact potential victims, to harass victims, to send extortion demands or threats, to lure users to visit websites that provide personal information, to communicate with accomplices, to solicit marks for con games. Okay, so this is why you should investigate the emails. So thus the email stands as a clue to the criminal identity and may become the evidence. So investigating an email crime and violation. So first, obtain a search warrant, obtain a bit-by-bit image of email information, examine email headers, analyze email headers, and recover deleted emails, acquire the email archives, and trace the email origin. First, obtain a search warrant and seize the computer and email account. A search warrant application should include proper language to perform an on-site examination of the computer and email server. And obtain a bit-by-bit image of email. So make a bit-by-bit image of all the folder settings configuration present in the email account for further investigation in a removable disk using tools such as SafePack. Examine email headers. Know how to find email headers in various command line, web-based and GUI clients. Open email headers, copy paste the headers in a text documents. So you can view the headers in Microsoft Outlook. Log on to the Microsoft Outlook and open the received email. Click on the file info and properties. Select message header text copy. Okay, and paste the text into a text editor and save the file. How you can view in Gmail? Log into Gmail. Okay, click on the reply drop down button. Let's navigate to the show original options. Okay, click and then select the message header, full text, and copy it and paste the text in any text editor. Similarly in Yahoo, you can go to the actions and drop down button and navigate to view full header options. Forging headers. So another trick used by email forgers is to add surplus received headers before sending the offending mail. Okay, so this means that the hypothetical email sent from let's say turmeric.com might have received lines that have some forged emails. So obviously the last the lines of edited by the hackers doesn't make sense and written to the sender. You have analyzing email headers. So gather supporting evidences as given below, so from the email headers, and track the suspect. Return path, recipient email address, type of sending email service, IP address of sender server, name of the email server, unique message number, date and time email was sent, attachment files and information. So email header fields such as are listed below in the image. We have received headers. So received header provide a detailed log of a message history, and so make it possible to draw some conclusion about the origin of a piece of email even when other headers have been forged. So examine the additional files such as .pst or .ost files. So emails are saved as a file either on a client computer or the server. So Microsoft Outlook maintains email in .pst or .ost files. So online email programs such as AOL, Hotmail, Yahoo store emails messages in folders such as histories, cookie and temporary. You have tracing back. So first step in tracing back fake mail is to view the headers information. You have header will show the originating email server, mail.example.com. Then with a court order served by law enforcement or civil complaint filed by attorneys, obtain the log files from mail.example.com. determine who sent the message. Then information regarding the internet domain registration can be found on aaron.net, internic.com. Okay. And how you can trace back a web-based email. So web-based email accounts can make it more difficult to establish identity of the sender. So it is possible to create a new online webmail account easily on Hotmail, Yahoo, Hushmail. Okay. The above the sites maintain the source IP of each connection that accesses online webmail. So contact the email provider such as Microsoft, Yahoo, Google to reveal the subscriber information. For this you need a court order. Deleted email recovery. So deleted email recovery messages varies based on the email client used, such as Eudora Mail and Outlook PST. So you need different tools for recovering the mails. Then I have email forensics tools. Stellar Phoenix deleted email recovery, Recover My Email, Outlook Express recovery, Email Tracker Pro. Okay. And laws and acts against email crime. So US law against email crime, CAN Spam Act. It's Act of 2003 controlling the assault of non-solicited pornography and marketing act. Established requirements for those who send commercial emails, spells out penalties for spammers and companies whose products are advertised in spam if they violate the law. Okay, so there are some penalties in this law. So each violation of the provision on previous topic is subject to fine up to $11,000. We have email crime law in Washington, RCW 19.190.020. So this is law is for residents of Washington. So it states that no person can initiate the transmission, conspire with another to initiate the transmission, or assists the transmission of a commercial electronic mail message from a computer located in Washington or to an electronic mail address that the sender knows or has reason to know is held by Washington residents. So that's it in this module. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so in this practical we will learn how to do recovery of emails using recovering basically deleted emails using the Recover My Email utility. Okay, so Recover My Email is a mail recovery software that can basically recover deleted mails, messages from Outlook PST files or Outlook Express DBX files. Okay, basically in this by this practical we want to understand how to track and investigate email crime using various tools so that we can obtain the message contacts, deleted email messages and attachments. Okay, so for an as an evidence I have two PST files with me. That's target 1 and target 2. Okay, and Recover My Email. So I'm going to install Recover My Email software setup. So I'm going to skip the update. Accept the agreement and create a desktop icon. Install. So here is the recover my email software application. So first we accept the agreement. Okay, so I'll skip this step. So open email file. So first I'm going to add the email file. Okay, so the open window will be pop-up. So locate the PST files. It's on the desktop. Outlook PST file. Okay, and select the first one. Let's say target one. So you're going to analyze the complete image. So the scan is complete. Okay, so these are the emails. All emails are here. Yeah. So incomplete items are here which are not being completely sent. Recovered messages. These are the recovered emails. So here you can see the mail when it was received. So if I just click on this below, I can see there is no text in the body. If I click on this one, yeah. Okay. So here you have all the mails. Here you can see the recovered mails as well. So here it says hi. If you see, you can see the content below. So if you want to search for anything particular, you have to click on the search button, which is here. Okay, select the boxes from which you want to search, like from, to. Okay, so I'm saying by to. Okay. And I'm looking for, let's say, Martin Smith. Okay, whose email is martinsmith61725. Okay, so I will be saying it by to Martin Smith. Okay, sorry, is a spelling mistake. Martin Smith. Okay, 61725 @gmail.com. Okay, and include messages and everything. Click OK. Now go to all mail folder. Okay, so there is nothing by this, so I'm going to put a subject also that says hi. Click OK. So now there is one mail with the name Martin spelled subject to hi. That's for the Nizam Leo 9. So if you want to make more specific results, you can check your own information. According to that, your requirement, you can see the. If you select the email, you can see the content below, which is hi. Now, if you see on the right bottom panel, there are two attachments in there: flowers and animals. So, we want to see the attachment. Just click any of the attachments. Let's say this. So you can see the content here. Let's say animal. It's here. Okay. So let's say if you want to save any of the messages, you can just select it here and click on the save message and select the format in which you want to save. PST, EME, MSG or list, whatever format it suits to you. If you let's say PST, so it requires an activation code because it's a trial version, so recovery can only be performed in the full version. So this is how you can recover emails using Recover My Email software. Thank you. Okay, so next module is mobile forensics. In this module we'll learn about mobile phones, different types of mobiles, their operating systems, okay, and what a criminal can do with the mobile phones. What is mobile forensics? What are the challenges, precautions to be taken? What is the mobile forensics process? Different tools, software and hardware is available for performing mobile forensics. First of all, the statistics of smartphone sales for 2010-2011. Okay, so 172 million devices were sold in 2009, and 297 million devices were sold in 2010. Smartphone markets have increased by 72% during that just 1 year. Okay. So this is statistics for 2010 in orange and 29 in blue. So if we talk about different OSs like Symbian, Research in Motion, RIM, iPhone, Windows Mobile and Android. So in 2009 the biggest share was with Symbian with 46.9%. In 2010 it again with the Symbian, but the ratio felt down very high. It came up to 37.6%. Whereas Android in 2009 was just 3.9%. In 2010 it was 22.7%. iPhone did a increase from 14.4 to 15.7. Okay, Windows did it's a decrease from 8.7 to 4.7. And Research in Motion, same, it also decreased from 19.9 to 16%. Okay, so statistics from Gartner to February 2011 report. Okay. Then you have mobile phone. So mobile phone or cellular phone, it's a complex electronic device that contains many features such as voice and text messaging, personal information management, SMS and MMS messaging, internet and email, chat, okay, store the images and videos, games, camera with video recorder, Bluetooth and infrared, GPS, navigator. So different mobile devices such as BlackBerry. So it's a personal wireless handheld device that supports email, mobile phone capability, text messaging, web browsing and other wireless information services. Okay. So then you have iPod. iPod is a portable digital audio and video player offering a huge storage capacity. You have iPhone. It's an Apple device Okay, so iPhone is an internet connected multimedia smartphone designed and marketed by Apple inclusive with a multi-touch screen and a minimal hardware interface. There are components of cellular network. You have MSC, mobile switching center. It is a switching system for a cellular network. You have BTS based transceiver station. It's a radio receiver equipment that communicates with mobile phones. You have BSC based system station controller. It manages the transceiver equipment and performs channel assignment. You have BSS base station subsystem, responsible for managing the radio network, and it is controlled by mobile service switching center MSC. Consists of the elements BSC, that is the base station controller, BTS, that is base transceiver station, and TC, that's transcoder. Then you have HLR, home location register. It's a database at MSC. So it is a central repository system for subscriber data and service information. Then you have VLR, visitor location register. So it's again a database used in conjunction with HLR for mobile phones roaming outside the service area. You have different cellular networks: CDMA, Edge. CDMA called as Code Division Multiple Access, Edge Enhanced Data Rates for GSM Evolution, IDEN Integrated Digital Enhanced Network (GPRS), General Packet Radio Service. You have GSM, Global System for Mobile Communication, HSDPA, High Speed Downlink Packet Access. You have TDMA, Time Division Multiple Access, UMTS, that's Universal Mobile Telecommunication System, and UMA, Unlicensed Mobile Access. Mobile operating systems. So mobile operating system is a operating system that operates a mobile device like a mobile phone, smartphone, PDAs, and etc. It determines the functions and features available on mobile devices such as keyboards, applications, email, text messaging, and etc. It controls which third-party application can run on device. It manages the communication between mobile device and compatible device like computers, televisions, or printers. Okay, so you have different operating systems such as Android, iOS. Okay, you have BlackBerry running their own operating system. You have Symbian. So these are all operating systems that are there in the market with the high value share. So you have WebOS of HP, Symbian, Android, RIM from BlackBerry OS, Windows, and Apple iOS. So WebOS is a mobile operating system running on the Linux kernel. So it uses multi-touch gestures to navigate on the touchscreen. It allows users to access Gmail, Yahoo, Facebook, LinkedIn, and many other features using Synergy feature that integrates all these sources into a single list. It uses the WebKit layout engine to access web browsers. Now I have the Symbian. Symbian is the OS mobile operating system designed for smartphones and was currently marketed and maintained by Nokia. But Nokia Mobile's division has been now overtaken by Microsoft. Okay, so now it's under the Microsoft. So it is designed to make minimal demands on batteries and to have low memories. Okay, so it has features like associated libraries, user interface frameworks, memory management optimized for embedded software environment, WebKit based browsers, and object oriented software architecture. Have Android OS. So Android is a software stack developed by Google for mobile devices that includes an operating system, middleware, and key applications. So it has many features such as application framework, enabling reuse and replacement of components, Dalvik virtual machine optimized for mobile devices, integrated browser based on open source WebKit engine, SQLite for structured data storage, media support for common audio, video, and still images formats like MP, EG4, MP3, JPEG, PNG, GIF. Okay, these are the features of Android. You have RIM BlackBerry OS. So BlackBerry OS is a mobile operating system developed by Research in Motion for its BlackBerry line of smartphone handheld devices. So it provides multitasking and supports particular input devices used in BlackBerry such as track wheel, trackball, trackpad, and touchscreen. So it also has many features such as view all social networks and feeds, faster and richer web browsing, universal search, engaging multimedia, and multi-touch interface. Then you have Windows 7, Windows Phone 7. Now you have the Windows 9 also. So Windows Phone 7 is a mobile operating system developed by Microsoft and it's a successor to Windows Mobile Platform. So Windows Phone 7 have features such as smooth transition user interface. And you have good Office integration and support, easy setup for Google, Windows Live, Yahoo Mail, and other features. It also have informative lock screen and auto hidden top-up status bar. And then the very famous one, Apple iOS. So iOS is a Apple mobile operating system. It supports Apple devices such as iPhone, iPad Touch, iPad, and Apple TV. The user interface is based on the concept of direct manipulation using multi-touch gestures. So applications like social media, browsers. Okay, so the Cone framework, it has Cocoa Touch. Okay, so UI kit. Then you have media, core services, and the core OS. Now next is mobile forensics. So what a criminal can do with the mobile phones. So it can harass or threaten someone. Okay, it can perform threatening. Okay. So sending viruses and trojans to other users. Distributing pornographic images and videos, data theft, spamming, okay, storing and transmitting personal and corporate information, sending dangerous or offensive SMS and MMS, cloning the SIM data and manipulating SIM properties like illicit use, remove the service provider lock, SP lock, and many other things. Then you have the mobile forensics. So mobile phone forensics is the science of recovering digital evidence from a mobile phone under forensically sound conditions. It includes recovery and analysis of data from mobile devices and SIM cards. So mobile forensics aims to catch the perpetrators of a crime that involves the use of mobile phones. Mobile phones challenges. There are a lot of challenges in mobile phones as well. So often disposable solution for criminal. You can easily do a crime and dispose of the mobile device. Devices are not widely supported by forensic solutions. So the solutions provided by the different vendors not mostly support mobile forensics. So no contract and no entity tied with devices or service contract. No single standardized approach to investigate mobile devices. Various forensic tools are only able to operate on a particular handset, specific platforms for a specific product, a distinct operating system or specific hardware. Okay. Ever-changing advancement of mobile devices increase the complexity of mobile devices and examination. Then you have forensics information in mobile phones. So what are the forensics information you can gather from a mobile device which you have captured from a crime scene? You can look for call history, SIM card information, phone book information, subscriber and equipment identifiers, SMS and MMS, GPRS, WAP and internet settings, IMEI number, photos and sound files, audio and video recording, network information and GPS location, phone info like CDMA serial number, web browsing activities, electronic documents, emails, memos, calendars and etc. Then you have memory consideration in mobile. So, a mobile phone contains various types of volatile and non-volatile memory. It stores several kind of data, including operating system code and kernel, device drivers, system libraries, user application, text, image, audio and video files, data files such as PIM application data. So these are all things are stored in memory of the mobile devices. You have SIM, subscriber entity module. So SIM is a removable component that contains essential information about the subscriber. So SIM's main function entails authenticating the user of the cell phone to the network to gain access to subscribed services. The file system of a SIM resides in non-volatile memory. So it has both volatile and non-volatile memories. Then you have IMEI number, that's International Mobile Equipment Identifier. So IMEI is a 15-digit number that indicates the manufacturer's model type and the country of approval for GSM devices. So first 8 digits known as the TAC, type allocation code, gives the model and origin. So for powered on GSM and UMTS phones, the International Mobile Equipment Identifier IMEI can be obtained by, you can type simply on the keys like *#06#. So that will show you the serial number of that, IMEI number of that device. Then you have electronic serial number, ESN. So ESN is a unique 32-bit identifier record on a secure chip in a mobile phone by the manufacturer. So first 8 to 14 bits identifies the manufacturer and the remaining bits identify the assigned serial number. Precautions to be taken before investigating a mobile device. So handle cell phones evidence properly to maintain physical evidence such as fingerprint, to avoid unwanted interaction with devices found on the scene. Turn off wireless interfaces such as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi radios on equipment brought into the search area. Photograph the crime scene including mobile phones, cables, cradles, power connectors, removable media and connection. So if the device displays on, the screen content should be photographed and if necessary record manually. Capture the time, service status, battery level and other display icons. Collect other source of evidence such as SIM, media and other hardware in the phone, but do not remove them from the device. Mobile forensics process. First, collect the evidence, document the scene and preserve the evidence, imaging and profiling, acquire information and generate report. So collecting the evidence, protect the integrity of the traditional and electronic evidence, prevent unauthorized users from entering at the scene and touching the evidence. Collect the electronic devices found at the crime scene. Check whether the mobile device is connected to a computer or not. Confirm the power state of the device by checking flashing light. Collect non-electronic evidence such as written password, handwritten notes and computer printouts. You have points to remember while you are collecting the evidence. So if the device is on, do not turn it off. Okay, so if it's on, do not turn it off. Turning it off could activate lockout feature. Okay, now write down all information on display, photograph if possible. Keep it charged and protected from tampering. Do not press any key, it may lose the data on the device. But if the device is off, leave it off. Turning it on could alter evidence on the device. Do not remove the battery, this may cause the contents of some device to be lost. Document the scene and preserve the evidence. So document all the electronic devices found at the crime scene. Take photograph of all the evidences at the crime scene. Write notes on what you have seen on the scene. Document the state of the device during seizure. Document any activity on the electronic device found at the crime scene. Handle electronic evidence in a manner that preserves its integrity. Okay. Protect the electronic evidence from magnetic field, dust, vibration, and other factors that may damage the integrity of electronic evidence. Secure the devices from mechanical or electrical shock. You have imaging and profiling. So imaging is the process of creating an exact copy of the contents of a digital device to prevent the accidental modification of the original evidence. Use data imaging tools which make exact bit-to-bit copies of the original and prevent any alteration. Acquire the information. Acquisition of the data at the scene would avoid loss of information due to battery depletion, damage during transportation and storage. Data acquisition process at the crime scene is hampered due to lack of control settings, appropriate equipment, and other prerequisites. Try to acquire the data from images of the evidence such as SIM cards, memory cards, and directly from the mobile device itself. Device identification. Okay. So mobile device needs to be identified by the model, operating system, and service providers. This information allows examiner to choose the proper. This information allows the examiner to choose the proper data acquisition tool for collect the evidence. So methods to identify the devices. So check the following device identification, like check the battery cavity to find manufacturer name. If the mobile device is powered on, check the screen to find out the type of phone, service provider, name, and operating system used. Acquiring data from SIM cards. So SIM contains important information related to forensics investigation. So service related information such as unique identifiers for SIM, the ICC ID, integrated circuit card identification, and subscriber, the International Mobile Subscriber Entity (IMSI), phone book and local and call information such as abbreviated dialing numbers and last number dial. Messaging information including SMS, EMS, multimedia messages. Location information including location area information (LAI) for voice communication and routing area information for data communication. So acquire data from unobstructed mobile devices. So unobstructed devices does not require a password or other authentication technique to access the device and perform an acquisition. Unobstructed devices include mainly CDMA phone, freestanding SIMs, and GSM phones containing a SIM. Record the time and date in the phone. Check with the contacts, SMS, and other entries. Acquire data from memory cards. Removable media extends the storage capacity of mobile phones, allowing individuals to store additional files beyond the device built-in capacity. and to share data between compatible devices. So mobile phone supports secure digital multimedia cards and other types of removable media containing significant amount of data. So recover the data from removable media and memory cards with the use of media reader and memory card data recovery tool. Acquire data from synchronized devices. So mobile phones are generally synced with computers to save the data as another backup copy. A significant amount of evidence on a mobile phone may also be present on the suspect's laptop or personal computer. Search for type of evidence including contacts, SMS, emails, details, images and videos. Gather data from SQLite record. Mobile operating system iOS and Android uses SQLite database to store vital information such as contacts, SMS and call records. Analyze the information like subscriber and equipment identifiers, date and time, language and other settings, phone book information, appointment calendars information, text messages, dial incoming and missed call logs, electronic mails, photos, audios and videos, multimedia messages, instant messaging and web browsing activities, electronic documents and location information. Generate the report. Report generation is the process of preparing a comprehensive summary of all the steps performed and conclusion reached in the forensic investigation. A good report relies on proper documentation, notes, photographs, sketch and software generated contents. Report generated by the forensics tools include items from the case file such as case number, date, title, evidence capacity, evidence category, outcome, etc. Investigators need to include only rated findings in the final reports to minimize its size and lessen confusion for the reader. So mobile forensics report contains the following information like reporting agency name, case number, case investigator name, case submitter name, date and receipt and report, date of receipt and report, list of items submitted for examination, examiner name and signature, equipment and setup used in the examination, brief description of steps taken during examination, details of finding report conclusion. So mobile forensic software tools for Oxygen Forensic Suite, Mobile Edit Forensics, okay, Oxygen Phone Manager 2. Then you have hardware tools like Secure View Kit, Deployable Device Seizure. Okay, so these are the hardware tools that can be used and some software tools as well. Okay, so that's it in this module. Okay, so next module is investigative reports. So in this module we will learn how to write the computer forensics reports. What is a computer forensic report? What is the silent features of a good report? The templates that are available for computer forensics report. Guidelines for writing a good report. Formats and case report writing and documentations. Sample reports as well, and how to write reports using FTK and ProDiscover. So first is computer forensics report. So computer forensics report provides detailed information on complete computer forensics investigation process. So the investigative report should explain how the incident occurred. It should be technically sound and clear to understand. Okay, so it should be technically sound and clear to understand. Be properly formatted with pages and paragraph numbers for easy references. Okay, so there should be proper references of the paragraphs, and paragraphs should be properly numbered, so it becomes easy for the person to understand and to do the reference. Provide unambiguous conclusion, opinions, recommendations, and supported by figures and facts. So there should be proper conclusion, opinions, and recommendations as an investigator, okay, with the proper facts and figures supported. Adhere to local laws of land to be admissible in court. So the report should be made in sense of keeping that mind that the local laws, okay, it should be submitted in timely manner. So truly define the details of an incident. So the report should truly define the details of an incident, clear and understandable to decision makers, able to withstand legal inspection. Okay, able to withstand local inspection, clear cut and not open of confusions. Okay, there should be no confusions in the report. Easily referenced, contained all information required to explain the conclusion. Okay, created in timely manner. These are the silent features. Some more, like explain methods of investigation, the data collection, includes calculations, provides for uncertainty and error analysis, explains results, discuss results and conclusion, provides references, includes appendices, and provides acknowledgement as well. Okay, so these are the silent features of a good report. Okay, so if you want to make a good report which is acceptable in the court and it proves the case very clearly, okay, it gives a clear image of the case, so you should follow these basic features. So aspects of good report. So a good report achieves its purpose by answering the questions that were set out in the mandate of investigation. So what are the questions that were set out while you were doing the investigation? So it should be answered in the report. It is designed to meet the needs of the decision makers. Okay, so the decision maker must rely on the facts that were presented in the report. The facts must be based on the evidence in the file. Okay. It must be clear and written in neutral language so that the decision makers and other readers will be able to understand it. It should be concise and must convey the necessary information. It should be structured in such a way that information can be located easily. So it is designed to meet the needs of the decision maker. A decision maker must rely on the facts that were presented in the report. The facts must be based on the evidence in the file. Okay. So it must be clear and written in a neutral language so that the decision maker and other readers will be able to understand it. It should be concise and must convey necessary information. It should be structured in such a way that information can be located easily. Next is computer forensics report template. So the computer forensic report should contain summary, objectives, date and time, the incident allegedly occurred, date and time the incident was reported to agency person, okay, name of the person or persons that the reporting incident, okay, date and time the incident investigation was assigned, list of collected evidences, tools used for collecting the evidences,
Preservation of the evidences, supporting expert opinions, relevant findings, analysis of the computer evidence, okay, location of the evidence, nature of claim and information provided to the investigator, initial value of evidence, and investigative techniques. So everything should be included in the report. So computer forensics report templates are of two types. One is summary, another is supporting details. So the summary contains case number, name and social security number of the author, investigators and examiners. Why was the investigation undertaken? Lists significant findings and signature analysis. Other supporting details are attacker's methodology, user application, internet activities and recommendations. This is a chain of custody document, okay, which contains the laboratory name, agency name and title, from whom received, location where evidence is obtained, case number, address, okay, evidence collection form, submitting agencies, case number, item number, date of collection, time of collection, collected by, so victim's full name, suspect full name, type of offenses. So these are the things that comes under evidence collection form. You have computer evidence worksheet. So in this you have the case number, exhibit number, laboratory number, control number, manufacturer, okay, computer information like manufacturer, model, serial number, okay, examiner making, computer type, number of hard drives, modems, network cards, okay, CDs and any other information. Hard drive evidence worksheet. So case number again, laboratory name, exhibit number and control number. You have hard drive number 1 labeled and you have hard drive number 2 labeled, manufacturer, model, serial number, capacity, head, sector, cylinder. Okay, so all this information comes under hard drive evidence worksheet. Then you have removable media worksheet. So in this you'll mark for all the removable medias like diskette, okay, you have CDs, DVDs, external memory cards. And report classification. So there are 4 types of report: verbal formal report, verbal informal report, written informal report and written informal report. So verbal formal report is a structured verbal report delivered under the oath of a board of directors, managers, panel of juries. You have verbal informal report. So a verbal report that is less structured than formal report and is delivered in person, usually to an attorney office or police station. You have written formal report. A written formal report sworn under oath, such as affidavit or declaration, and written informal report. So an informal or preliminary report is a written form, in written form. Layout of an investigative report. Choose proper layout and presentation of the report to maintain consistency. Include signposts in the report to clearly communicate the information and to draw the reader's attention to a point. Choose the numbering structure from layout system, that is decimal numbering system or legal sequential number system. Provide supporting materials such as figures, tables, data and equations. Include data collection. Maintain a proper document style throughout the text. Report specification. Keep a copy of the report. Okay. PDF is preferred format for digital reports. Do not file a report directly with the court. Definition of goal or mission is necessary in the report. Order of writing should match the development of case. Use of outline or arrangement is suggested. Keep a copy of the report with you. Here are some guidelines for writing a report. avoid jargon, slangs, or colloquial terms, define acronyms and abbreviation, check for grammar, vocabulary, punctuation, spelling, write the report in concise manner, lay out the idea in a logical order, double check media finding basically. You write opinion based on the knowledge and experience. Do not make any assumptions. Write theoretical questions based on factual evidence. Report must support your opinions. Do not mention any clues in the report. Use of supporting materials. Use figures, tables, data, and equations as supporting material. Use number figures and tables in the same order as they are introduced in the report. Provide captions with complete information. Insert figures and tables after the paragraph and give a proper numbering. You have importance of consistency. So consistency is more important than exact format in the report to eliminate uncertain and confusion. The sections in this report formats must be adjusted in the same way. Establish a template for written reports and highlight the main points. Investigative report. So get samples of already established report formats. Okay, address the identification and continuity of the evidence. Estimate objective and document the findings in an unbiased and accurate manner. Include any relevant extracts referred to in the report that support analysis or conclusion. You have signature analysis. So signature analysis verifies file signatures to know whether any file have been renamed. It identifies the difference between file extension and the file header. It can be used for making a hash set for file filtering. It can be used to verify the accuracy of the resident file extension. Collect testimonial evidence. Then you have collecting testimonial evidences. So it explains the process used by investigator to determine whom to interview. Okay. Make a list of the persons interviewed in a sequential manner. Include name, title, date, and time, and the type of interview. Make a list of people who are identified as the targets of the case. Explain the way investigation afforded the target or other witnesses any right to representation based on existence of rights by labor contract, law, or regulation. And also make a list of the previous investigation that are reviewed and are relevant to determine the circumstances. Some do's and don'ts of computer forensics investigations. Always ask question, document thoroughly, operate in good faith, do not get in over your head. Okay, make the decisions to investigate, treat everything as confidential, file the documents properly. Case report and writing the documentation. So write conclusions and findings of the computer media analysis in an investigative analysis report. This report should have the following documents such as forms, analysis notes, copy of a search warrant, evidence listing, media analysis worksheet. Identify any files pertinent to the investigation and print them for inclusion as attachments to the analysis report. Create a report to attach to the media analysis worksheet. Maintain notes and provide information on the following to create a report that can be attached to the media analysis worksheet, like date and time of the evidence, present date and time, lapse in analysis, finding of the evidence investigations, special techniques required beyond normal process like password cracking, outside source like commercial companies that help in providing the evidence, and trained CCI computer crime investigators. So best practices for investigators: before submitting the report, read it again so that it gives you clear view of where you need to make changes. While revising the report, ensure that it is coherent, not repetitive, and presents information in the right place. Make sure that report corresponds to mandate. Anyone new to the situation should be able to understand the report. You have sample forensics reports. Okay, so the report identifies the continuity of the information and describe the procedures utilized during investigation, concise memory of conclusions, observation, all appropriate recommendations. So these are the sample forensics reports. Then report writing using tools. You can use tools such as FTK and Pro Discovery to write the reports. All of nowadays, what the tools are coming with the advanced features such as writing the report. So once you have completed the analysis, you can add your evidences in the report. So modern tools allows you to write your report using the tool report writing feature itself. But you can use that report to write your own report. You can get the references from that report. Thank you. Okay, so next module, the last module, that is becoming an expert witness. So in this module, we will see what is an expert witness, what are his roles, what are the different types of expert witnesses, okay, what is the scope of expert witness testimony, technical witness versus the expert witness, where there's a difference between both, and how to prepare the report of the expert witness, the rules pertaining to an expert witness qualification, testifying in the court, journal ethics while testifying, and finding a computer forensics expert. Okay, so first of all, expert witness. What is an expert witness? So expert witness is a witness who, by virtue of education, profession, or experience, is believed to have a special knowledge of his or her subject beyond that to the average person, sufficient that other legal depends upon his or her opinions. Okay, so expert witness is a person who has a expert knowledge of high knowledge of the field by experience or by profession or education, so that we can rely on his opinion and decision, which helps the judge to give his or her judgment. Okay. So the opinion of an expert witness authorized by a court has a legal status and can be accepted as evidence by the court of law. You have the role of expert witness. So the expert witness have some roles to be fulfilled, such as evaluate the evidence, okay, and help the attorney to get the truth, okay, testify in the court, assist the court in understanding intricate technical evidence, okay, assist plaintiff or defendant lawyers to establish facts, assess the merits, and help in the preparation of a case, including the initial decision of whether to start a litigation or not. truthful, objective, and fully express his her. Okay, and also conduct investigation on behalf of the court and reports the finding back to the court. Participates in court appointed expert witness conference to study an intriguing incident. Okay, educate the public and the court about the case. What makes a good expert witness? So, a good expert can talk to the juries in a way that shows they have confidence in their case and they are sincere without seeming like an advocate. So, experts needs to change the complicated material into understandable material so that the lay audience can understand easily. Expert witness should observe the jurors to determine their level of interest and notice when any juror is sleeping or uninterested. Avoid overextending opinions. Develop repetition in details and description for the jury. Expert witness should enhance their capability by adhering to a formal dress code. Types of expert witnesses. So, computer forensics expert, medical and psychological expert, criminal litigation experts, construction and architecture expert, and civil litigation experts. Computer forensics experts. You have computer forensics experts locate and recover information through electronic discovery while protecting the evidentiary quality of finding. Their opinions are required to interpret the evidence produced before the court of both legal teams and juries. So, computer forensics experts should have knowledge about computer forensics, email systems, financial systems, credit card processing systems, airline reservation systems. So these are the ways from where lots of crimes happen in the world. Role of computer forensics expert is to examine personal computers and emails, help the court in understanding the report relating to the case, find the deleted files if any, review all the files, testify as witness for the defense or for the prosecution, decrypts and encrypts file, examine all the case documentation, open the password protected file, prepare a report for submission to the lawyers or juries, determines the date, time, and author of certain files. You have medical and psychological experts. So medical professionals such as physician assistants, and nurses describe the process of examining the victim and physical findings that were observed and explained. Findings such as findings documented during forensics examination include physical injury, subjective tenderness described by the victim, stains or substances found on the victim's body. Then you have civil litigation expert. So these experts explain the process of collecting and analyzing evidences to jurors. They explain the relatives of the process and correct false assumption regarding crime evidence. We have construction and architecture experts. So practices of construction and architecture experts include pre-trial assessment, accident investigation, estimating and analyzing the schedule of construction defects, claims, expert witness testimony. So basically all the crime related happens to construction and architecture of building. So those people related to that crime, experts which can prove that crime, are called as construction and architecture experts. I have criminal litigation experts. So victim advocates are frequently asked to uh, testify in case involving a sexual attack. They are qualified by the court to address the behavior of the defendant or characteristics of crime. So advantages of using a victim advocate is they are generally accessible and cooperative. They will not expect to be paid for their services. Now there are some disadvantages for using a victim advocate. Sometimes testimony may be tarnished with cross-examination regarding the reputation of the individual and or the rape crisis agency. We have scope of expert witness testimony. So the scope of expert witness testimony include the following areas of expertise: alcohol intoxication, blood grouping, test and blood spatter analysis, drug courier profiling and profiling journals, speed detection reading radars, physical and mental conditions, automobile and airplane crashes, ballistics, bite mark analysis, DNA test, document examination, expert witness identification. You have scope of expert witness testimony is to fingerprint identification, firearms, forensics anthropology, forensics biology, forensics engineering, voice print analysis, truth serum result, photography, sketch artist, and toxicology. So there's a difference between technical expert and technical witness versus expert witness. So technical witness is an individual who does the actual field work, okay, submits all the result of his finding, does not offer a view in court and conclusion, provides facts found in investigation, and prepares testimony. Whereas an expert witness is an individual who has absolute field knowledge, offers a view in court, has opinions based on observation, and works for the attorney. Preparing for testimony. While preparing for testimony, go through the documentation thoroughly, determine the basics facts of the case before beginning and examining the evidence, establish early communication with the attorney, substantiate the findings with documentation by collaborating with the computer forensics professionals, avoid conflicting out like practice of opposing attorney, detect conflict of interest. Then you have the evidence processing. So evidence preparation and documentation, that's a very important part. Okay. So document every important aspects in the case during investigation, safeguard the integrity of all gathered evidences, catalog the index so it is easy to understand, use professional experience and request peer reviews to support findings. Evidence processing steps like examine, preserve, monitor and authenticate the documentation, create different checklists for different evidence analysis, avoid personal comments or ideas in the notation, note any successful output, validate the evidence using hash algorithm, search for keywords using well-defined parameters, collect the evidence and document employed tools.
Make simple and precise notes of the investigation. Document the steps to prove them repeatable. Preserve the evidence and list relevant evidence on the report. Maintain the chain of custody and collect the right information. Checklist for processing evidence. Use digital signatures to find the evidence. Use SHA-1 for evidence validation. MD5 or CRC32 can be used if SHA-1 is absent. An MD5 or SHA-1 hash check before an evidence examination would ensure the integrity of the evidence. Use well-defined search parameters while searching for key result. Helps in narrowing the search, avoids false hits. While writing the report, list out the evidence findings that are relevant to the case. Never use formal checklist. Do not include checklists in the final report. Opposing attorney can challenge them. Examining the computer evidence, open password protected files, find the deleted files if any, determine date and time and author of certain files, decrypt the encrypted files, review all files and examine emails. Prepare the report. Ask the legal representative to list the document that should be expressed in the expert report. Write a statement that should be related to all opinions and the basis and reasons for those opinions. Document the data and information considered in making the opinions. List the evidence that are used as summary or support for opinions. Rules of expert witness. So according to the US federal rules, to be present as an expert witness in the court, the following information must be furnished. 4 years of previous testimony, okay, indicates experience. 10 years of published literature. Previous payment received when giving testimony. We have Daubert Standard. So Daubert Standard is a legal precedent set in 1993 by the Supreme Court of the United States regarding the admissibility of expert witness testimony during federal legal proceedings. In order to reject the presentation of unqualified evidence to the jury, the Daubert motion takes place before or during trial. So trial judge may make a decision whether the evidence is both relevant and reliable. Expert evidence can be decided based on the facts of the case. We have fire standard. So fire standard is a legal precedent regarding the admissibility of scientific examinations and experiments in legal cases. To meet the fire standards, scientific evidence submitted in the court should be accepted as an important part of the associated scientific community. Importance of resume. So resume shows the capability of expert witness. Update the resume regularly, like certification, credentials, recent work as expert witness, expertise, list of book returns, any training undergone, referrals and contacts, list basic and advanced skills. So resume shows you what you are capable of. So your resume should be good. Testifying in the court, familiarize the witness with the usual procedures that are followed during a trial. The attorney introduces the expert witness with the high regards. The opposing counsel may try to discredit the expert witness. The attorney would lead the expert witness through the evidence. Later it is followed by the cross examination by the opposing counsel. The order of trial proceeding. First you have motion in the beginning. So objection to particular testimonies are written in the form of list. Rebuttal session, cross-examination of both plaintiff and defendant. Opening statement offers an outline of the case. Plaintiff and defendant, so attorney and the opposition counsel present the case. Jury orders, okay, proposed by the counsel, approved and read by the judge of the jury. Closing argument, statements that organize the evidence and the law. So journal ethics while testifying. So ethics to be followed while presenting as an expert witness to any court or any attorney. Be professional, polite, and sincere in testimony. Show an open physical and psychological attitude to the juries. Maintain a steady body expression while with balanced stance without revealing any nervousness. Okay, be aware and prepare for the possible rebuttal questions, especially from the opposing counsel. Be enthusiastic during testimony. Always pay tribute to the jury. Keep the jury interested in what you are saying and avoid leanings. Importance of graphics in the testimony. Use clear and easy understandable graphic demonstrations. Make graphical demonstrations such as charts to illustrate and elucidate your findings. Make sure graphics are seen by the jury. Face the jury while exhibiting these graphics. Make it a habit of using charts and tables for courtroom testimony. Helping your attorney, prepare a list of important questions that enables to attorney to get the expert testimony into the trial. Practice your testimony for the direct examination. Help the attorney to review and improve on how he or she wants to try the case. Develop a script. Work with the attorney to get a perfect language. Communicate the message to the jury. Avoid testimony issue. So offer clear opinions. Outline your boundaries of knowledge and ethics. Create a case outline and summary for the attorney, which does the following, like enables a review of the case plan, offers a clear overview of the level of knowledge used in the case. Make the best effort to coordinate testimony with the other experts who are retained by your attorney for the same case. Make the best effort to coordinate testimony with the other experts who are retained by your attorney for the same case. Meet with the paralegal to communicate necessary information to your attorney. Okay. So paralegal basically is a person with a special training in either a specific or general area of law. Testifying during direct examination. So direct examination is very important part of testifying that offers a clear overview of all the findings during a trial. So create an easy to follow and systematic plan for describing evidence collection method. Be lucid while describing complicated concepts. Craft the speech to the educational level of the jury. So testifying during the examination, you have some steps to follow. Like opposing counsel has the opportunity to ask questions about the expert witness testimony and evidence. Do not offer guesses when asked something irrelevant to the case. Use your own words and phrases when answering the opposing counsel. Speak slowly, as the best often
Says to problematic question is to be patient and answer. Turn towards the jury slowly while giving your response, which allows you to maintain control over the opposing counsel. Then you have testifying during cross examination. So there are some recommendations and practices. Be prepared for challenging pre-constructed questions. Be prepared for rapid fire questions. Be prepared for nested questions. Some question cause conflicting answers. So attorney makes speeches and phrases them as question. Be patient. Keep vigorous conduct with and use energetic speech. Avoid feeling stressed and losing control. State background and qualification. Balance the language. Practice testifying. Be fair and avoid ambiguity. Deposing. So deposing differs from trial as both attorneys are present. No jury or judge. Opposing counsel ask questions. So attorney fixes a location for the deposing. So what is the purpose of deposing is to enable opposing counsel to preview your testimony for trial. Yeah, recognizing deposition problem. Discuss any problem before deposing to identify any negative suspect. Be prepared to defend. Avoid omitting information, having the attorney box into contradiction. So avoid contradictions. Be professional and polite when giving opinions about opposing experts. Guidelines to testifying at a deposition. So convey a calm, relaxed, confident, and professional appearances during a deposition. Do not get influenced by the opposing counsel tone, expression, or tactics. Use the opposing counsel name while responding to him or her and reply confidently. Maintain eye contact with the opposing counsel. Keep your hands on the table and hold out your elbow, which makes you appear more open and friendly. Be professional and polite. Use facts when describing your opinions. Do not converse with the opponent. Dealing with the media. So, as an expert witness, you need to deal with the media as well. So, avoid contact with media during a case. Do not give opinions about a trial to media. Simply refer to the attorney. Avoid conversing with the media because it is unpredictable what journalists might publish. Okay, so the comments might influence the case. So it can create a record for future testimony, which can be used against you. Okay, find a computer. How you can find a computer forensics expert. Contact a professional association and gather the information of members. Check with the non-commercial electronic evidence information center, which provide detailed information about forensic expert. So there are some computer forensic expert services providers like logicforce.com, htcia.org. So that's all about expert witness. Thank you.